Guhai was getting serious. From the monk's attitude, Guhai knew that they wouldn't let go. Similarly, this little beggar seemed to be very special. Since the little beggar was willing to follow Gaochen, this special item belonged to the Han dynasty. It belonged to the Dahan. There was no reason to give it away. Ao Shun looked at Guhai and smiled bitterly. With the sky-shattering cannon in hand, Mr. Good was no longer the same. He was too domineering. Why would he attack for no reason? Yes. Mu Chinfeng pointed the cannon at Jiedong Bodhisattva. Not far away, the Heavenly Wool City Lord heaved a sigh of relief. However, his expression was gloomy, as though he wanted to do something. Guhai turned his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Wang, for some reason, the Heavenly Wool City Lord shuddered when he saw Guhai's murderous gaze. Humph! The Heavenly Wool City Lord could only snort coldly and didn't dare to interfere. Amateus Buddha. Jiedong Bodhisattva looked at Guhai coldly. When he put his palms together, circles of yellow light were emitted from his body, forming a protective shield. Luohan rod formation, attack. Suddenly, a monk in a Kasaya robe shouted. Ha! The group of monks shouted and attacked the flying boat with the rods in their hands. In an instant, the sky was filled with rods. It was as though a rainstorm was about to destroy the flying boat. Guhai took out the life-killing saber and shouted coldly, Mu Chanfeng. Just as the sky-shattering cannon was about to fire, a loud shout resounded. Stop! Boom! A strong airflow swept across the entire square. All of a sudden, the staff formation was dispersed. The golden light was blown away. A group of humongous figures stood in front of the sky-shattering cannon. The two parties who were about to fight turned their heads and looked over. They saw 10 flying boats floating on the square of the Buddha listening hall. The flying boats were filled with armored warriors. The leading flying boat had the words Shinwu written on it. Jimu of Silla. Guhai raised his eyebrows. Takeshi Ryushin, Sima Changkong, Long Outyin, and the others were standing on the leading flying boat. Takeshi Ryushin's sudden arrival stunned the surrounding people. Your Highness, you're finally back. Guhai can't tell right from wrong and blasted me. He wants to rebel. The Lord of Heavenly Mao City flew up to the sky excitedly and complained to Takeshi Ryushin. However, Long Shenwu ignored Heavenly Mao City's city lord. Instead, he suddenly looked at Guhai and revealed a faint smile. Mr. Gu, I trust you have been well since we last met. Takeshi Ryushin's friendly voice sounded like thunder in the ears of the Lord of Heavenly Mao City, who came to complain. You're in cahoots? Complain? Complain my ass. Are you asking to be humiliated again? Greetings, Mr. Good. Sima Changkong looked at Guhai and smiled. Only Long Outyin showed some disdain as he looked at Guhai. Jin Mu of Silla has returned victorious? Guhai asked in confusion. That's right. I just came back. Before I returned, I saw the flames of war raging. What's going on? Takeshi Ryushin asked in confusion. Takeshi Ryushin's attitude towards the monks was rather cold. He didn't seem to like the monks. Jiedong Bodhisattva of the spiritual mountain greets the third prince of the Diqian. Jiedong Bodhisattva said on his behalf. At this moment, Takeshi Ryushin turned around. Oh, Jiedong Bodhisattva? It's been a long time. What's going on? Jiedong Bodhisattva, have you come to my heavenly courts to fight? Takeshi Ryushin said in a sarcastic tone. Fight? I wouldn't dare. It's just that Dakian Sheng promised to help us find someone. Now that he's found, Guhai is taking it by force. I hope that the third prince can help us seek justice for the Dakian Sheng. Jiedong Bodhisattva said on behalf. Takeshi Ryushin looked around. Not far away, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva was still coughing blood. Although Takeshi Ryushin didn't like the monks, he didn't know what was going on. Lord of Heavenly Mao City, what's going on? Tell me the truth. Takeshi Ryushin said in a low voice. Lord of Heavenly Mao City immediately reported everything that had happened. However, this time, Lord of Heavenly Mao City didn't dare to exaggerate. He recounted everything in detail. Oh, the spiritual mountain is looking for this little beggar? Takeshi Ryushin narrowed his eyes and looked at the little beggar. Chapter 532. Oh, The holy land of the spiritual mountain is looking for this little beggar? Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes and looked at the little beggar. The little beggar stood behind Gauchin, his eyes full of curiosity. The holy land of the spiritual mountain was willing to pay any price to get this little beggar. There must be something special about him. Takashi Ryushin looked at Guhai. Guhai would not do anything without benefits. Could it be that he knew about this little beggar? Shuin, he's just a little beggar. Why do you have to make such a big fuss? Since he's already a member of the elite hall, then don't be too hard on him. Takashi Ryushin smiled. Takashi Ryushin did not see anything, but his attitude was clear. This time, Takashi Ryushin chose to help Guhai. Guhai looked at Takashi Ryushin in confusion. Takashi Ryushin was very wary of him. Why would he help him now? No, join the elite hall? That's after that. We found this young man first. Third Prince, on behalf of the holy land of the spiritual mountain, I beg you to uphold justice for me and fulfill the promise made by Lord Daikienshing to us. Give this young man to us. Jidong Bodhisattva said. Oh, Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes at Jidong Bodhisattva. Jidong Bodhisattva was still not willing to give up? What if I'm not willing? Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. Then we can only apologize. Jidong Bodhisattva said in a low voice. The faces of his surrounding monks darkened. They grabbed their cudgel and were ready to fight. Takashi Ryushin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Was this little beggar so important? Buddhist cultivators, the Buddha is merciful and has great foresight to deliver all living beings. This demon is evil. We should bring it back to the holy land of Spirited Mountain and convert it into good. This is what the three Gautama Buddhas have said. Our Buddha wishes to plead with the third prince and return the demon to us. Jidong Bodhisattva suddenly faced the crowd. In the heavenly court, Takashi Ryushin naturally had no reason to be threatened by Jidong Bodhisattva. He immediately revealed a cold smile and was about to refute. I implore the Jinmu of Silla to return the little beggar to the holy land of the holy mountain. Jinmu of Silla, this little beggar is an evil spirit. The holy land of the spiritual mountain wants to convert him. His Holiness has already agreed. Jinmu of Silla, are you going to defy the Emperor's will? All of a sudden, the people began to clamor. Not long ago, they had listened to the future Buddha's lecture and had benefited a lot. Now that Jidong Bodhisattva was pleading with the future Buddha, countless people began to clamor. It was just a little beggar. Many people did not take him seriously. Moreover, they were all Buddhist cultivators. After all, Guhai had just insulted the Bodhisattva. That little beggar would rather be given to the Bodhisattvas. One person's voice did not have much influence. In the blink of an eye, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people began to plead with the Jinmu of Silla. Takashi Ryushin, who was about to refute Jidong Bodhisattva, suddenly stopped and his face turned gloomy. Is Jidong Bodhisattva using the people to threaten me? This was also the reason why Takashi Ryushin disliked the holy land of the holy mountain the most. They bewitched the people and promoted superstitions. After all, these were the people of the Deqian, not the followers of the holy land of the holy mountain. However, Takashi Ryushin could not ignore the voices of the people. Now that the Thousand Sage Convention was around the corner, his every move would be magnified. However, should he just watch Jidong Bodhisattva use the ignorance of the people to threaten him? Uphold justice? Takashi Ryushin sneered. The people watched, and most of them supported Jidong Bodhisattva. This made Jidong Bodhisattva feel a little smug. He wanted to see if Takashi Ryushin dared to go against the will of the people. Takashi Ryushin was so angry that he laughed. Sima Changkong, who was beside him, laughed. Your Highness, Mr. Good said that the little beggar is from the elite hall. Jidong Bodhisattva said that he is from the holy land of the holy mountain. Why don't we let the little beggar decide for himself? Oh, decide for himself? Takashi Ryushin's eyes lit up. The little beggar obviously wanted to follow Gauchin. If he was allowed to decide for himself, he would definitely follow Guhai. Jidong Bodhisattva immediately said, Third Prince, this little beggar has been blinded by Gauchin. Moreover, he has a troll in him. He definitely won't be willing to follow me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked the third prince to uphold justice. Yes, Jinmu of Silla, this kid is the reincarnation of a devil. He has cursed all his family members to death. Jinmu of Silla, why don't we let Jedong Bodhisattva take this devil away? The voices of the people rang out. Takashi Ryushin's face was gloomy. Sima Changkong raised his eyebrows and looked at Guhai. Guhai didn't say anything, but he was giving face to the Jinmu of Silla. If the Jinmu of Silla sided with Jedong Bodhisattva, Guhai would definitely speak again. Your Highness, this little beggar has entered the first-class hall. The Thousand Saints Conference is around the corner. It's not appropriate to use weapons in Celestial Court. The Holy Land of Soul Mountain is a guest after all. What's the point of using force in Celestial Court? However, the Qian isn't unreasonable. Didn't Gaochen and the 500 Arhats have a Guqin duel over the little beggar? Why don't we let them have a Guqin duel to decide who the little beggar belongs to? Sima Changkong said with a smile. In Sima Changkong's opinion, Mr. Good's Guqin skills had reached perfection. He should be able to deal with Jedong Bodhisattva. Guhai smiled bitterly. Only he knew his own Guqin skills. It wasn't very accurate. If you wanted to play chess with them, I'm confident. But a Guqin duel? What should I do? I'm not that confident either. All right, let's have a Guqin duel to decide who the little beggar belongs to. Jinmu of Silla nodded. Jinmu of Silla was also very confident in Guhai's Guqin skills. Your Highness is wise. Countless people nodded in agreement. After all, this is the Qian. We can't fight. We love the future Buddha, but we are also the Qian citizens. We've already helped you to this extent. If the demon overcoming scripture doesn't work, there's nothing we can do. Moreover, the demon overcoming scripture has already defeated Gaochen. What's the harm in using it again? Jedong Bodhisattva looked at Jinmu of Silla and smiled. Someone beside him said, "Thank you, Third Prince, for your fairness. I'll be fair to all of you. If the Guqin duel and the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain wins, Mr. Good will return the little beggar to the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain. They will not pester him anymore. If Mr. Good wins, the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain will not pester him anymore. This little beggar will have nothing to do with you from then on." Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. "All right," Jedong Bodhisattva shouted. "Your Highness is wise." The people around them shouted. Everyone looked at Guhai. Guhai raised his eyebrows. He was thinking. "Mr. Good?" Ao Shun asked worriedly. "All right, I'll give a try with Gaochen." Guhai took a deep breath. Daiqianxing finally spoke. Even if the little beggar was taken, it would take a lot of effort to keep him in the future. He might as well give it a try this time. If one song did not work, he had many. There had to be one that would work, right? 1,000 Arhats, double 500 Arhats formation, double heavy demonic scripture. Jedong Bodhisattva put his palms together. Yes, the group of monks answered. Instantly, the monks sat cross-legged in two circles, surrounding Guhai's flying boat. Double 500 Arhats formation. Jedong Bodhisattva is being too cautious this time. The 500 Arhats formation was already too much for Gaochen. Double 500 Arhats formation? How is Gaochen going to deal with it? Oomph. The people around did not think highly of Guhai and Gaochen. They all looked at them with disdain or pity. Takashi Ryushin's flying boats flew to the side. They flew high and looked at the square of the Buddhist hall coldly. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva looked cold. The monks were all ready. Obviously, they valued the little beggar very much. Amateus, Guhai Gaochen, we're going to start, Jedong Bodhisattva said in a deep voice. The dragons frowned and looked at Ao Shun. Prince Ao Shun, this is between Class 1 Hall and them. The Guqin competition might be dangerous later. Why don't you take the dragons and avoid it first? Guhai looked at Ao Shun and said, "Ha ha ha, danger? Since when has the dragon tribe ever been afraid of danger? You could go ahead with the competition without worry. We'll stand by the side." Previously, during the Gaochen Guqin duel, there were some who did not follow the rules and tried to assassinate you. Now, I will protect you. Let's see who dares to do that again. Ao Shun immediately shook his head. The dragons naturally followed Ao Shun's lead and stopped reacting. Cough, cough, cough. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva was so angry that he coughed again. Demon Exorcism Scripture, start. Someone beside Jedong Bodhisattva shouted. Evil spirits, Buddha's light saves all evil. Buddha above, grant me the sacred text to save all living beings. Evil spirits, Buddha's light saves all evil. Buddha above, grant me the sacred text to save all living beings. The two 500 Arhats formation started chanting the demon exorcism scripture and went straight to the second part. Buzz. Countless swastikas rushed up from the mouths of the 1,000 Arhats and formed a huge swastika seal. As it rotated slowly, it emitted millions of golden lights that shot up into the sky and illuminated the entire heavenly Mouse City. The chanting of the demon exorcism scripture resounded in the entire heavenly Mouse City. The Buddhist chants were majestic. All the people in the city were attracted and looked at the square of the Buddhist hall in surprise. In heavenly Mouse City, countless Buddhist cultivators put their palms together and showed their devotion to Buddhism. Exorcism scripture, exorcism scripture, exorcism scripture. Countless people looked at the square of the Buddhist hall. Long Shenwu's expression was gloomy, as if he was worried. Dogs biting each other, a mouthful of fur. Long Aoyan showed a look of disdain. Rolling golden lights gathered in the square of the Buddhist hall and formed a golden mist. In the mist, there were demon exorcist Vajras with angry eyes. The Vajras looked ferocious. Some were holding hammers, some were holding demon exorcism pestle. All of them were charging toward Guhai. 1, 10, 100, 500. The demon exorcist Vajras showed ferocious expressions, looking like they wanted to exorcise and destroy everyone. Oh, Master, I feel that this voice is attacking my brain. The voice is ringing in my heart. Mu Chunfeng and the other elite hall disciples showed anxious expressions. After the demon exorcism scripture is purified, we will listen to their orders. Although it is called the demon exorcism scripture, it is actually a demonic voice that bewitches the mind, Ao Shun said with a frown. Master, what should we do now? I have already used your pathos and general's order. However, it does not seem to work. Gaochen flicked out pathos and formed a fighter to charge out. Boom! When the fighter charged out, it was immediately knocked back by a demon exorcist Vajra. Then it was knocked back by another demon exorcist Vajra. Before the group of demon exorcist Vajras, the fighter could not even withstand a single blow. Several songs appeared in Guhai's mind in an instant. Guhai also knew a few Buddhist scriptures. After cultivating, Guhai's memory became clearer. As long as he heard something when he was young, he could remember everything clearly. There was one song that Guhai would hear on the temple's radio whenever he walked into a temple scenic spot in his past life on Earth. He cannot be more familiar with it. I will teach you the Great Compassion Mantra. Memorize it well and fight Buddha with Buddha. Try it, Guhai said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Gaochen's back. As if telepathically, he passed the song to his heaven-grade Guqin. Fight Buddha with Buddha? Mr. Good, aren't you being a little too careless? You want to fight Buddhist scriptures with Buddhist scriptures? You want to create a Buddhist scripture on the spot? Ao Shun said in surprise. In the distance, Jedong Bodhisattva revealed a cold smile. Fight Buddha with Buddha? What a joke. Chapter 533. Evil Cultivator. The Buddha's light saves all evil. Buddha above, grant me the sacred text to save all living beings. Evil Cultivator. The Buddha's light saves all evil. Buddha above, grant me the sacred text to save all living beings. The sound of chanting spread throughout the entire heavenly Mouse City. As the swastika talisman seal spun and grew bigger, the sound became heavier. The golden Buddha's light covered the entire heavenly Mouse City and even condensed golden smoke. The Jedong Bodhisattva was serious, and the Demon Exorcism Sutra was at its maximum power. It was determined to crush the fighter of the pathos. The people in the city were affected. Such a large-scale chanting was not allowed. The city guards rushed to the sky. They saw the heavenly mouse city lord standing respectfully beside Takashi Ryushin and watching the battle below. Countless people who practiced Buddhism put their palms together and looked forward to it. He watched as one giant demon vanquishing Vajra after another appeared amidst the chanting of scriptures. The Vajras were furious. However, in the Holy Mountain, these Vajras were also guardian Vajras. They were Vajras who punished evil and promoted good. Therefore, their angry eyes did not look ferocious. Instead, they looked majestic. One by one, the Vajras charged towards Guhai. The people in the city saw the Vajras walking past and put their palms together. Amateus Buddha. This was a huge baptism. The appearance of the Vajras showed that the holy mountain was righteous, kind, mighty, and virtuous. However, the people who were attacked by the Vajras were evil. The purple bamboo, Bodhisattva, laughed coldly as he coughed blood. The Jidong Bodhisattva put his palms together and looked determined. Sima Changkong was worried. Your Highness, the Demon Exorcism Sutra of the Holy Mountain is really powerful. It can affect everyone's mind? Takashi Ryushin looked gloomy and did not speak. He just stared at Guhai. The golden light shrouded Heavenly Mouse City and made the people in the surrounding cities curious. A large number of powerful people flew towards Heavenly Mouse City. The fighter of Pathos gradually became tired and was on the verge of collapsing under the resistance. All right, give it a try. Guhai let go of Gaochen's back. Gaochen, on the other hand, was slightly stunned. My lord, the song is good. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, Guhai said in a low voice. This was because the Class 1 Hall members could not take it anymore. Their eyes had already turned slightly hollow. Okay, Gaochen nodded. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, the sound of Pathos suddenly stopped. The Zither fighter suddenly vanished as well. The demon vanquishing Vajra suddenly pounced towards the crowd. Mr. Good, be careful. This demon vanquishing Vajra goes straight for a person's heart. Once it enters a person's heart, it will bewitch them and mess with their thoughts. A.O. Shun said with a frown. Guhai didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Gaochen. Dong! The sound of the alms bowl being knocked was instantly heard by Gaochen. It was like a huge ripple on the surface of a lake, spreading in all directions. The demon vanquishing Vajra that was charging towards them paused for a moment. A series of flute sounds, wooden fish sounds, and various Buddhist Dharma artifacts were played by the Guqin. As soon as the melodious sound was heard, the surrounding people frowned. Is Guhai going to fight against the demon vanquishing sutra? What a joke! He's courting death. Can the demonic sound go against the demon vanquishing sutra that is at the peak of the demon vanquishing sutra? Ridiculous! The surrounding people looked at him with disdain. After a slight pause, the demon vanquishing Vajra rushed over again. Vanquish the demon. Slay the demon. How arrogant the demon is. Kill. The demon vanquishing Vajra raised its Dharma artifact as if it wanted to destroy the entire flying ship in an instant. The expressions of the dragons changed. The Class 1 Hall members were even more shocked. At this moment, the sound of the Great Compassion mantra finally came from the Guqin. Namo, Heluona, Deluo Yi, Namo, Aluo Yi, Paluja Di, Shuok Boluo Yi, Bodhisattva. In the sound of the Guqin, there seemed to be a voice reciting a scripture that no one could understand. However, as soon as the scripture was recited, a 7-colored light suddenly spread out from where Gaochen was playing the Guqin. The first to bear the brunt of it was a group of demon vanquishing Vajras. Boom, boom, boom. The lights seemed to have a huge power. The dozen or so demon vanquishing Vajras at the front were instantly sent flying. What? Jidong Bodhisattva's expression changed. What scripture is this? Have you heard of Mr. Sima? Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. No. Moreover, I don't understand what he is reciting. Although I don't understand it, I don't know why, but when I listen to the Great Compassion mantra, there's an inexplicable Zen feeling. That's right. I have read countless Buddhist scriptures, but there are few that can be compared to this Zen state. Is this really a Buddhist scripture that Guhai created on the spot? Sima Changkong said in shock. The sound of the great compassion mantra grew louder and louder. As Gaochen played it, a golden heavenly harp cloud seemed to form in the sky, instantly spreading the sound to the entire city. The sound was grand and solemn. It was comparable to the sound of the Demon Expiating Sutra. Solemn, solemn, grand, majestic, complete. As long as the Demon Expiating Sutra had the sutra aura, the Great Compassion Mantra was not inferior at all. It was even more grand. Impossible. This is the sound of a demon. It can't compare to the Demon Expiating Sutra. But why do I feel like the Great Compassion Mantra is a Buddhist scripture when I listen to it? Me too. But that's impossible. How can this Guhai have a Buddhist aura as strong as the Buddhist scriptures of Spirited Mountain? Great Compassion Mantra? I hear a sense of compassion. Countless Buddhist cultivators suddenly felt their pores open when they heard the sound. It was nothing to ordinary people, but to Buddhist cultivators, it was extremely sensitive. In an instant, no one looked down on the Great Compassion Mantra anymore. As for Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva, Jedong Bodhisattva, and the other monks, their eyes had already widened. Buddhist aura? Cough, cough, cough. How is that possible? What bullsh asterisk T Great Compassion Mantra? How can it have a Buddhist nature? Such a strong Buddha nature? Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva's eyes widened in disbelief. The surrounding monks were also anxious. While chanting the sutras, asked the demon vanquishing Vajra to attack quickly. Jedong Bodhisattva's representative exclaimed, "Evil one, the Buddha's light saves all evil. Lord Buddha, please grant me the Holy Scripture to save all living beings." The two Buddhist chants started to tangle with each other in Heavenly Mouse City. More and more devil subduing Vajras appeared, rushing towards the square of the listening Buddha hall from all directions. After the rainbow-colored light blocked the demon subduing Vajra, it suddenly gathered in the air above Gaochen's head. The rainbow-colored light that gathered suddenly burst forth with a radiance that was 10,000 times brighter than before. The entire city was bathed in golden light and rainbow-colored light. Heavenly Mouse City immediately looked radiant. The two lights didn't give in to each other as they competed with each other. Above Gaochen's head, the rainbow-colored light finally condensed into something. Gaochen, Ao, Shun, and the others all looked expectant. The pathos was to condense warriors, while the demon vanquishing scripture was to condense demon vanquishing Vajra. The Great Compassion Mantra slowly condensed into something. A lotus? Gaochen said in surprise. A rainbow-colored lotus bud slowly enlarged. It also emitted a holy aura. Along with the chanting of the Great Compassion Mantra, it suddenly made one's heart feel comfortable, as if they had received a great baptism of Buddha nature. This was especially so for those who cultivated Buddhism. They felt that their Buddhist cultivation, which had been stuck for years, suddenly loosened and seemed to be improving at a rapid pace. Roar! The demon vanquishing Vajra was suddenly sent flying by the rainbow-colored light of the lotus. Roar! Destroy the demon. Kill. Break. One by one, the demon vanquishing Vajra charged over ferociously and were constantly sent flying. The lotus floated in the air like a great sacred object. External demons couldn't get close to it at all. The rainbow-colored lotus bud slowly opened as if it was about to bloom. During this process, small lotus flowers appeared out of thin air as they slowly spread out from the rainbow-colored lotus. Amidst the chanting of the Great Compassion Mantra, billions of small lotus flowers bloomed in all directions. There were red, blue, pink, purple, and all kinds of lotus flowers. The Buddhist chanting was vast and mighty, and Buddhist nature erupted. Waves of Buddhist intent rushed in all directions like a flood. This is the voice of an evil demon. Why do I feel that it's even more holy than the demon vanquishing scripture? Is this an evil demon? Why do I feel that the demon vanquishing Vajra is the evil demon? Is it clashing with the sacred? Me too. Am I not pious to Buddha? The surrounding Buddhist cultivators were at a loss. The rainbow-colored lotus grew bigger and bigger as it flew higher and higher. Slowly, It flew into the sky above heavenly Mouse City. In an instant, all the people in the city saw the huge, rainbow-colored lotus. Quick, destroy that lotus. Quick, cough, cough, cough. Purple bamboo Bodhisattva's expression changed drastically as he roared. Jedong Bodhisattva's expression changed as well. When he put his palms together, waves of golden light appeared around him and entered the demon vanquishing Vajra's body. The demon vanquishing Vajra immediately shone with golden light, as if his strength had increased many times over. The Great Compassion mantra slowly reached the later stages. As the Great Compassion mantra was continuously chanted, the solemn and grand aura was still spreading. The people no longer looked at the rainbow-colored lotus as if they were looking at an evil demon. This was a Buddhist scripture filled with Buddhist nature. Countless Buddhist cultivators even put their palms together and bowed to the rainbow-colored lotus. This was because they seemed to feel the most orthodox Buddhist aura from the lotus. 1,000 arhats were sweating profusely at this moment. In the sky, the huge swastika golden talisman was suppressing the rainbow-colored lotus. However, the rainbow-colored lotus didn't seem to be affected at all. It continued to bloom. Saha Siluo monk, Amuke, Saha Siluo, Amuke, Sahaha Siluo. Under the Great Compassion mantra, the Buddhist voice grew louder and louder. It spread to the surrounding cities. The lotus slowly bloomed. When the lotus bloomed, a rainbow-colored dense qi surged out from within. On the lotus platform, surrounded by the rainbow-colored dense qi, there seemed to be a vague Buddha statue standing there. Guhai looked at the Buddha statue standing in the middle of the rainbow-colored lotus in surprise. A gigantic Buddha statue that seemed to have 1,000 hands slowly materialized out of thin air. No way, Guanyin Bodhi. Guhai's eyes widened. He almost exclaimed. Halfway through his words, Guhai's voice suddenly stopped. Guhai's eyes widened. He seemed to be in disbelief. In the past, the 30 unhindered heavens and earth array had at most formed Dongfang Bubi, Dugu Chiobai, and Zhang Sanfeng. The Great Compassion mantra had formed the Guanyin Bodhi with the zither. In his previous life on Earth, Guhai had introduced countless thousand hands Guanyin Bodhi on television, in temples, and in novels. This wasn't formed by his own consciousness. It was the effect of the great compassion and perfection that came with the Great Compassion mantra. The moment the Guanyin Bodhisattva was formed, the Great Compassion mantra's Buddhist voice expanded infinitely. It spread further and further until it reached the heavenly courts. The heavenly courts, 33 heavens, seemed to be enveloped by this boundless Buddhist chanting in an instant. Lotuses bloomed in the void. They spread from heavenly Mouse City to heavenly Stellar City to heavenly courts. They grew in number and size. In an instant, they filled the entire heavenly courts, 33 heavenly courts. Takashi Ryushin opened his mouth in shock. He looked at this scene that was suddenly magnified strangely. The 1,000 chanting arhats were also instantly shocked to the point of trembling. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 534. Under the Great Compassion mantra, a huge 7-colored lotus bloomed in the sky above heavenly Mouse City. As it bloomed, the lotus platform was filled with 7-colored qi. A 1,000-hand Buddha could be seen faintly. 1,000-hand Guanyin Bodhisattva? Guhai stared at the Guanyin Bodhisattva in the 7-colored qi. Is this for real? Once the Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared, a strong Buddhist aura was emitted. In an instant, the sound of the Great Compassion mantra was amplified countless times. The sound of the Great Compassion mantra filled the 33 cities. Even the heavenly courts resounded with the sound of the Great Compassion mantra. Small lotuses bloomed in all directions of the 33 heavens. They expanded endlessly like a sea of lotuses. The holiness of the Buddhist aura filled the surroundings. Takashi Ryushin was stunned. He did not expect Guhai to make such a big deal out of it. Ao Shun, Mu Chunfeng, and the rest had their mouths wide open. This grand occasion, this Buddhist scripture, was just created by Gu Hai? Is this for real? 1,000 arhats trembled. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't he just a small fighter? Is there a need to be so exaggerated? It seemed that the swastika in the sky was about to be unable to suppress the Buddha on the seven-colored lotus. No, it was not about to be unable to suppress it, but it could not suppress it at all. Not only was the swastika unable to seal the Buddha on the seven-colored lotus, but it was also being stepped on by the Buddha, Jidong Bodhisattva, purple bamboo Bodhisattva, and the monks in Kasaya were the most sensitive to the appearance of the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Impossible, impossible, this Buddhist aura. How can there be such a strong Buddhist aura? The sea of Buddha is boundless? It's fake, it's fake. Purple bamboo Bodhisattva exclaimed. Jidong Bodhisattva emitted waves of golden light to replenish the power of the swastika and the vajras. However, he was also confused by the scene in front of him. The sea of Buddha is boundless, and the sound is infinite. The sound of Buddha is boundless, spreading to the four seas. Is this the Tao of the book, the Tao of the zither? The great compassion mantra, not only the words, but also the melody has reached the peak? With such a great effect, it should be the text of the first appearance, the song of the first appearance? Is this really the first time the great compassion mantra has appeared in this world? Was it really written by Gu Hai just now? If this is the result of a last-minute essay, could it be that our Buddhist cultivators have all cultivated for nothing? The monks in Kasayas revealed expressions of extreme disbelief. This was impossible. Gu Hai had just created it on the spot? How could this be? However, if it wasn't just created by Gu Hai, how could it possibly trigger such a huge change in the heavens? Who was the thousand-hand Buddha? The Bodhisattvas and Arhats in the square of the listening Buddha hall all stared. Jidong Bodhisattva glanced at the little beggar not far away. His face darkened. Was he going to lose? No, no, no. Jidong Bodhisattva closed his eyes and put his palms together. Waves of energy continued to fill the Vajra demon and the swastika sigil. Buzz, the symbol of one shone with boundless golden light, trying to resist the seven-colored lotus. On the other side, the Vajra demon became more and more frenzied and charged towards Gu Hai with greater strength. However, the Guanyin Bodhisattva on the seven-colored lotus was here. A ray of seven-colored light enveloped it like a super barrier. No matter how the Vajra demon attacked, it didn't move at all. Roar! Kill him! Destroy him! Kill! One by one, the Vajra demon rushed into the sky, as if wanting to destroy the Dharma form of the Guanyin Bodhisattva. However, under the seven-colored light, it was impossible to get close. The Vajra demon became more and more frenzied. At this moment, the mentality of the people in Heavenly Mao City seemed to have undergone a complete change. Countless people who cultivated Buddhism were originally loyal to the sacred ground of Mount Numinous and thought that Gu Hai was an evil demon. However, when the Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared, the majestic Buddha nature surged out, immediately increasing the Buddha nature of countless Buddhist cultivators. It was as if he was teaching everyone what a real Buddha was. The people who cultivated Buddhism immediately looked at the hazy Guanyin Bodhisattva with gratitude. They were receiving the baptism of the great compassion mantra. Demon expiation scripture? Although the voice in Heavenly Mao City was not weaker than the great compassion mantra, for some reason, the people seemed to only hear the great compassion mantra. The voice of the demon expiation scripture disappeared. Who was the essence and who was the dross was instantly revealed. It was as if in a noisy crowd, one would listen carefully to the voices that interested them and ignore the other useless voices. Now, the voice of the demon expiation scripture was useless. Rumble. One by one, the Vajra demon charged towards the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Suddenly, in the eyes of countless people, these Vajra demon were no longer so righteous and mighty. Instead, they looked like evil demons. These Vajra demon were the evil demons, and the Guanyin Bodhisattva was the Buddha subduing the demons. The people looked at this scene in shock. Everything was reversed. However, this was indeed the feeling of the people. Jidong Bodhisattva, was extremely anxious. The purple bamboo Bodhisattva widened his eyes. No, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Heavenly Courts City, the main city of the Heavenly Courts, 33 levels of heaven, where the palace was located. Outside a hall in the palace, the Qian Celestial Dynasty officials stood outside the hall, as well as a group of monks. At this moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared in the distant Heavenly Mao City. The sound of the Great Compassion mantra rumbled. Countless lotuses seemed to appear out of thin air, as if they were about to enter this place. However, a golden light appeared from the Sea of Providence clouds above, blocking the lotuses. Buddha, something happened in the Hall of Listening Buddha, a monk said respectfully to the hall. The other monks were also shocked. They did not know what was happening in the Hall of Listening Buddha. Even from a great distance away, he could feel the immense Buddha nature. The sound of the Great Compassion mantra was grand. The monks could naturally hear it. However, what was going on? Was it created by Jidong Bodhisattva? Impossible, right? In the hall, there seemed to be a conversation earlier, but it suddenly fell silent. Amateus Buddha, Daikianshing. I think today's situation should end here. Is that all right? A voice said faintly. Hall of Listening Buddha? Great Compassion mantra? Future Buddha? That's a matter of the younger generation. Why do you have to interfere? Let them go. Daikianshing's voice sounded faintly. Haha, all right. Since Daikianshing is in the mood, how can I not play along? The future Buddha's voice had a hint of helplessness. Obviously, Daikianshing did not want the future Buddha to leave. The future Buddha was also helpless. Outside the hall, the monks were anxious. While they were anxious, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared in the hall. It suddenly rushed out of the hall and headed straight for Heavenly Mao City. Future Buddha, why are you so anxious? Daikianshing, please forgive me. I only sent a ray of power to Jidong Bodhisattva. As you wish. While the two were talking, the ray of golden light headed straight for Heavenly Mao City. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the square of the Hall of Listening Buddha and headed straight for Jidong Bodhisattva. Buzz! The golden light surged into Jidong Bodhisattva's body. Buddha, quick, quick! We found it. However, we need to defeat the other party's Guqin player. Fight Guqin with Guqin. Buddha, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva, said anxiously. Jidong Bodhisattva, calm your mind and accept my power. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded in the square of the Hall of Listening Buddha. Is that the future Buddha's voice? The Arhat formation is not working. Jidong Bodhisattva intervened just now. Now, even the future Buddha is interfering? Is this still a Guqin battle? Isn't this bullying? After receiving the grace of the Great Compassion mantra, the common people looked at Jidong Bodhisattva in disgust. Jidong Bodhisattva did not care. After receiving the power of the future Buddha, the golden light around him instantly magnified by more than 100 times. The rolling power rushed straight for the swastika seal and the Vajra. Suddenly, the Vajra's body expanded by 10 times. The swastika seal also rushed into the sky, as if it was going to completely envelop the rainbow lotus. Evil creature, how dare you? On the rainbow lotus, the thousand-hand bodhisattva in the rainbow, Qi suddenly shouted. Just like Dongfang Booby, it's alive? Guhai was shocked. In the hazy rainbow Qi, the thousand-hand bodhisattva seemed to have a treasure in each hand. One of the hands suddenly reached out, holding a suet fat jade bottle. There was a willow twig in the bottle. The willow twig flew out and swung gently. Boom! The swastika seal, which had been strengthened by Jidong Bodhisattva and the future Buddha from an infinite distance away, was blown away by the willow twig. Boom, boom, boom. The swastika seal exploded, and in an instant, countless Vajras exploded. Poof, poof, poof. The 1,000 Arhats immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground. The Great Compassion mantra backfired, and they vomited blood, looking horrified. Boom! The chanting effect created by the demon expiating scripture suddenly exploded. How is this possible? How can the demon expiating scripture, which was strengthened by the future Buddha, be broken? Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said in disbelief. Not only Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva, but all the other monks also widened their eyes in disbelief. In a hall in the heavenly court's palace. Future Buddha, are you getting impatient with your chess pieces? Qianxing's voice sounded faintly. The Deqian celestial empire is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The future Buddha exclaimed. Crouching tigers and hidden dragons? That wisp of power, just now, was not even a millionth of your power. What does winning prove? Qianxing's voice sounded faintly. Oh, it's the person we're looking for. The future Buddha suddenly exclaimed. In the square of the Hall of Listening Buddha in heavenly Mao City. After the Guanyin Bodhisattva defeated the double 500 Arhat formation with just one of his treasures, everyone, including Takashi Ryushin, looked at the Guanyin Bodhisattva on the rainbow lotus in shock. Although they couldn't see the Guanyin Bodhisattva's face clearly, they felt as if the Guanyin Bodhisattva was staring at Gu Hai's flying boat. Streaks of rainbow light surged into the flying boat and suddenly lifted the little beggar behind Gaochen. Master, why is the Great Compassion mantra not under my control? Gaochen asked in shock. Gu Hai looked at Gaochen and revealed a speechless expression. You ask me? Who should I ask? Amateus Buddha. The 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes are unhindered. Great compassion learning. Guanyin Bodhisattva said. As he spoke, the hundreds of millions of lotuses suddenly retracted. The Great Compassion mantra receded. Along with the rainbow lotus and the Dharma form of the Guanyin Bodhisattva, they suddenly turned into a ray of light and shot towards the little beggar's forehead. Whoosh! Everything suddenly disappeared and entered the little beggar's forehead. Rumble! The little beggar fell onto the deck and immediately hugged his head in pain. Zheng Faming, how are you? Master, what's going on? Why is the Great Compassion mantra so strange? Gaochen asked anxiously. Gu Hai's face darkened. The devouring Tao physique? This little beggar has the devouring Tao physique. No wonder the Ling Mountain's holy land is so anxious about him. Ao Shun's eyes widened in surprise. Devouring Tao physique? What's the devouring Tao physique? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. It's a special physique that could devour the Tao and certain laws of heaven and earth. It's just like the Great Compassion mantra earlier. Now, it no longer has the same effect in this world. If you don't believe me, get Gaochen to try again. Ao Shun said as he stared at the little beggar. Gaochen, play the Great Compassion mantra again. Gu Hai shouted. The sound of the Great Compassion mantra's zither rang out again. However, this time, there was no more rainbow light. It seemed to have turned into ordinary music. Apart from stirring one's heart, the rainbow light, rainbow lotus, and Guanyin Bodhisattva were all gone. The devouring Tao physique. Phew! While others were shocked, Gu Hai secretly heaved a sigh of relief. For a moment, Gu Hai almost thought that Guanyin, who was a Buddhist on earth, had also transmigrated. It turned out that this little beggar had a special physique. Devouring Tao physique? The outcome has been decided. Jidong Bodhisattva, I hope you will keep your promise. Takashi Ryushin suddenly said. Chapter 535. Devouring Tao physique? If Ao Shun could tell, so could Takashi Ryushin. No wonder the spiritual mountain's holy lands had their eyes on this little beggar. Devouring Tao physique? Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. If this youth was used well, he would become a superpower in the future. Gu Hai. No wonder he was so persistent. Your Highness. Sima Changkong reminded in a low voice. Takashi Ryushin's face sank. Gu Hai. Spiritual mountains, holy lands? Takashi Ryushin did not want them to obtain the little beggar, but he had to choose the lesser of two evils. The outcome has been decided. Bodhisattva Jiedo, I hope you will keep your promise. Takashi Ryushin suddenly said. Takashi Ryushin said. The elite Hall disciples immediately laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Hall Master, we won. Devouring Tao physique? Gu Hai stared at the little beggar for a while before looking at Gaochen in surprise. Master, what's wrong with Zheng Faming? He's in so much pain. Will he die? Gaochen asked anxiously. Ao Shun smiled and said he won't die. He obtained a great opportunity. He devoured all the Tao techniques contained in the Great Compassion Mantra. He just can't digest them for now. He'll be fine soon. Oh, that's good. Gao Chen let out a long sigh. You know he has the devouring Tao physique? Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen in puzzlement. I don't know. Gao Chen shook his head. Then why are you so concerned about him? I just heard the discussions of the people around. This little beggar is just a lonely and helpless person. Do you pity his life experience? That's not like you. Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen in puzzlement. Why can't I show mercy? Gao Chen wanted to argue. However, when Gu Hai glared at him, Gao Chen's shameless words came to an abrupt halt. Gu Hai was well aware of Gao Chen's shamelessness. It's because, to this day, other than my master, only he can understand my singing. Gao Chen said softly. Singing? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. What could he understand? Gao Chen's voice was unpleasant to the ears, and no one could stand it. Because he's mute, so he won't refuse? Gu Hai frowned. No, he likes it very much and even claps his hands happily. He's different from others. I've been to so many places over the years, but this is the first time I've met someone like that. I've met many mutes in the past, but they always covered their ears and ran away. Even the deaf covered their ears and ran away, but Zheng Feiming didn't. He really likes it, Gao Chen said anxiously. Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen strangely. How could people like to listen to your songs? Because this little beggar likes your songs. You're protecting him with all your might? Not because of his Tao devouring physique. Ao Shun looked at Gao Chen blankly. Yes, my master said that it's easy to get money, but hard to find a soulmate. Since I found a soulmate, I naturally have to protect him with all my might. Gao Chen nodded. Ao Shun, Takeshi Ryushin in the distance. The monks of the holy mountain. This reason made everyone's balls ache. No matter what, Gu Hai won. The holy mountain had lost. This was an indisputable fact. No, we can't. This little beggar must be brought back to the holy mountain. Cough, cough, cough. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said as he coughed blood. The monks in Kasaya looked at Jiedong Bodhisattva anxiously. Jiedong Bodhisattva was also anxious. How could he have expected to lose? The pathos was no match for the Demon Exorcism Sutra. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would create the Great Compassion Mantra? He wasn't sure if Gu Hai had created it on the spot, but it was definitely the first time it appeared in this world. He had already agreed, but who would have thought that he would lose? Jiedong Bodhisattva wanted to deny it, but when he looked at the people around him, he no longer saw Gu Hai and his group as evil spirits. Some of the people even put their palms together, as if thanking Gu Hai for creating the Great Compassion Mantra. What should he do? What should he do? Future Buddha, I'm sorry for my incompetence. Please help us. Jiedong Bodhisattva put his palms together, and a person beside him spoke on his behalf. Please help us, future Buddha. All the monks put their palms together and said anxiously. When the monks opened their mouths, the people around them frowned. Jiedong Bodhisattva, why can't you accept your loss? Yeah, you said so firmly that you wouldn't bother Gu Hai if you lost, and now you want to ask for help? How could the holy mountain be like this? The holy mountain of Buddhism in my heart is actually a bodhisattva who goes back on his words. That's all there is to the holy mountain. Mighty Qian is the best. His holiness and the crown princes are all true to their words. Many of the people looked at them with disdain, but even more of them didn't believe it. These monks are too shameless, aren't they? They won't admit defeat. At the same time, in a hall in the heavenly courts. Devouring Taoism physique? This is the person you're looking for? Future Buddha, you didn't make it clear to me earlier. A dignified voice sounded slowly. Your Majesty of the Great Qian Empire. This is indeed the person we're looking for. He has the devouring Tao physique, but he only devours the Buddhist Tao. He's someone that the holy ground of the holy mountain is urgently looking for. Your Majesty of the Great Qian Empire has already agreed to my request. I hope that Your Majesty of the Great Qian Empire will allow me to bring him back to the holy ground of the holy mountain. I did promise you, but the sacred ground of the spiritual mountain lost to the Great Qian Empire's elite hall. Don't blame me then. The Emperor of the Great Qian Empire said calmly. Jiedong Bodhisattva was too blindly confident and stupid. Their words don't represent the holy mountain. Solemnly, the future Buddha said, don't represent the holy mountain? As long as Daikianshing brings the young man to the holy mountain, Jedong Bodhisattva and the others will be expelled from the holy mountain immediately. What do you think? Outside the main hall, a group of Dacian officials and monks from the holy mountain all widened their eyes. The future Buddha would rather expel Jedong Bodhisattva from the holy mountain? Jedong Bodhisattva was a disciple of the present Buddha. What good will it do me if you chase away those monks? The emperor of the great Qin dynasty rejected. The main hall fell into silence. Can I lend you the reincarnation pool of the holy mountain? Solemnly, the future Buddha said. Oh, Daikianshing seemed to be tempted. This is the most I can do. Daikianshing go. The future Buddha sighed. The main hall fell into silence. After a while, Daikianshing's voice sounded. Reincarnation pool? Lend it to me? At most, I can give them one more chance, but I can't give you the devouring Tao physique. Whether or not we can defeat the Dacian first-class hall will depend on Jedong Bodhisattva's luck. That's enough. Thank you, Daikianshing go. The future Buddha exclaimed. In the square of the listening Buddha hall in Heavenly Mao City, a group of monks pleaded with the future Buddha. Finally, two voices sounded in the ears of Jedong Bodhisattva and Takashi Ryushin. Thank you, Buddha. Jedong Bodhisattva put his palms together and said gratefully. On the flying ship, Takashi Ryushin frowned and bowed respectfully in the direction of Heavenly Court. Yes, Father. Third uncle, did His Holiness send you a message? Long Outyin asked in confusion. Everyone looked at Takashi Ryushin, wondering what order His Holiness had sent. Long Shenwu cast a glance at the people in the hall and said, His Majesty has decreed that Class 1 Hall and the messengers from the Holy Land of Mount Seoul will compete in the zither once more in the square of Buddha Listening Hall to decide who the little beggar will belong to. What? His Holiness said that? It must be the future Buddha who pleaded for mercy in front of His Holiness. How shameless. They've already lost, and they still want to compete again. Only His Holiness is kind enough to give them another chance. Holy Mountain's Holy Mountain. I've misjudged them. The surrounding commoners immediately began to criticize the monks. Their attitude towards the monks was very good before, but now it was awkward. Maida Qian is better. In terms of Buddhism, Maida Qian's first-class hall is not weaker than your Holy Mountain's Holy Mountain. A random Great Compassion mantra can beat the Holy Mountain's Holy Mountain. I was blind to worship the Holy Mountain's Holy Mountain. The crowd started criticizing the monks. The monks did not care, and they all looked excited. Not far away, Ao Shun's face was gloomy. If not for Daikianshing's words, Ao Shun would have fallen out with the monks. Another Guqin Dao battle? The Great Compassion mantra was already devoured by the little beggar. How could there be another Guqin battle? Hall Master? Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Gu Hai smiled and did not think much of it. That's good. I think if the Holy Mountain's Holy Mountain loses again, would they still have the face to ask for another round? Oof. The monks immediately snorted. The success of the Great Compassion mantra made Gu Hai feel relieved. Since he could defeat them with the Great Compassion mantra, Gu Hai still had the even more powerful Diamond Sutra and Heart Sutra. He had heard many of these things when he went to temples in his previous life. Even a pop queen on earth with the surname Wang had sung them before. Compared to Buddha songs, he could recall a few of the most classic songs in minutes. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile, but the faces of the monks in front of him sank. Which level of the Demon Exorcism Sutra is it this time? Gu Hai smiled. The 1,000 arhats were still vomiting blood from the backlash. How could they recite the Demon Exorcism Sutra? Not this time, just me. Jedong Bodhisattva's replacement said. You? Jedong Bodhisattva? Gu Hai frowned. That's right. Jedong Bodhisattva said. I thought you didn't have a mouth? Gu Hai was stunned. Jedong Bodhisattva. Mr. Good, Jedong Bodhisattva should be cultivating the silent, motionless Zen, not without a mouth. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. Silent, motionless Zen? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, The silent, motionless Zen and the closed eyes world cleansing Zen are the supreme secret techniques of the holy mountain. Under the silent, motionless Zen, the wind will not move, and it will be as majestic as a mountain. It can set the yin and yang of heaven and earth, and no demons can get close to it. After the silent, motionless Zen, it will not open its mouth again, waiting for the last time to open its mouth. It will explode with the power to split heaven and earth. Ao Shun said solemnly. Just like the closed eyes world cleansing Zen, he will only open his eyes once in his life. After one time, he will die as well? Guhai frowned. That won't happen. Once the silent, motionless Zen opens its mouth, it will only lose all its cultivation. It won't necessarily kill it. Ao Shun shook his head. Then how will he compete with the Guqin? Guhai was puzzled. He will be as still as a mountain, surrounded by the sound of Buddha, and slowly influence his opponent. Moreover, under the silent, motionless Zen, he will be immune to countless Guqin attacks. No matter how the Guqin attacks him, he will not be affected. Ao Shun explained. So you're saying that Jirong Bodhisattva will just sit there and let Gaochen attack him? Guhai was puzzled. Something like that. However, generally speaking, it won't have any effect on Jirong Bodhisattva. He will wait for Jirong Bodhisattva's sound to influence his opponent. It may not be as powerful as the demon exorcism scripture, but it will be a stalemate for a long time, until his opponent surrenders. I heard that in the past, Jirong Bodhisattva competed with a Guqin master. They were in a stalemate for half a year, but Jirong Bodhisattva did not move at all. The Guqin master's Guqin attacks had no effect on him. After listening to the Buddhist scriptures for half a year, the Guqin master finally admitted defeat. Ao Shun explained. The people from the spiritual mountain are shameless. They are shameless. Mu Chunfeng said anxiously. It seems that I don't need to give Gaochen any songs. Guhai suddenly smiled bitterly. Huh? Everyone looked at Guhai in confusion. Gaochen, why don't you sing for him? Isn't he good at listening to songs? Sing slowly. Let's see how many songs he can listen to. Guhai said with a strange expression. I'm going to sing for him. Gaochen was slightly stunned. Chapter 536. Guhai had asked Gaochen to sing for Jirong Bodhisattva. The monks were still confused. Guhai was not going to interfere this time. Only Gaochen was allowed to sing. The most he could do was sing pathetic, right? Guhai took the initiative to admit defeat. The monks were confused, but some of them knew what was going on. Mu Chenfeng and Ao Shun's expressions changed. They suddenly remembered how good Gaochen's singing was. Mu Chenfeng was bleeding from all 7 orifices when he heard it. If Gaochen had not used the pathos to deal with the demon exorcism scripture earlier, the Arhats would have been defeated long ago. Of course, that was only if Gaochen was not beaten to death. Not only Mu Chenfeng, but also Takashi Ryushin, Sima Changkong, and the generals on the airship were stunned. They had heard Gaochen's singing before. His voice was like a demon's voice, and it was still echoing in their minds. Let this monster sing? Sima Changkong and the others did not know why, but they could not help but shudder. Third uncle, why do you look like that? If Gaochen goes to sing, won't he lose for sure? Long Outyin frowned. Takashi Ryushin, Sima Changkong, and the generals turned around and looked at Long Outyin strangely. Is there a problem? Long Outyin was slightly stunned. Everyone shook their heads and turned their heads to look at the center of the field with strange expressions. Guhai, let's begin. Jirong Bodhisattva walked to the center of the square, and a person behind him spoke on his behalf. I'm going to sing for him. Gaochen was slightly stunned. That's right. Deki Yanqing's order is to have a Guqin duel. In other words, no one is allowed to use force. Don't worry about your life. Guhai nodded. Humph. Guhai, are you trying to slander us? None of us will interfere. Purple Bamboo, Bodhisattva, snorted coldly as he coughed out blood. Guhai glanced at him coldly and ignored him. I didn't say that you guys would sneak up on Gaochen, but I was worried that unimportant people would come up and kill Gaochen. Mr. Good, tell Gaochen to set a sound barrier. Takashi Ryushin said to Gaochen. All right. Guhai nodded. Master, wouldn't I be letting him off too easily with such a nice song? Gauchen looked at Jiedong Bodhisattva unwillingly. What do you want? Guhai glared at him. All right, forget it, he got off easy. Oh, by the way, I'll bring Zhengfa Ming with me. He likes my songs. Gauchen said immediately. Guhai looked at the little beggar who was curled up on the ground and nodded after a moment of silence. Gauchen carried the little beggar to the center of the square. Everyone around them widened their eyes. The people were already on Guhai's side, coldly watching Jiedong Bodhisattva's shameless act. Guhai, are you sure you don't want to play Gauchen's new song? Someone behind Jiedong Bodhisattva asked. Gauchen is more than enough to deal with you. Guhai sneered. All right, in that case, let's begin. Jiedong Bodhisattva's replacement said. After that, Jiedong Bodhisattva put his palms together and sat down with his legs crossed. As he sat down, his body emitted waves of golden light. Above the golden light, there seemed to be small Buddhas. The Buddhas surrounded Jiedong Bodhisattva and seemed to be chanting some kind of Buddha scripture. The motionless Zen has begun. Gauchen, be careful. Ao Shun shouted. Don't worry, I'm going to sing. Gauchen shouted. Hypersonic barrier. Mu Chenfeng reminded him. Oh, I almost forgot. Gauchen waved his hand. Buzz. A hypersonic barrier enveloped Gauchen, the little beggar, and Jiedong Bodhisattva. The group of monks looked gloomy. It's just a heaven-class Guqin. Is it that precious? Why don't you let us listen to it? Jiedong Bodhisattva, who was sitting cross-legged, sneered. No matter how powerful your Guqin Dao is, I'm as majestic as a mountain. No one can affect me. Jiedong Bodhisattva was performing the motionless Zen. Sounds of Buddha surrounded him, as if he was protected by the Buddhas. Gauchen is singing. Mu Chenfeng shouted with her eyes wide open. In a hypersonic barrier, Gauchen quickly entered the state. He suddenly opened his mouth and sang the song Little Radish. It was just a normal song. There were no illusions of Guqin Dao. There were no fighters, no Guanyin Bodhisattva, and no colorful lotuses. It was just a normal song. That's it. Ha ha ha. That's all there is to Gauchen. We're going to win. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said excitedly. However, as soon as the song started, Jiedong Bodhisattva, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly froze. His left and right eyes moved up and down. The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. What is he singing? Jiedong Bodhisattva arched his back as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He put his palms together and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He performed the motionless Zen to the maximum. As Gauchen sang, he gradually immersed himself in it. Zhengfa Ming, who was in pain, heard the song. Zhengfa Ming gradually stopped feeling pain. It was as if the song could ease his pain. Slowly, Zhengfa Ming woke up. He stood up and looked at Gauchen. Gauchen saw Zhengfa Ming waking up. His eyes lit up and he sang even harder. Clap, 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 clap. Zhengfa Ming seemed to be very happy as he clapped his hands. He looked like he was very happy with Gauchen's song. He was very intoxicated and happy, clapping his hands nonstop. He was so excited that he looked like a fanatic fan who had seen a celebrity on Earth. This Zhengfa Ming has a unique taste. That look, Mu Chenfeng was stunned. Besides Mu Chenfeng, Takashi Ryushin was also stunned. Sima Changkong and the generals on the flying boat were also stunned. How unique is his taste? Guhai was also stunned. No wonder Gauchen is risking his life to protect Zhengfa Ming. Gauchen is going to sing until his eyes are brimming with tears. Ao Shun was also stunned. Zhengfa Ming kept clapping his hands happily. He was extremely excited. When the people outside saw this scene, they gradually nodded their heads. Sure enough, Gauchen's singing should be very good, although there is no zither Dao vision. That little beggar is clapping his hands excitedly. Obviously, it's very good. What a pity that Jinmu of Silla didn't let us listen. I want to listen too. What a pity. Yeah, what a pity. Such a good voice. Jiedong Bodhisattva is lucky. Yeah, he's lucky. The people felt sorry for him. Good voice. That would not affect Jiedong Bodhisattva. The monks all looked confident. Gauchen was doomed. The little beggar kept clapping his hands. Gauchen's singing became more and more passionate. All the monks smiled, but no one could understand Jedong Bodhisattva's feelings at this moment. What the hell? What the hell is he singing? My ears must be deaf. Evil creature, this must be Buddha's test for me. I have motionless Zen, I can resist the 8 winds, I can resist the 8 winds. It can't affect me, it can't affect me. Jedong Bodhisattva kept hypnotizing himself, but the voice kept pouring into Jedong Bodhisattva's ears. Shivers, chills, disgust, collapse. Jedong Bodhisattva was completely dumbfounded. Is this Zither Tao? Especially when the little beggar beside him was clapping his hands like a crazy groupie. It made Jedong Bodhisattva's balls hurt. The moment the voice sounded, Jedong Bodhisattva was in a bad mood. At this moment, the only thing Jedong Bodhisattva wanted to do was to seal Gaochen's mouth, the mouth that made people despair. However, Jedong Bodhisattva couldn't do it. Everyone was paying attention to this battle. Even the future Buddha and Daikianshing were watching. Could he use force? Not to mention using force against the North Star Alliance. The great Qin dynasty's emperor would be able to destroy him in an instant as long as he did so. It was too horrible. Jedong Bodhisattva had the urge to die. Jedong Bodhisattva sealed his hearing, but it was useless. Even so, the voice seemed to be singing in the depths of his soul. Not only was it horrible, but it was tone-deaf. Broken throat? Are you a heaven-class zither? Are you a clown sent by the devil? Can't block it. Can't block his voice. How could this be? Jedong Bodhisattva looked at Gaochen, dumbfounded. At this moment, Jedong Bodhisattva realized how terrifying the person in front of him was. It was also a kind of realm to be able to sing such a horrible song. Stop singing. Jedong Bodhisattva looked at Gaochen, dumbfounded and on the verge of tears. Look, Jedong Bodhisattva's expression. He's mocking Gaochen, a monk said excitedly. The sound barrier didn't separate the inside from the outside, but the outside could be heard by the people inside. Mocking my ass, I'm going to be dumbfounded. Which idiot interpreted my expression as a mocking one? Jedong Bodhisattva's constipated expression would have made everyone think that he was in pain if not for the little beggar. However, from the way the little beggar clapped his hands, it was obvious that he wasn't in pain. They could only understand Jedong Bodhisattva's contempt for Gaochen. Only Guhai, Muchan Feng, Ao, Shun, Takashi Ryushin, and a few others knew the details. Jedong Bodhisattva is quite strong-willed. A general behind Takashi Ryushin exclaimed, "Strong will, my ass. He's winking. One look, and I know he's up to no good." Long Aotian didn't understand and showed a hint of disdain. The generals were slightly taken aback, but didn't refute. They were the only ones who knew. However, the people around them couldn't stand it. Mount Numinous is really despicable. Why is Jedong Bodhisattva so smug? He's winking at us. Look at how happy that little beggar is. Gaochen must have sung very well. But why is Jedong Bodhisattva so smug? He can't hurt him, so he's winking at Gaochen? To think that I used to respect Mount Numinous. So they're all like this. What's there to be smug about? Mr. Good just didn't pass the song to Gaochen. Is there need to be so disdainful? What Mount Numinous? The people around them were full of disdain. Heavenly courts in a hall in the palace. Silent, motionless Zen? Jedong doesn't seem to have learned well. I remember that the current Buddha teaches silent Zen, immovable as a mountain. Jedong is his disciple, but he's winking at Gaochen. How rude. Daikianshing's voice sounded. Maybe he's too impatient. The future Buddha sighed. Too impatient? I see that he's very happy. Silent Zen cultivating one's mind. That's all there is to it, huh? Daikianshing said. Silent Zen, the supreme mystic art of Mount Numinous. That's all there is to it. Jedong just lost his composure for a moment. Gaochen's song didn't have any effect on him, so he's just feeling smug. The future Buddha explained. Supreme mystic art? Then why is Jedong bleeding from his orifices? The emperor of the great Qin dynasty chuckled. The future Buddha's consciousness turned. Indeed, Jedong Bodhisattva, who was sitting cross-legged in front of Gaochen, had tears of blood flowing from his eyes. He was still holding on bitterly. If he gave up, he would be completely defeated. He had to persevere. Chapter 537. Zedong Bodhisattva was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Everyone fell silent and stared blankly at the incomprehensible scene. Zedong Bodhisattva, what's going on? The monks were anxious. The people around them were also confused. Why was he bleeding from his 7 orifices? Only Gu Hai, Takashi Ryushin, and Mu Chenfeng knew what was going on. Zedong Bodhisattva is a hero, exclaimed a general behind Takashi Ryushin. Yeah, Gaochen looks like he's already sung 10 songs. He's still sitting there calmly. He's amazing. We couldn't stand it before we finished 1 song. Silent, motionless Zen is indeed worthy of its reputation. The generals looked at Zedong Bodhisattva in shock. Zedong Bodhisattva wants to defeat Gaochen, but he doesn't know that Gaochen doesn't need to be defeated, said Sima Changkong with a strange expression. As the little beggar clapped, Gaochen sang to his heart's content. His intoxicated look made the people around them yearn to hear it. It would be great if they could hear it too. But why was Zedong Bodhisattva bleeding from his 7 orifices? It must be because it's too good. Zedong Bodhisattva is so moved. A voice came out of nowhere. Puffed. Zedong Bodhisattva spat out a mouthful of blood. Move my ass. I'm going crazy. Zedong Bodhisattva, have you gone mad? Calm down. Don't lose at a time like this. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva shouted anxiously. Zedong Bodhisattva's hands were trembling. He put his palms together and kept chanting Buddhist scriptures in his heart. He looked at Gaochen, who had forgotten himself. What a monster! What a monster! Where did this monster come from? Can't you rest for a while? Why are you still singing? Zedong Bodhisattva wanted to cry. It was the first time he was in such a desperate situation after so many years of cultivation. Buddha, what should I do? Tear Gaochen's mouth apart? Kill him? Zedong Bodhisattva would have done it if the zither battle had not started. However, in order to obtain the little beggar, Zedong Bodhisattva had no choice but to endure this torment. Sealing his ears was useless. Sealing his 6 senses was also useless. Exerting too much force had injured his 7 apertures, but it was completely useless. Gaochen was still singing selflessly. Everyone stared at the field, not knowing what was going on. Don't tell me that Bodhisattva Zedong is possessed by the devil. He must have been possessed by the devil. Gaochen sang so well. Look at that little beggar's intoxicated look. The bleeding of Zedong Bodhisattva must have nothing to do with him. It's retribution. Shameless, shameless, and even mocking Gaochen. Now it's retribution, right? Serves you right. The people scolded him mercilessly. The group of monks stared blankly. Even Lord Dakienshin and the future Buddha were silent. What was the meaning of this? Even silent meditation can cause qi deviation? The emperor of the great Qian dynasty asked in bewilderment. It shouldn't be, the future Buddha said blankly. At this moment, Gaochen finally finished singing another song in the sound barrier. Clap, 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 clap. The little beggar clapped excitedly. Not bad. Zheng Fa Ming, you are very perceptive. Good. Since you like it so much, I'll sing a song I just created for you. It's called Bald Head, You Don't Understand Love. Gaochen said proudly. After that, Gaochen started singing, Big Bald Head Zedong, do you know love? You don't know love, the hall is falling down. Gaochen had only sung 2 lines. Zedong Bodhisattva Zedong couldn't take it anymore. Demon die. Zedong Bodhisattva suddenly shouted to the sky. A burst of golden light suddenly gushed out from Zedong Bodhisattva's mouth like a collapsing river or a tsunami. A destructive force suddenly burst out from Zedong Bodhisattva's mouth. As soon as the monstrous force burst out, a superstorm suddenly appeared around the hall. A terrifying force that reached the level of Heavenly Palace instantly descended. The golden light gushing out from Zedong Bodhisattva's mouth was like a destructive golden river that wanted to destroy everything in the world. When the great force was released, the surrounding people's faces changed and their hearts trembled. Help! Go-chan had never faced such a terrifying attack before. Immediately, he shrieked in fear. The sound barrier was broken, and the sound of demon die reverberated in the void. Bastard. Takeshi Ryushin, who was high in the sky, had a cold expression. He stretched out his hand and was about to attack. How dare you? Ao Shun also stared and threw a punch at Jidong Bodhisattva's mouth. The force from Jidong Bodhisattva's mouth shook the entire Heavenly Mouse City. Protect the people. The Heavenly Mouse City Lord immediately shouted and ordered the guards to protect the people. Jidong Bodhisattva, don't! The group of monks in the hall suddenly exclaimed. Muchen Feng. Gu Hai shouted with his eyes wide open. Muchen Feng's sky-blasting cannon immediately aimed at Jidong Bodhisattva, who had gone crazy. Many forces came from all directions and rushed towards Jidong Bodhisattva. Jidong Bodhisattva's golden river seemed like it would hit Gaochen in an instant. Amateus Buddha. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant resounded in the void. It was the voice of the future Buddha. Wang. In front of Gaochen, an illusory golden palm formed. The illusory golden palm protected Gaochen and blocked the forces from all directions. The palm collided with the golden river that Jidong Bodhisattva had spat out. Rumble. A super huge collision occurred in the sky. The huge shockwave caused the surrounding people to fall to the ground. The entire Heavenly Mouse City shook violently. A super airflow swept in all directions, as though it was going to raise most of Heavenly Mouse City to the ground. Wang. The illusory golden palm of the future Buddha closed. Suddenly, all the remaining forces were caught in the golden palm. Boom! With a muffled sound, all the remaining forces were dispersed. The surrounding cultivators who were attacking also stopped. Everything stopped. Countless people got up from the ground. Jidong Bodhisattva is so shameless. Did he sneak attack Gaochen again? That was close. Gaochen was almost killed by Jidong Bodhisattva. Wasn't it a musical duel? Why did he attack again? So cruel. So shameless. Can't afford to lose, so he wants to silence him? The surrounding people were enraged. They glared at Jidong Bodhisattva. You scared this song god to death. The North Star god said with lingering fear. Gaochen was fine, but Gu Hai, Ao Shun, and the others were not as angry. It was too difficult for Gaochen to listen to him sing for so long. Jidong Bodhisattva, what are you doing? Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva exclaimed. Jidong Bodhisattva, why did you suddenly attack? The monks were also confused. Monster, monster, die, die. Jidong Bodhisattva was still pointing at Gaochen and muttering to himself as though he had gone mad. Bam! Jidong Bodhisattva exuded a golden aura. Suddenly, he collapsed and sat on the ground. Jidong Bodhisattva, his cultivation is gone? His cultivation is gone. A monk exclaimed. Jidong Bodhisattva opened his mouth. His motionless Zen is broken? How is that possible? Gaochen just broke the motionless Zen? The golden river was all of Jidong Bodhisattva's power. Did he lose it all? Jidong Bodhisattva's cultivation is gone. He has become an ordinary person. The monks ran over anxiously and supported Jidong Bodhisattva. You scare me to death. You can't kill me, and now you want to blackmail me? Gaochen exclaimed. Master, he wants to kill me. He's so shameless. He wants to kill me. Gaochen immediately looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai glared at Gaochen. Isn't this all your fault? How dare you complain to me? The future Buddha's timely intervention just now. Otherwise, not only would Jidong Bodhisattva be killed, but His Holiness would also hold the sacred ground of Spiritual Mountain accountable for its impudence. Ao Shun said coldly. Jidong Bodhisattva was still pointing at Gaochen and muttering, Monster! Jidong Bodhisattva, are you crazy? Mu Chenfeng was confused. After that, Mu Chenfeng looked at Gaochen and felt a chill in her heart. Could Gaochen's song really drive people crazy? Enough. Jidong Bodhisattva. The future Buddha's dignified voice boomed. Jidong Bodhisattva was the first to bear the brunt. Jidong Bodhisattva shuddered and seemed to have recovered from his insanity. I'm out of my mind. Out of my mind. Jidong Bodhisattva couldn't accept his current state and spat out another mouthful of blood. Humph! Jidong Bodhisattva, what's wrong with you? How dare you kill Gaochen during the Zither battle? The future Buddha's voice was cold. Future Buddha, it's him. It's him, this monster, he's saying. Jedong Bodhisattva shuddered in fear. Speak properly. What did Gaochen sing? Why did you suddenly go crazy? The future Buddha's angry voice sounded. He sang, bald head, you don't understand love. He sang too. I can't take it, Jedong Bodhisattva was going crazy. Isn't the title of the song good enough? You want to silence him because of this? The future Buddha said coldly. Jedong Bodhisattva, I can't take it, Jedong Bodhisattva suddenly burst into tears and snot. That sorrowful and aggrieved look made the faces of the originally aggressive commoners stiffen. Was this a case of the guilty party complaining first? Or is Jedong Bodhisattva a man with a story? What's wrong with saying that you don't understand love? The angry people frowned and looked at Jedong Bodhisattva. The future Buddha's voice also stopped abruptly. There was an indescribable feeling of speechlessness. It's one thing for you to lose your mind, but why are you crying? All right, take Jedong Bodhisattva away. The future Buddha's voice was filled with helplessness. Takashi Ryushin, Sima Changkong, and the general sighed slightly, but no one blamed Jedong Bodhisattva. They just looked on coldly. Future Buddha. Suddenly, a dignified voice sounded in the void. Amateus Buddha, Jedong Bodhisattva, has lost this round. Since he agreed to the bet, he must accept his loss. That little beggar belongs to the elite hall. The future Buddha sighed slightly. Chapter 538. Amateus Buddha, Jedong Bodhisattva, has lost this round. The little beggar will be returned to the elite hall. The future Buddha sighed softly. After the future Buddha finished speaking, everything was settled. Of course, the future Buddha couldn't say anything else. How could he go back on his words in front of so many people? The sacred ground of the spiritual mountain couldn't do that. Amateus Buddha. The monks at the entrance of the hall chanted with grief and indignation. The 1,000 arhats were severely injured by the backlash of the Great Compassion mantra. The purple bamboo Bodhisattva vomited blood from the bombardment, and Jedong Bodhisattva was driven crazy by Gaochen's song. All the Buddhist disciples at the square of the hall were almost wiped out. Even the intervention of the future Buddha couldn't save the little beggar in the end. The group of monks chanted the name of Buddha sorrowfully and looked at Gu Hai's group with hatred. However, the world couldn't revolve around the sacred ground of the spiritual mountain. Gu Hai turned his head and looked coldly at the group of monks. He then turned to look at Takashi Ryushin, who was in midair. Jimu of Silla, thank you for your fairness this time. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Takashi Ryushin nodded with a complicated expression. Mr. Good has come from afar. Would you like to visit my residence? I'll welcome you with open arms. Takashi Ryushin's words made the surrounding officials and citizens of Heavenly Mouse City curious. It was rare for the third prince to personally invite someone. Thank you for your kindness, Jimu of Silla. I've just returned to the elite hall and have many matters to attend to. If the Jimu of Silla has time in the future, I'll come and disturb you again. Gu Hai smiled. The Lord of Heavenly Mouse City looked at Gu Hai in confusion. The third prince's invitation was a great honor. How could he reject it? That's fine too. My residence will always be open to Mr. Good. Takashi Ryushin laughed. Gu Hai bowed slightly. After a short exchange, Takashi Ryushin led his army and slowly left. The Heavenly Wool City Lord was left behind with a group of city guards to watch over Gu Hai. However, at this moment, no matter how bold the Heavenly Wool City Lord was, he would not dare to find trouble with Gu Hai. Although it was just a battle between Gu Hai and Jedong Bodhisattva, anyone with half a brain could see that this had escalated to a small confrontation between the Qian Celestial Empire and the Holy Mountain of Souls. Gu Hai represented the Qian Empire and defeated the Holy Mountain of Souls. Although he was not the favorite of His Holiness, at least His Holiness had a good impression of Gu Hai. At this time, if they were to look for trouble with Gu Hai, there was no need for Daiqiansheng to say anything. A large group of officials would jump out to denounce them. Moreover, the people around them were very grateful to Gu Hai. No matter how resentful he was, he couldn't make the people his enemy. All right, it's time for us to head back, Guhai said. Xiaoming, come with me. In the future, we will never come back. Gaochen shouted. The little beggar opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He kept gesturing with his hands. Guhai looked a little confused. Master, Xiaoming said that he wants to bid farewell to his parents and grandparents. Gaochen said. Guhai was speechless. How could that be translated? All right, Guhai nodded. With Zheng Fa Ming leading the way, the flying boat slowly left the square of the Buddhist Hall of Listening. After the flying boat left, the monks bit their lips and looked resentful. The people around them, on the other hand, bowed respectfully to Guhai's flying boat. At the very least, the Buddhist cultivators were very grateful to Guhai for the great compassion mantra just now. Moreover, the people woke up and no longer worshipped the sacred ground of Spirited Mountain. They immediately felt that Guhai had won glory for the country and were very respectful. This Hall Master Class 1 Hall is really amazing. Do you know Guhai? Class 1 Hall. In the past, it was under the leadership of Princess Xiaoya that made a name for itself in Deqian. After Princess Xiaoya's death, I thought that Class 1 Hall was gone. I didn't expect that there would be another Hall Master Gu. What a powerful Hall Master Gu. Who knows about Hall Master Gu's past? The people started to ask around curiously. In a restaurant far away, there was a group of people standing at this moment, staring at the departing flying boat. If Guhai saw the leader, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. He was Elder Feng Tong, Jura from Wanshou Taoism. In Silver Moon City, he used the great ferocious birds killing formation to attack Silver Moon Mountain Villa, but it was broken by Guhai's all birds worship the phoenix. Before he was investigated, he was taken away by Xuanan from Wanshou Taoism. At this moment, Elder Feng Tong was standing on a stool with a group of people standing respectfully behind him. They all stared at Guhai's flying boat together. That's the little beggar? Elder Feng Tong's eyes flashed with a hint of longing. Yes, master. That's him. You saw it just now. The devouring Tao physique. We found it with great difficulty, and I also spent a lot of effort to get to where I am today. I didn't expect that the sacred ground of Spirited Mountain would take the initiative. However, it's good that the Hall Master took it away just now. That person, a man with a black birthmark on his face, said with a frown. That person, Guhai? Humph, I also want to kill him. Elder Feng Tong said coldly. But, master, that little beggar's physique has been exposed. Daqianxing and the future Buddha know. Do we still need to fight for it? The man with the birthmark said with a frown. Fight. We have a fight for it. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? My soul can only be found with the devouring Tao physique. Jura, I hate Juris. Because of Jura, Wanner won't look at me. Even with my extraordinary talent, she won't look at me. I found the devouring Tao physique. He's right here. You wanted to give up? Elder Feng Tong looked coldly at the man with the birthmark. No, I don't dare. Please forgive me, master. The man with the birthmark said with fear. Humph, it's fine as long as we find this devouring Tao physique. Look at his features. He'll be quite handsome when he grows up. It's him. Find a chance and let me possess him. Elder Feng Tong said coldly. Then, Grandmaster said that it's a sensitive time now. He told us to behave ourselves. Let me. The man with the birthmark whispered. However, as he spoke, he stopped. Elder Feng Tong's eyes seemed to want to kill him. Yes, master. I'll listen to you. The man with the birthmark said with an ugly expression. Humph. Elder Feng Tong snorted. 6 hours later, Heavenly Mouse City was an extremely barren place. It looked like a large garbage dump. Next to the dump was a small thatched cottage. Outside the cottage were 4 small graves. There were no tombstones. It was very desolate. The little beggar kept kowtowing to the graves. Guhai and the others stood outside the graves with their hands behind their backs, waiting for them. Ao Shun stood to the side. At this time, Erlin flew over. Crown Prince, Hall Master Gu, I found out. Erlin said respectfully. Oh, Ao Shun looked at him. Just now, we sent people to look around and found out that this little beggar is 12 years old this year. His life can be considered rough. When he was just born, his mother died in childbirth. His father was on his way back and encountered a group of bandits and was killed. It was his grandparents who brought him up. The little beggar's family was very rich in the past. However, when he was born, they moved to the garbage area. Erlin explained. Oh, his family was rich? Guhai asked with a trace of doubt. Yes, after his father and mother died, his grandfather didn't hold any funerals. He simply buried his parents and then brought him to live here. All of the family's belongings were suddenly met with an unexpected calamity. I don't know what kind of robbers they encountered, but everything was stolen. When the little beggar was 10 years old, his grandmother also died of illness. Last year, his grandfather also died of illness. After that, he had no one to rely on. He wandered around and begged for a living in the streets and alleys. Erlin explained. Died one after another? They all died of illness? Those who could live in Heavenly Wool City should have a certain level of cultivation. Died of illness? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Some people said that the little beggar's life was too tough and cursed them to death, Erlin explained. The Tao-devouring physique doesn't affect one's luck, right? Ao Shun frowned. Hall Master, we searched the little beggar's house. There was nothing strange, Mu Chun Fong explained. Guhai frowned as he looked at the 4 graves. Open the coffins and check the corpses, Guhai said, but they have been dead for a long time. Ao Shun felt slightly stunned. I keep feeling that something is amiss. How can there be such a coincidence? Guhai said. Understood, the Class 1 Hall members answered. Ah! The little beggar, kneeling in front of the graves, immediately blocked the elite Hall disciples, preventing them from destroying the graves. Little Ming, come with me. Let's move their graves away and give them better coffins. Let's bury them at our place, Gauchen advised. The little beggar remained silent for a while before nodding. Immediately, the group of elite Hall disciples started digging up the grave. A coffin that was on the verge of rotting was dug out. The coffin slowly opened. Only white bones remain. They have been decaying for more than a decade. They should belong to the little beggar's father, right? Ao Shun frowned as he looked at the white bones. Oh, the little beggar kowtowed to the coffin, making sounds as if he was saying something to the white bones. Your father's? Guhai asked. The little beggar nodded. Crown Prince, the white bones hold a pearl in their hands. It should be very precious in their family, Erlin said with a frown. The little beggar's father ran into bandits? They killed his father, but did not snatch the pearl in his hand? Guhai narrowed his eyes. Then, he carefully placed the corpse into the new coffin. Following that, he quickly opened the other 3 graves. This belongs to the little beggar's mother. Hall Master, look, there is a saber mark on her neck. She was killed. She didn't die from dystocia. Mu Chinfeng's expression changed. This belongs to the little beggar's grandmother. The bone under her neck is black. There's also some rotten flesh that is black. She died from poisoning, not illness. Erlin's expression changed. The little beggar's grandfather also died from poisoning. He is holding a piece of cloth. Quick, take it out and take a look. Hall Master, there are words. There are words on this cloth. Mu Chinfeng exclaimed. When the cloth was unfolded, a line of small words appeared on it. Let go of my grandson, I beg you. Let go of my grandson, I beg you. When everyone saw this cloth, they felt a chill in their hearts and remained silent for a long time. Damn it, someone wants to harm little Ming and killed his entire family. Gauchen immediately roared. Chapter 539. Motherf Asterisk Kerr. Someone wants to kill little Ming and his entire family. The Gauchen immediately roared. Master, it must be those monks. Master, I want to avenge little Ming. Gauchen said with a ferocious expression. Ao Shun frowned slightly and shook his head. No, someone is targeting the little beggar. Why didn't anyone take him away for 12 years? Why did they only target Zhengfa Ming's family? Why? Huh? Gauchen was stunned. They are afraid of the Crown Prince? Crown Prince Lin said with a frown. But what does the little beggar have that they are afraid of? Before this, no one knew that he had the devouring Tao physique. Mu Chinfeng frowned. Ao Shun shook his head. If it's not the little beggar's family, then it must be from the outside world. Perhaps there is another force that has their eyes on the little beggar. They even know each other and have fought many times. However, They did not let the little beggar know because they are worried about the devouring Tao physique. They are afraid that the devouring Tao physique would be harmed. And the little beggar's family was killed by the aftermath of their fight. Everyone raised their eyebrows and nodded. Apart from those monks, there is another force? Who is it? Gauchen was stunned. Guhai shook his head and narrowed his eyes. No, it's not those monks. Oh. Everyone looked at Guhai in confusion. Based on how much importance the Spirit Mountain's holy land placed on the little beggar, when the future Buddha arrived in Heavenly First City, he should have had the opportunity to capture the little beggar long ago. He should have had the ability to do so. However, the future Buddha sought the help of the Qian dynasty's emperor. This means that the Spirit Mountain's holy land did not know anything about the little beggar's whereabouts. Everyone was stunned. It should be. Apart from a holy mountain, there are at least 2 other forces watching him. Guhai said in a low voice. 2 other forces? Everyone looked at the little beggar blankly. But, Master, how do we find them? Gauchen asked anxiously. To avoid alerting them, let's bring the young beggar to Class 1 Hall first and lure them out, Guhai said solemnly. All right. Everyone nodded. The little beggar looked at everyone blankly. Gauchen recognized him as a disciple and remembered this matter in his heart. With the 4 coffins and the little beggar, Guhai's group slowly left the giant garbage dump. They flew out of Heavenly Mouse City and headed towards Heavenly Stellar City's Class 1 Hall. A day after the group left, a man in black suddenly appeared outside the 4 tombs in the landfill. He wore a bamboo hat, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Guhai moved 4 graves? I should have destroyed it long ago. I hope I didn't discover anything. The black-clothed man said in a low voice. After a moment of silence, the black-clothed man looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he quietly fled into the distance. The black-clothed man left, but he did not see a bat hanging upside down beside the thatched cottage. When the bat saw the black-clothed man leave, it spread its wings and silently chased after the black-clothed man. In Heavenly Mouse City, the phenomenon of the Great Compassion Mantra covered the 33 cities. Many peerless experts came from all directions to gather information. Even if the experts did not come out of curiosity, their subordinates and servants came to obtain first-hand information. By the time the experts arrived, the legend of Guhai in Heavenly Mouse City had already spread. The news of Class 1 Hall defeating the Spiritual Mountain's holy land seemed to have grown wings, quickly spreading to the 33 cities. In one of the courtyards in the Heavenly Court, 7 kills, Miata, the Pill King, and the others stood outside a small house and bowed respectfully. The Sovereign Emperor broke through again. Miata looked at the person beside her in surprise. It's the Great Compassion Mantra from the day before. I didn't expect the Sovereign Emperor to use it to break through as well. Lower your voice. The Sovereign Emperor is breaking through. Do not disturb him, another person said coldly. Everyone shut up. After waiting for 8 hours, a muffled sound came from the small house. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the small courtyard. Everyone in the small courtyard immediately shivered. Have you found out? Qing Emperor's voice came from the small house. Sovereign Emperor, you broke through? 7 kills asked in delight. HM? Qing Emperor said in a low voice. Oh, I found out. It's Guhai. He's here. The Great Compassion Mantra was played by Guhai. 7 kills immediately shouted. Guhai. Qing Emperor's cold voice came from the small house. Sovereign Emperor, Guhai is here. I will definitely take revenge for what happened at Silver Moon Sea. Please allow it, Miata said with a glare. In a large hall in Heavenly Court. What? My brother-in-law is here? The wailing and howling was my brother-in-law's song? Long Wanyu's face suddenly revealed an expression of ecstasy. Yes, Princess. That wailing and howling was the Great Compassion Mantra. A maidservant said respectfully. How dare you say that my brother-in-law's song was wailing and howling? That was a solemn and beautiful song. How dare you slander my brother-in-law? Long Wanyu glared at her. Aye. The maidservant said gloomily. Wasn't the princess the one who said it was wailing and howling? She even said that she would teach the owner of the song a lesson. I'm innocent. Someone, drag her away. Flog her 10 times. Let everyone know that anyone who dares to speak ill of my brother-in-law will not have a good ending. Long Wanyu immediately shouted. Yes. The other maidservants lowered their heads and dragged the maidservant away. Princess, I'm innocent. Princess, the maidservant said hesitantly. How dare you quibble? Flog her 20 times. Humph. Long Wanyu immediately shouted. However, she was happy in the blink of an eye. Quick, bring me to see Baldy Leunion. No, to see Mo Yike. My brother-in-law is here. Ha! Let's go and welcome my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu said excitedly. Yes, Princess. Princess, should we call Mr. Ziwei and Mr. Changsheng? A subordinate asked in a low voice. Don't bother about them. Let them continue eating. Long Wanyu immediately shouted. But our commandery princess's manor is about to be eaten up. His Majesty's monthly allowance and our treasury money have all been used to buy food for them. We're about to run out of money. The subordinate said bitterly. Do we have a lot of money? Long Wanyu was slightly taken aback. Princess, you don't care about money, but the princess's residence has always had the most monthly allowance. Even the crown princes don't have as much as we do. We have saved up for decades, so we have a lot of money. But now we are almost out of money. The subordinate said in despair. Ziwei and Changsheng could eat too much. Let them eat. Long Wanyu immediately said. But we're almost out of money. The subordinate smiled bitterly. Go to the Ministry of Revenue. Take as much money as you want. Long Wanyu immediately said. The subordinate was stunned. That was De Qian's money. Every expenditure required His Holiness's permission. You want me to take as much as I want? Are you kidding me? What if they don't give it to us? The subordinate said weakly. Tell them to go to the old man. Tell him that I said that we have no money to spend. Tell him to give us the money. Long Wanyu immediately said. That works. The subordinate said blankly. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Quick, prepare the carriage. Take me to see Mo Yike. Long Wanyu said excitedly. The subordinate still wanted to go forward and ask. After all, this was too strange. Was the Ministry of Revenue run by the princess's residence? Would they pay any attention to us? Before the subordinate could say anything, someone beside him pulled him back. Are you crazy? Do whatever the princess wants you to do. You're new here, and there are many things you don't know. Don't disturb the princess. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Then, can we get the money? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Even if the princess asked His Holiness for the heaven-splitting axe to play with, His Holiness might give it to the princess. Do you need to be careful when asking for money? No, you don't need the Ministry of Revenue to tell His Holiness. I can guarantee that when you go to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for money, they will give it to you immediately. The last time the Ministry of Revenue offended the princess, the account book was burned by the princess. Many Ministry of Revenue officials cried to death. How could they dare to offend the princess? The disturbance in Heavenly Mouse City was quickly calmed down. After all, this was the Qin dynasty's capital. On the eve of the Thousand Sage Conference, countless experts from all over the world had gathered. There were big events happening every second. Many people only understood a little and then no longer paid attention. However, there were still some people who were serious and sent subordinates to Heavenly Stellar City to inquire about the latest news. Guhai returned to Heavenly Stellar City from Heavenly Mouse City. He returned to the first-class hall. The first day was nothing, but after the second and third day, news of Guhai's actions in Heavenly Mouse City spread. At least, the Heavenly Stellar City Lord heard everything his subordinates reported. In the Heavenly Stellar City Lord's study, there was a scroll on the table. At the beginning was written Guhai's 10 sins. It had just been written and the ink had not dried yet. It was clear that the Heavenly Stellar City Lord had just written it. Is what you said true? The Heavenly Stellar City Lord looked at the official in front of him. Yes, City Lord. Guhai bombarded the purple bamboo Bodhisattva, drove the Jiedong Bodhisattva crazy, heavily injured 1,000 arhats, destroyed the future Buddha's face, and bombarded the Heavenly Mouse City Lord. After that, many people said that Guhai had obtained His Holiness's appreciation. The official respectfully said. Pala. The brush in the heavenly stellar city lord's hand fell onto the scroll. City Lord, do you still want to add a copy of Guhai's book? City Lord, your copy of Guhai's 10 sins. Do you still want to give it to the second prince and his holiness? City Lord, we have already made 10 copies of Guhai's 10 sins. Do you still want to send it out? Send out my ass. Destroy it. Quickly destroy it. The heavenly stellar city lord angrily said. Yes. Everyone nodded. It was a good thing they hadn't sent it out yet. If they did, they wouldn't be able to keep their positions. Guhai. The heavenly stellar city lord gloomily roared. Chapter 540. Heavenly Court. In a small courtyard, a group of white-clothed men and women surrounded a small house in the center. The white-clothed men and women were chanting, as if they were protecting someone in the house. Above the house, there was a Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern that slowly rotated. Around the house, there was a large hall where white-clothed cultivators lived. However, these white-clothed cultivators all had a Tai Chi pattern on their chests. Their status seemed to be higher than the white-clothed men and women. In one of the large halls, there sat Xuanan, who had saved Elder Feng Tong in Silver Moon City. He was an elder of Taishang's branch of Wansho Taoism. Xuanan drank tea and looked at the house in the center. Watch the surroundings carefully. There is only half a month left until the Thousand Sage Conference. Giant is meditating now, so he must not be disturbed. Xuanan said in a deep voice. Yes, master. A white-clothed man said respectfully. Where is Elder Feng Tong? Xuanan frowned. Junior Brother Feng. Junior Brother Feng? The white-clothed man's face turned ugly. What's wrong? Xuanan raised his eyebrows. He went to Heavenly Stellar City. The white-clothed man said in a small voice. Bastard. I told him not to have any ideas about the little beggar. Why did he still go? Xuanan stared. I tried to persuade him, but Gu Hai is a sinister and cunning person. He must have found out something and was waiting for it. Why'd he go now? Isn't he looking for death? Xuanan's face turned cold. He really makes people worry. When Senior Brother comes out of seclusion, we just have to ask Senior Brother and Wanner will be betrothed to him. Is there need to be so stupid? If Senior Brother didn't tell me, I would have. Idiot. Xuanan's face changed. He immediately stood up and went outside. Heavenly Stellar City, in a fog-filled forest beside the array of Class 1 Hall's encampment. Elder Feng Tong set up a sound barrier and led a group of subordinates to stare at the little beggar, Zheng Fa Ming, who was walking over from afar. Master is here. Look, he's here. I saw them coming here yesterday. That beggar's parents' grave is here. I knew that he would definitely come. Look, there are a few elite hall disciples as well. A man with a birthmark at the side said excitedly. The ice and fire spirit stones have been arranged. Feng Tong's eyes flashed with excitement. Yes, the ice and fire spirit stone is ready. We just need to wait for Master and the little beggar to sit on it. I will play the soul-shuddering song to destroy the little beggar's soul and then merge it with Master's flesh and blood. The man with the birthmark said respectfully. In the center of the small forest, there was a circle of musicians sitting cross-legged. Their hands were placed on the guqin, waiting for the order to play the soul-shuddering song. In the center of the circle of musicians, there was an altar. The altar was engraved with runes. In the center was a huge stone with a Tai Chi pattern. On the stone, there seemed to be two kinds of energy, one red and one blue, slowly rotating. Good. Feng Tong nodded in satisfaction. 2 hours. We just need 2 hours. Master, this ice and fire spirit stone is the supreme treasure of my Taishang lineage. Why is it in your hands? It belongs to my uncle. This time, I secretly took it out. All right, cut the crap. Go and lure them over, Feng Tong said coldly. Yes. The man with the birthmark immediately stepped out of the small forest. The instant he stepped out, he staggered and pretended to fall. He looked like he was severely injured. The little beggar immediately shouted and tried to run over. Zheng Fa, don't leave Elite Hall's territory. Don't go over. A person suddenly appeared in the wilderness. Don't go over. A few Elite Hall disciples immediately stopped the little beggar. The little beggar shook his head and gestured. You know that person? An elite hall disciple asked in puzzlement. The little beggar immediately nodded with worry in his eyes. Someone Jungfa is familiar with? Then let's go over and take a look. The elite hall disciples shouted. They were at the border of elite hall's territory. Since they were in the ritual array, Feng Tong and the others did not dare to act rashly. The instant they lured the little beggar and the others out of elite hall's ritual array, whoosh. Suddenly, a storm seemed to appear out of thin air. In an instant, it sucked in the little beggar and the elite hall disciples. Ah! The little beggar immediately screamed in horror. Who are you? How dare you? This is elite hall's territory. The elite hall disciples cried out in surprise. Ha ha! Elite hall's territory? We are capturing you. Feng Tong laughed loudly. Whoosh! A group of white-clad men immediately flew over and grabbed the young beggar. The group of elite hall members did not resist at all, and they were all captured. Quick! Put the little beggar on the ice and fire spirit stone. Master, let's start quickly. We have 2 hours so that Guhai won't get suspicious. The man with the birthmark shouted after he rushed into the ritual array. Ah! The little beggar pointed at the man with the birthmark in disbelief. Little mute, don't blame me. Who told you to be stupid? Ha ha! The man with the birthmark guffawed. Quick, put the little beggar on the ice and fire spirit stone. Feng Tong said excitedly. Ha 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 ha! Quick, quick! Activate the ritual array and prepare to play the music. Feng Tong shouted excitedly. Feng Tong's group moved quickly. However, they did not know that on a mountain not far away from where they were, Gu Hai, Gao Qin, Mu Chanfeng, and the others looked at the fog. It's about time. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Gu Hai extended his hand, and he held a ghost stone between his fingers. Then he pressed it down. Clack! There seemed to be a crisp sound. Suddenly, a boundless fog soared into the sky outside Feng Tong's ritual array. Then, a peerless and ferocious general appeared in the fog. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unparalleled. The peerless and ferocious general shouted. Boom! The halberd in his hand slashed down, and in an instant, the formation set up by old Feng Tong exploded. Hong! With a loud explosion, Feng Tong's grand formation exploded. The surrounding trees were instantly blown apart. Everything within Feng Tong's grand formation was exposed in front of everyone. A strong wind blew the wood chips in all directions. What? Feng Tong's expression changed. He turned his head and looked around. Then he saw Gu Hai and the others looking at him coldly on a mountain not far away. Not good. We fell into Gu Hai's trap. Gu Hai deliberately placed the little beggar's parents' grave here and had the little beggar come here to pay his respects every day to lure us in. Gu Hai has set up a ritual array here. The man with the birthmark changed his expression. Great ferocious bird, killing formation. Quick! Feng Tong's expression changed as he exclaimed. Tricked? Tricked? I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unparalleled. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unparalleled. 10 odd peerless and ferocious generals immediately appeared out of nowhere and charged at the group of zither masters. They were in Gu Hai's ritual array, yet they still wanted to attack Gu Hai, play the zither. Before they could play the zither, the ferocious cloud beast generals killed them in the blink of an eye. Detain the little beggar. Quick! Feng Tong's expression changed as he ordered his men to detain the little beggar to threaten Gu Hai. Roar! Roar! The elite hall members who were captured earlier suddenly let out dragon roars and sent the people escorting them flying with a loud bang. Then they turned into huge dragons and instantly carried the little beggar into the air. Rumble! The little beggar was immediately rescued and flew over to Gu Hai. Buzz! The little beggar landed beside Gao Qin, and the dragons transformed back into their human forms. As it turned out, these few elite hall disciples were all transformed from dragons. Gu Hai, since you already guessed that it was them, why did you go through so much trouble? Why didn't you just capture them earlier? The leader of the dragon race, Sion Lin, asked with a frown. I guessed it. However, I had to be sure if they did on the spur of the moment or if they planned it all along. Are they Zheng Fa Ming's true enemies? Gu Hai shook his head. As Gu Hai spoke, he looked coldly at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, 50 Xiangyu cloud beasts appeared under Gu Hai's ritual array. These beasts held halberds as they coldly looked at the trapped Feng Tong. In the short clash earlier, Feng Tong's men were already in a complete mess. When they saw Gu Hai on the mountain peak, their expressions changed dramatically. Gu Hai, it's you again. Feng Tong glared. Senior Feng Tong, you are really stupid. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Humph. I admit defeat today. Open your ritual array and let me leave. I can pretend that nothing happened. Feng Tong said coldly. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Gu Hai suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Feng Tong glared. What am I laughing at? You don't even know that you are about to die? Do you think that you can leave today? Humph! Kill Xiangyu. Gu Hai said coldly. Roar! The cloud beasts immediately raised their halberds and charged. No, don't kill me. The man with the birthmark shouted, his expression changing. Rumble! The 50 Xiangyu clashed, and more than half of the Zither masters died. Gu Hai, how dare you? Feng Tong's expression changed. He grabbed a sword and charged at Gu Hai. Buzz! Mu Chunfeng waved her hand, and the sky-piercing cannon aimed at Feng Tong. Gah! Feng Tong's expression froze, and he stopped. He knew the power of the sky-piercing cannon very well. He could not deal with it. You, I am a disciple of Wanshou Taoism. My master is Xuanan, and my uncle is Xuandu. Don't you dare touch me. Feng Tong glared. Xuanan? Xuandu? Huh, what does it have to do with me? If I kill you, who will know? Gu Hai said coldly. Feng Tong's expression changed. Not far away, the man with the birthmark shouted, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am following his orders. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the man with the birthmark. If I am right, you have something to do with the deaths of Zheng Fa Ming's family? No, it's not me. It's not me. The man with the birthmark shouted anxiously. Gu Hai's eyes were cold. Tell me, who else is targeting Zheng Fa Ming? How do you know? The man with the birthmark was shocked. Chapter 541. Gu Hai's eyes were cold. Tell me, who else is targeting Zheng Fa Ming besides you? Huh? How do you know? The man's expression changed. Gu Hai looked at the man with the birthmark coldly. I don't know. When Zheng Fa Ming was born, there was a natural phenomenon. All the light within a 10-mile radius was swallowed up. It was dark and it was night. Many people didn't think much of it, but the Wanshou Taoism has records. I found out that we could have taken Zheng Fa Ming away, but another force appeared. That night, we fought for a long time. We didn't probe further, but the other party accidentally stabbed Zheng Fa Ming's mother to death. The man with the birthmark cried, Wait, within a 10-mile radius? You were so coincidental? You met them? Gu Hai's expression was cold. Me? The man with the birthmark looked at Elder Feng Tong. Speak. Gu Hai glared. Yes, it was Master who told us that the Wanshou Taoism had made a divination and found the devouring Tao body in the Deqian Celestial Empire's capital. He arranged for people to go to the 3 capitals. We were arranged to stay in the Deqian Celestial Empire's capital. The man with the birthmark whispered. Divination? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. How could that be? Mr. Good, I think this is the divination of the black-robed longevity masters. They have done a lot of research. I once heard from the Crown Prince that the white-robed longevity masters are in charge of life, and the black-robed longevity masters are in charge of death. The 4 black-robed longevity masters sacrifice their lives and become slaves of reincarnation. They can see the secret of reincarnation. Crown Prince Lin explained. Oh, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Our cultivation was not high enough, so we didn't dare to make too much of a commotion in the Deqian Celestial Empire's capital. The other party was the same. We were afraid of arousing suspicion. We couldn't take Zheng Fa Ming away, so we couldn't let others take him away. So we sent a message back while fighting for Zheng Fa Ming. I showed up in front of Zheng Fa Ming several times and tried to take him away, but I failed. That's why he knew me. The man with the birthmark immediately cried. You don't know who the other force is? Guhai said coldly. I don't know. I really don't know. Mr. Good, I was following Master's orders. It's not my fault. The man with the birthmark said anxiously. Guhai, however, looked at Zhongfa Ming and said, You heard that? Now, what do you want to do with them? Little beggar, I saved you before. Last time, when the leader of that force let his dog bite you, I was the one who saved you. I was the one who saved you. The birthmark man said anxiously. Little Ming, don't listen to his nonsense. They killed your parents. Besides, without him, no dog would bite you. Gauchin said immediately. After crying for a while, the little beggar finally looked at the North Star and gestured with his hands. That's fine. Leave it to me to handle. You don't have to worry about it. Gauchin nodded. Guhai looked at Gauchin strangely. The little beggar's words, you can understand them? Master, kill them. Gauchin immediately begged. Guhai slightly frowned. He turned to look at Elder Feng Tong and the others. Before he could say anything, a shout came from outside. Leader Gu, have mercy. Leader Gu. An anxious voice came from outside. Guhai's face sank. He reached out his hand. Suddenly, in the outside world, a flying boat appeared. It was the heavenly stellar city lord, and beside him was Xianin. Leader Gu, have mercy. This is Elder Xuanin of the Wanshou Taoism. He has a good relationship with the second prince. The heavenly stellar city lord immediately said politely. Xuanin? Guhai slightly knit his brows. Leader Gu, have mercy. It's my fault for not disciplining him well. I've let my evil disciple disturb you. I ask that you give the Wanshou Taoism some face, and let them go. Xuanin said with a smile. Let them go? Even if I let them go, will they let my people go? I don't normally cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm easy to provoke. Elder Xuanin, I'm sorry, they have offended me. It's useless to plead for mercy. Guhai's face turned cold. Master, save me. Master. Elder Feng Tong cried out in agitation. Don't shout. Mu Qinfeng pointed the cannon at Elder Feng Tong. The heavenly stellar city lord on the side suddenly gave a bitter smile. Leader Gu, look, you didn't lose anything. Moreover, this is outside your elite hall's array. Elder Xuanin of the Wanshou Taoism personally came to plead for mercy. It's reasonable to give them a small punishment at most. Oh, a small punishment at most? Guhai's brows jumped as he looked at the heavenly stellar city lord. That's right, you're all fine. At most, it's a dispute of personal feelings. If you blindly kill people, you'll be discrediting Deqian. According to the Deqian law, you can't kill them. The heavenly stellar city lord shouted. Ha, 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 ha. Heavenly stellar city lord, it's best if you don't interfere in my matters. Guhai said with a cold smile. Leader Gu, the heavenly stellar city lord's words are reasonable. If Elder Feng Tong had intruded into your elite hall's territory, then you can deal with him as you wish. However, he is clearly outside your elite hall's array. Even if he is guilty, the heavenly stellar city lord will take care of it, not you. The heavenly stellar city lord already said that Elder Feng Tong is not a death sentence and can be spared. You want to kill Elder Feng Tong, but you want to incriminate him. I want to ask Sir Daiqianxing, this thousand-sage conference, was it prepared to ambush my Wanshou Taoism? Xuanin said in a cold voice. Guhai coldly looked at Xuanin. Moreover, Mr. Good, Crown Prince Ao Shun seemed to have left Heavenly Stellar City yesterday and is no longer by your side. If you want to incriminate him, then don't blame me for being impolite. You kill him, I'll kill you. Humph, this sky-blasting cannon is useless against me, Xuanin coldly said. While speaking, Xuanin released his aura, suppressing Guhai. It was as if as long as Guhai gave the order to kill Elder Feng Tong, he would immediately kill Elder Feng Tong. Peak Middle Heaven Palace level aura? Successor Lin's expression changed. The sky-blasting cannon could only kill people in the Middle Heaven Palace level, but Xuanin was at the peak of the Middle Heaven Palace level. Indeed, no one could stop him from killing Guhai. Ha 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 ha! Guhai, go ahead and kill me. Do you dare kill me now? My master is here. No one can kill me. You little gigolo, daring to slander Wan. Let me tell you, when I go back and my uncle comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll have my uncle betroth her to me. Originally, I wanted to marry her with a healthy body, but now I'll marry her with this little body. How about it? You dare say that is your wife in the capital city? What a joke, she's mine. Ha 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 ha. Elder Fong Tong's eyes suddenly became wild with excitement. The heavenly stellar city lord let out a long breath and revealed a faint smile. It was clear that seeing Gu Hai suffer, he was very happy. Shut up, Xuanan loudly shouted at Elder Fong Tong. You're not even safe yet. What are you being so cocky for? Extremely stupid. Hall Master Gu, let's both take a step back. I won't pursue the previous matter, and let's end it here. How about it? Xuanan coldly stared at Gu Hai, a killing intent locked on a Gu Hai. As long as Gu Hai dared to resist, he would immediately kill him. Gu Hai suddenly gave a cold smile and said, I remember that you just said that if Elder Fong Tong trespassed into my Class 1 Hall's territory, he would be at my mercy, right? That's right, but right now, they're outside your Class 1 Hall's formation. Xuanan coldly said, outside Class 1 Hall's formation? That doesn't mean they're not in my Class 1 Hall's territory. Gu Hai coldly said, Xuanan's expression changed. The heavenly stellar city lord was also slightly startled, revealing a shocked expression. These past few days, I've already reduced the range of Class 1 Hall's formation. Although we're outside Class 1 Hall's formation right now, we're still in Class 1 Hall's territory. Heavenly stellar city lord, don't you think so? Gu Hai gave a cold smile. Quick, go to Class 1 Hall's map. The heavenly stellar city lord's expression changed. Very quickly, a subordinate brought over a map of Class 1 Hall's territory and compared it to the map. City Lord, this is still Class 1 Hall's territory. The subordinate said in a low voice. What? How could this be? The heavenly stellar city Lord's expression changed. Xuanan's expression also changed. Gu Hai, you tricked me? Elder Fong Tong suddenly cried out in shock. Kill them for me. Gu Hai loudly shouted. My strength can pick up mountains, and my might can conquer the world. Save me, Rumble. The cloud beast Xiang Yu charged forward. Master, save me. Elder Fong Tong cried out in shock and flew into the sky. Xuanan stretched out his hand as if he wanted to save him. Mu Chenfeng, Gu Hai coldly shouted. Don't. Xuanan suddenly cried out. Boom. Elder Fong Tong, who had soared into the sky, was instantly blown to pieces by the sky-blasting cannon. Gu Hai, you dare? Xuanan's expression changed, and he shouted out in shock. He was about to send a palm strike at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression was ice-cold. He stood in front of everyone and stared at Xuanan. Xuanan, you dare? Don't. The heavenly stellar city lord suddenly cried out in shock. He wanted to give Xuanan face and then find Gu Hai to vent his anger. Who would have thought that he would make a mistake again? If Gu Hai was killed, wouldn't he be working with outsiders to kill Class 1 Hall's Hall Master? Xuanan was also very angry, but when he saw Gu Hai's fierce expression, he hesitated. Because if he killed Gu Hai, it would implicate the Wanshou Taoism. At the very least, the Wanshou Taoism would not be able to participate in the Thousand Sage Conference. Xuanan's hand froze. Boom! The sky-piercing cannon turned around and exploded at Xuanan. With a huge explosion, Xuanan's figure suddenly stopped. Mu Chenfeng revealed a trace of worry, but Gu Hai coldly looked at Xuanan, who stopped in the air. Grandmaster, save us, Grandmaster! The man with the birthmark and the others anxiously cried out. Rumble! The Xiangyu cloud beasts fought for a while. No one could escape and were wildly killed. Xuanan did not care about the lives of others. Looking at the pieces of Elder Fong Tong's exploded body, Xuanan stared at Gu Hai with a gloomy face. Good. Gu Hai, let's see how you die next. Humph. How I die is not up to you to decide. Gu Hai coldly said. Elder Fong Tong is dead. That is the treasure of my Taishang lineage. I want to take it away. Xuanan looked at the ice fire spirit stone in the distance and glared. Ha. Elder Xuanan, this is the elite hall. Everything here is mine. Gu Hai coldly said. While speaking, he waved his sleeve, and a large amount of fog suddenly appeared around the ice fire spirit stone, covering it. How dare you? Schwanen glared. You are the one who is bold. You dare to break in again. Before the 1,000-sage conference, I will make everyone in your Wansho Taoism scram out of the heavenly court. Do you believe me? Guhai glared. You. Ha ha ha, good. Guhai, I will temporarily leave the treasure with you. Humph, when someone comes to take it from you, I hope you won't regret it. After speaking, he waved his sleeve, and Schwanen turned around and flew away, flying out of Heavenly Wool City. Headgu today The Heavenly Stellar City Lord smiled at Guhai. Heavenly Stellar City Lord, go back to where you came from. I won't invite you in, Guhai coldly said. After speaking, he waved his sleeve, and the surroundings were covered in fog. He completely ignored the Heavenly Stellar City Lord. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord's expression changed. In the end, he could only order his subordinates to return. Coming here this time was simply asking for humiliation. Chapter 542. The fog covered the territory of the first-class hall. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord angrily left. In the fog, in a short period of time, the people that Elder Feng Tong brought were all killed. All right, Little Ming, I told Master that there are still some enemies left. We will find them as soon as possible, Gaochen said to Zheng Fa Ming. Zheng Fa Ming immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Guhai 3 times. All right, stand up. Gaochen's voice is quite unique, and I am busy, so I don't have time to help him. You can appreciate his voice, but you have found a partner for Gaochen. In the future, Gaochen will teach you cultivation. Guhai nodded. Zheng Fa Ming immediately nodded and respectfully stood behind Gaochen. Erlin, thank you for your cooperation. Guhai looked at the dragons that cooperated. Before the Crown Prince left, he told me to listen to you, so don't thank us. If you want to thank someone, thank the Crown Prince. Erlin said without any gratitude. All right, Guhai nodded with a smile. That's the Fire and Ice Spirit Stone, the most precious treasure of the Most High Path. You have to be careful. In the future, there will definitely be experts from the Most High Path who will come looking for it. Crown Prince Lin said seriously. Let them come, Guhai said with a smile. After settling everyone down, Guhai took out the Ice Fire Spirit Stone and went into closed-door cultivation. Because just now, Guhai's Dantian seemed to have reacted to the Ice Fire Spirit Stone. The door to the hall closed, and the giant Ice Fire Spirit Stone was placed in front of Guhai. In his Dantian, it was not the Spirit Mother Divine King's reaction, but rather the heaven-mending lake's trembling. This thing was useful to the heaven-mending lake. Reaching out, Guhai placed his right hand on the Ice Fire Spirit Stone. When he placed his hand on it, he activated the great compassion of heaven and earth cultivation technique. Hong Long Long. Suddenly, the Fire and Ice Spirit Stone trembled. As it trembled, it seemed to be resisting the absorption of the great compassion fu of heaven and earth. Suddenly, 2 streams of energy rushed into Guhai's body. True, Samadhi fire. Guhai's expression changed. 2 types of energy, 1 fire and 1 ice. The fire was the true Samadhi fire. It instantly surged into Guhai's body. If it was anyone else, they would have been incinerated to death. In the Fire God Palace, the Fire God snorted coldly. Suddenly, the fire gourd on his back produced a suction force and absorbed the true Samadhi fire. The other was an icy cold aura that rushed into Guhai's body, as if it wanted to freeze Guhai's insides. Originally, the collision of fire and ice would cause a violent explosion in Guhai's body. But now, the fire was contained by the fire gourd. The cold air on the other side was absorbed by the water god in the Water God Palace and surged into the ice mountain that had shrunk. Rumble. As the ice mountain absorbed the cold air, it seemed to be growing bit by bit. While the fire and cold air were being absorbed, the fire and ice spiritual stone seemed to be melting. A unique energy slowly flowed into the Dantian. Wong. In the Dantian, a 9-colored mist condensed and shrouded the heaven-patching transformation pool. Fire and ice spiritual stone? It can help me cultivate the great compassion fu of heaven and earth? Guhai revealed a look of joy. One had to know that although the great compassion fu of heaven and earth was powerful, it had not improved since he cultivated it to the first level. Guhai had tried many methods, but it was to no avail. Now the fire and ice spiritual stone was like a tonic, circulating rapidly. Guhai closed his eyes and absorbed the fire and ice spiritual stone calmly. The fire and ice spiritual stone melted into liquid and split into 3 parts. The fire and ice entered the Water God Palace and Fire God Palace. The unique energy formed a 9-colored mist that shrouded the heaven-patching transformation pool. Guhai sat cross-legged for an entire day. On this day, the fire and ice spiritual stone was completely absorbed by Guhai. Whoa! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the Dantian. The 9-colored mist instantly flowed into the heaven-patching transformation pool and disappeared. The 7-colored mist entered the pool. According to the description of the cultivation technique, it should be the 2nd level. The great compassion fu of heaven and earth, the 2nd level? Guhai was slightly confused. The great compassion fu of heaven and earth had improved again, but there was no change in the Dantian. The heaven-patching pool was still the same, and so was the transformation pool. There was nothing? No, there is a change? Guhai was slightly stunned. He saw that there was an additional word, scatter, on the inner wall of the transformation pool, and there was an additional word, gather, in the heaven-patching pool. Scatter? Gather? The great compassion fu of heaven and earth recorded that scatter into form and gather into form. What does that mean? Guhai thought for a while. After a moment of silence, Guhai took out a small sword from his storage bracelet. Exhaling a stream of true energy, he sucked the sword into his Dantian. Then, with the sword wrapped in his true energy, he teleported to the transformation pool. When the great compassion of heaven and earth reaches the 2nd heaven, I can wrap the object with genuine chi and send it into the Dantian. But what's the use of sending it? Guhai carefully placed the small sword into the transformation pool. Buzz! Suddenly, the small sword was sucked in by the transformation pool. The word scatter suddenly emitted a golden light, and the trace of heaven-mending power in the heaven-mending pool decreased slightly, as if it had turned into the energy of the word scatter. The golden light enveloped the small sword. In an instant, the small sword strangely disintegrated into a dozen small pieces of metal and a small black object. This is copper? Is this iron? Is this gold? Guhai looked at the dozens of small pieces of metal in astonishment. Scattered matter into divided matter? Was it disassembling an object? The energy needed to disassemble, it is the heaven-mending power? Guhai's expression changed. Then this small black object is... Guhai was puzzled. He slightly activated the word gather in the heaven-mending pool. Buzz! Apart from the small black substance, a dozen small pieces of metal immediately rotated to the bottom of the pool of retribution. Then, they appeared at the assembled character of the heaven-mending pool. The assembled character emitted a golden light. One could see with the naked eye that the group of metal strangely returned to their original small swords. Gathered matter into divided matter. Guhai's eyes lit up. He wrapped the small sword and the black object with genuine chi and spat out. Whoosh! The small sword fell into Guhai's hand again. However, the black object was extremely smelly. This black object is an impurity? Useless thing. This small sword is much more refined. Guhai's eyes lit up. The 2nd heaven of the great compassion of heaven and earth could be used to refine treasures. It had to consume the heaven-mending power? Wait, that's not right. Guhai was slightly stunned. Immediately, he flipped his hand and took out a large amount of metal from his storage bracelet. It was the metal contained in the small sword. Guhai opened his mouth and wrapped it with genuine chi. He inhaled, and the metal immediately entered the heaven-mending pool in his Dantian. Buzz! Under the consumption of the heaven-mending power, the word gather emitted a golden light. The metal quickly merged in the golden light according to a specific ratio. Gradually, 5 small swords were smelted again. There were also some remaining metal and impurities. He wrapped it with genuine chi and spat it out. Clang, clang, clang. The 5 small swords and the remaining metal and impurities fell to the ground. Guhai was not in the mood to care about the impurities. Instead, He looked at the 5 identical small swords in front of him in astonishment. Compared to the one in his hand, the 6 swords were exactly the same. As long as the Heaven Mending Pool disperses an item once, the Heaven Mending Pool will be able to repeat the process. Guhai's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean that if I put a treasure into the Heaven Mending Pool and break it down into various materials, I only need to find the corresponding materials to replicate them? What I need to expend is just replenishing my heavenly energy. Guhai suddenly stood up excitedly. Replicate? Replicate treasures? Guhai immediately revealed a joyful expression. Replicate the life-extinguishing saber, the life-ender saber? Guhai was in the midst of his excitement when he suddenly froze. He smiled bitterly and said, "Dispersing treasures requires the heaven-mending power. The life-ender saber? Forget it. Repairing a crack requires a lot of heaven-mending power. I don't know how much it would take to recreate the life-ender saber." However, Guhai stood up excitedly and opened the door to the hall. "Hall Master?" Mu Chunfeng asked as she waited outside the hall. "Bring me a quaking thunder." Guhai shouted. "Yes." Mu Chunfeng quickly retrieved the quaking thunder. Quang. In the blink of an eye, Guhai closed the door, leaving Mu Chunfeng at a loss. He exhaled and inhaled, absorbing the quaking thunder into the heaven-mending pool. "Disperse." Guhai shouted softly. Buzz. With the consumption of the heaven-mending power, the quaking thunder quickly disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, 108 materials were disintegrated. "Gather." Guhai shouted softly, and the 108 materials instantly condensed from the heaven-mending pool. Guhai was slightly startled. As expected of a treasure refined by Daiqianxing, there are no impurities at all. He threw the quaking thunder into the heaven-mending pool again. "Disperse." Buzz. It once again disintegrated into 108 materials. Whoosh. Then he opened his mouth and spat out 108 materials, which fell before Guhai according to their classification. 108 materials. Oh, I only know 88 of them. Guhai narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, Guhai once again opened the door to the hall. "Hall Master, have you broken through?" Mu Chunfeng asked with a smile. "Mu Chunfeng, here are 20 types of materials. Go to the various shops in the city and buy them for me. I want as many as you can," Guhai said in a deep voice. "Huh?" Mu Chunfeng was slightly stunned. "Have people split up and ask. Also, bring me the sky-piercing cannon," Guhai ordered. "Oh, okay," Mu Chunfeng replied. Guhai instructed Mu Chunfeng and Gaochen to contact the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards in the city to find other materials. In just 2 days, a large amount of materials were gathered in Guhai's hall. After another 2 days, Mu Chunfeng entered the hall with a group of trusted aides. She stared at the hall that was already filled with materials. These 18, 17 are the Hall Master's replicas of the sky-piercing cannon. These 1,000 are the Hall Master's replicas of the sky-piercing cannon. The group of elite Hall disciples said in disbelief. "Hall Master, did you really refine the sky-piercing cannon? Can this really be replicated?" Mu Chunfeng was stunned. Guhai looked at these sky-piercing cannons inside. The materials were very hard to find, especially a material called Thunder Dragonstone. Coincidentally, among the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, only Heavenly Stellar City had the most of it. As such, he tried his best, but could only refine this many. Moreover, that kind of material, even the Heavenly Court only had this much. There must be a pitiful amount of it in the entire world. "Let's go and try," Guhai said with a smile. After an incense stick of time. Boom! Under the expectant gazes of the elite Hall disciples, a large mountain suddenly exploded. This shock wave caused the earth to tremble and the entire Heavenly Stellar City to tremble. City Lord's Manor. City Lord. The explosion came from Elite Hall's territory. It should be the sound of the sky-piercing cannon. "City Lord, should we go and take a look? What are we looking at? If there are more explosions, no one is allowed to go." The Heavenly Stellar City Lord said in a depressed voice. Why was it Elite Hall again? Firing cannons every 2 or 3 days. Elite Hall's territory. Hall Master, it's really possible, it's really possible. Mu Chenfeng said excitedly. Elite Hall's 5 branches of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth exist in name only. It's time to reorganize them. The first one to be established will be called the Heaven Crushing Camp. From today onwards, you will be the camp master of the Heaven Crushing Camp, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Mu Chenfeng said excitedly. Chapter 543. 18 sky-piercing cannons and 5,000 sky-piercing grenades. This was the equivalent of 18 celestial palaces. In the blink of an eye, Class 1 Hall's strength had undergone a drastic change. With the establishment of the Sky-Crushing Battalion, Gu Hai could let go of many things in Class 1 Hall. Mu Chenfeng had obtained 18 sky-piercing cannons. At this moment, she was in a state of excitement. She selected her trusted subordinates and taught them how to use the sky-piercing cannons. Gu Hai did not let the dragons know about the 18 sky-piercing cannons. Some dragons only came to inquire about the situation after the test. Mr. Good, did someone come to find trouble with you again? Crown Prince Lin was puzzled. No, just testing the cannons. Gu Hai smiled. Mu Chenfeng and the others had already put away the sky-piercing cannons and sky-piercing grenades. Naturally, they would not speak carelessly. By the way, Mr. Good, the information you asked us to gather has been found. Crown Prince Lin frowned. Oh, Gu Hai was puzzled. Last time when you just returned to Class 1 Hall's headquarters, the angels wanted to kill you. It was the Shinji Battalion who tipped them off. Crown Prince Lin said in a low voice. Shinji Battalion? Li Shinji? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. This was not the first time. Li Shinji had done it again and again. Was he still trying to set him up? We investigated all the guards around and found out that the young general who checked your identity when you first came to the Heavenly Court was him. He was the one who sent the news to the Shinji Battalion. That day, someone saw a disciple of the Shinji Battalion going to Yihua residence, so Crown Prince Lin explained. I understand. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Crown Prince Lin nodded. Although Gu Hai did not say anything, a murderous look flashed across his heart. Brother-in-law, where are you? Suddenly, an excited shout came from outside. Wan Yu? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Princess, please wait for a moment. Let me report this. The Elite Hall disciple outside the hall said respectfully. Princess, we've just received news that Gu Hai is extremely violent. He'll shoot the cannon for no reason. You better not barge in. Get lost. Long Wan Yu immediately shouted. Ah! With a muffled sound, the man in front of her was kicked away by Long Wan Yu. Quang! Long Wan Yu immediately pushed open the door of the main hall. He saw that Gu Hai was discussing something with a group of dragons. Brother-in-law. Long Wan Yu was pleasantly surprised. It was really brother-in-law. Brother-in-law was here? Gu Hai smiled when he saw Long Wan Yu. Outside Heavenly Stellar City, Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and stared at Class 1 Hall's territory in the distance. The sixth one? Li Shinji said in a deep voice. Yes, there are only 10 sky-blasting grenades in total. Gu Hai has already used 6, so there are only 4 left. A subordinate said respectfully. That's good. Li Shinji revealed a cold smile. Camp Master, the holy ground of Soul Mountain, Wansho Taoism, and Solar God Palace all view Gu Hai as an enemy. What is he trying to do? The subordinate said with a bitter smile. He's courting death. Humph, there are only 4 sky-blasting grenades left. When they are used up, it will be Gu Hai's time to die. Li Shinji said coldly. Yes, in Class 1 Hall. Brother-in-law, why haven't you gone to Skyene City yet? The Thousand Sage Conference will begin in 10 days. Now, many literary cultivators have gone there. With the invitation cards, they have already registered and are preparing to participate in the Thousand Sage Conference. Long Wan Yu said, I'll be there soon. I've already arranged for Bingheim, and Mo Yike, and the others to register first. Gu Hai said with a smile. Brother-in-law, you should go quickly. Bingheim is injured, and Mo Yike is fighting with someone now. I was prepared to let them come together, but I didn't expect them to be unable to leave. Long Wan Yu said anxiously. Bingheim is injured? Mr. M.O. is fighting with someone? What's going on? Gu-Hai's face darkened. M.O. Yike said it was a literary battle, so no one is to blame. Bingheim was injured by someone in calligraphy, and M.O. Yike is playing chess with someone, so he can't leave. I was going to help them take revenge, but M.O. Yike told me not to. Long Wan Yu explained. Oh, playing chess? Mr. Mo's chess skills are quite good. Is there someone who can stop him? Gu-Hai's face darkened. Yes, let's go quickly. Long Wan Yu persuaded. Gu-Hai nodded. Wait for me to pack up, then we'll set off immediately for Skyene City. After making some simple arrangements, Gu-Hai and the others stepped onto the flying boat and flew toward Skyene City. This time, the dragons did not follow them. Long Wan Yu naturally stood on Gu-Hai's flying boat as well. After the series of events that happened with the Elite Hall, they had naturally entered the eyes of many people. When the flying boat left Heavenly Stellar City, many experts sent it off with their eyes. This scourge is finally gone. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord let out a long sigh. Li Shunji narrowed his eyes and his face darkened. Campmaster, you guessed that Gu-Hai would be heading to Skyene City soon. But this time it was Princess Wan Yu who came to pick him up. Do we still need to make a move? A subordinate asked in a worried voice. Forget it, cancel it. Li Shunji gave a slight sigh. Yes, but Campmaster, if we don't make a move, then the others. Them? What they do is not related to us. They should know the key point, so they won't dare hurt Long Wan Yu. Li Shunji said in a deep voice. Yes. Gu-Hai's flying boat flew in the sky for a while. Long Wan Yu was very excited and kept explaining the situation to Gu-Hai. Brother-in-law, that's right. Why didn't Mu Chunfeng come with us? Long Wan Yu asked in a curious voice. Mu Chunfeng? I arranged for her to take care of some matters. Gu-Hai said with a smile. Take care of some matters? What matters? Long Wan Yu asked in a puzzled voice. We've offended some people recently. Our trip this time might be a bit troublesome, so Mu Chunfeng is in charge of taking care of these problems. Gu-Hai said with a smile. Trouble? Are there people who dare to assassinate us in the heavenly court? Long Wan Yu stared at him. Mr. Good, we're in danger? Then why did you bring Princess Wan Yu with you? You are. Suddenly a subordinate of Long Wan Yu asked. What nonsense are you spouting? If my brother-in-law says there's trouble, then there must be a way to take care of it. What are you yelling for? Long Wan Yu immediately glared at him and shouted. That person looked aggrieved. Gu-Hai smiled bitterly. He didn't want to bring Long Wan Yu with him. After all, this time, he planned to take care of some people in one fell swoop. With Long Wan Yu around, some people wouldn't dare to come. The flying boat didn't fly very fast. In this boundless sky, there was no sign of danger at all. Brother-in-law, where's the trouble? Why can't I see it? Long Wan Yu suddenly frowned and said, Whoosh! However, at this moment, the flying boat flew past a huge white cloud. The moment they entered the white cloud, Gu-Hai waved his hand. Immediately, an enchantment formed on the flying boat, protecting it. The flying boat entered the white cloud. In an instant, the sky turned dark and the scene in front of them changed drastically. It was as if they had arrived in a new world in an instant. Above the new world, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Below was the rolling sea. The flying boat seemed to have arrived above a vast sea in an instant. Why are we here suddenly? Long Wan Yu's eyes lit up. Oh no, this is a formation, a profound formation. We've fallen into a trap. Long Wan Yu's subordinate exclaimed. However, Gu-Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked around. Come out, Gu-Hai said coldly. Ah, Gu-Hai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A sneer resounded in the formation world. However, they saw that on the sea in the distance, a tsunami suddenly rolled up. In the tsunami, a man in black was lifted up. At this moment, he was looking coldly at Gu-Hai's flying boat. Miyata? Only you? Gu-Hai frowned slightly. Oh, you know me? Then you dare to break in? Miyata's face darkened. It shouldn't be only you. Are there others? Gu-Hai said in a deep voice. How do you know? Miyata's face stiffened. You can't be the only one to deal with me. Gu-Hai said coldly. Indeed. We have been guarding Heavenly Stellar City until you came out alone. Someone took the lead and agreed to deal with you together. Unfortunately, with Long Wan Yu following, they didn't dare. A group of cowards. If they don't dare, then I'll deal with you the same. Once you enter my formation, don't even think of leaving. Miata said coldly. How bold, do you know who I am? You dare to ambush us in Heavenly Court City? Long Wan Yu glared at her. Ha! Right now, Daqianxing is meeting with the strongest experts from the various large powers. He doesn't have time to deal with you. Princess Wan Yu, don't worry, I won't hurt you. I just want to find Gu Hai and get justice. Miata said coldly. Someone took the lead? Ah, it's Li Shinji, right? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. And Miata looked coldly at Gu Hai. Miata? I'm guessing that you came to deal with me this time, without telling the Qing Emperor, right? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. You, how do you know? Miata's expression changed. The Qing Emperor wouldn't be so stupid as to ambush me at this juncture. He wouldn't send you even if he knew that Wan Yu was beside me. This time, it's your own fault. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, Gu Hai, you want to scare me? You're still too inexperienced. This time, no one can save you. You have the sky-piercing cannon, but it's useless in my world. Do you believe me? Miata said coldly. Then try it, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. But in this gloomy world, there was a sudden loud sound. A giant force came from the outside and instantly blasted a large hole in the gloomy world. The sky-piercing cannon is outside. Miata exclaimed in shock, her expression changing. Then, she saw a flying ship higher in the sky. On the flying ship was Mu Chunfeng leading a group of elite Hall disciples. She pointed the cannon at the white cloud and started firing. The sound of the cannon immediately blasted a large hole in the white cloud, revealing the ritual array world inside. How bold! The various generals immediately soared into the sky from all directions. They looked coldly at the flying ship Mu Chunfeng was on. However, in the next moment, they saw the ritual array with a white cloud floating past. This is... The Heavenly Court's generals showed confused expressions. In the distance, in a corner, Yeha showed a sullen expression. Gu Hai, you are really sinister. Fortunately, I did not ambush you with that idiot Miata. In another corner, Xuanan narrowed his eyes. I knew it was not that simple. Humph! Li Shinji, how dare you lie to me? In a mountain forest, Li Shinji looked at the flying ship in the sky. There are still 3 sky-piercing cannons left. Chapter 544. Miata's array trapped Gu Hai and Princess Wan Yu. It was very difficult to break through from the inside, but it was not so difficult to break through from the outside. Mu Chunfeng's heaven-shaking thunder blasted open a large hole and instantly attracted the army stationed in all directions. How dare you? Who dares to be presumptuous in the heavenly court? A group of generals rushed into the sky, wanting to surround Mu Chunfeng. However, in the blink of an eye, there was a large hole in the white clouds. Inside the large hole, dark clouds covered the sky, and tsunamis soared into the sky. It was a different world. Immediately, all the soldiers saw that this was an array formation. They saw Miata. At this moment, Miata was staring at the hole in shock. This was an array formation. Who was it trying to kill? It's Princess Wan Yu. That's Princess Wan Yu. A young general's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. Miata's manic appearance was recognized as the person who set up the array at a glance. Then they dealt with the small flying boat. The most important thing was that there was still Princess Wan Yu on the flying boat. Princess Wan Yu? His Holiness's favorite princess? Immediately, the expressions of the generals changed. That person who set up this array must be a peerless expert. Does he want to kill Princess Wan Yu? A general's expression changed. Bang! The general waved his hand, and a purple firework instantly soared into the sky, straight into the 9 heavens. In an instant, the expressions of the 4 garrisons in the distance changed. Look, it's a level 1 alarm firework. Is there a fierce person who wants to destroy the heavenly court? So he sent out the alarm? A level 1 alarm is only allowed to be released when the heavens listen to it. If it's a lie, it will be exterminated. Something big must have happened. Not good. A level 1 alarm, the highest level alarm, something happened. Quick, send the signal. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the generals who saw the colored fireworks immediately released fireworks into the sky. There were purple level 1 alarm fireworks, red fireworks, yellow fireworks, and blue fireworks. From a location of Gu Hai's flying boat, it covered the sky and covered the earth. It spread in all directions, towards the 33 cities of the heavenly court, constantly releasing signals. In an instant, whether it was the garrison outside the city or the garrison inside the city, they all entered a state of combat readiness. From the outermost heavenly stellar city to the innermost heavenly court city, all fireworks bloomed. The alarm soared into the sky. In heavenly stellar city, the heavenly stellar city lord was celebrating the fact that the scourge Gu Hai was gone, but someone suddenly charged into the main hall. City lord, this is bad. A level 1 warning firework is coming from afar. Something big has happened. What? The heavenly stellar city lord's expression changed. The purple signal is blooming everywhere now. Look, the entire heavenly court's 33 cities are filled with purple fireworks and warnings. Quickly, inform the city's garrison to be on guard and prepare to meet the enemy. The heavenly stellar city lord's expression changed. Purple fireworks were strictly controlled. Who would dare to set them off? If they dared to make a false report, that would be a great crime that could lead to the extermination of their entire clan. Now that it was revealed, something big must have happened. Heavenly Mouse City. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva and Jiedong Bodhisattva sat at the entrance of the Hall of Listening Buddha with countless monks. They looked at the blossoming signal in the distance with a look of horror. Who is so bold as to mess around in the celestial court at this time? Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva was at a loss. Bam, bam, bam. Fireworks blossomed in all directions, and the 33 cities were on high alert. With a loud bang, flying boats quickly flew towards the formation where Miyata was. From a moment the sky-piercing cannon blasted a hole in it. Miyata was stunned. Then a group of Deqian soldiers rushed over. Then, a purple firework soared into the sky. Miyata was even more shocked. Miyata understood what the purple warning firework meant. It was a disaster that could cause chaos in the country. She had only trapped Gu Hai for a moment, but it had caused such a big crime? Quickly, protect the princess. After the soldiers released the first firework, they instantly charged into the formation. In the blink of an eye, they protected Gu Hai's flying boat in the center. Because Princess Wanyu was on top. Who was Princess Wanyu? If she was killed, it would be more terrifying than an army charging into the celestial court. It had to be known that in His Holiness' eyes, even the crown princes were not as important as Princess Wanyu. Assassinating a crown prince in the celestial court was already enough to trigger a tsunami-like alarm, let alone Princess Wanyu. More and more troops rushed over here. Flying boats quickly flew over from various garrisons. When they flew over, they saw Long Wanyu in the center of the formation and immediately surrounded Long Wanyu without any command. More and more flying boats appeared, and this place was already surrounded by a dense army. Rumble! The army attacked, and soon Miyata's formation was shattered, revealing itself in front of everyone. Miyata seemed to have been scared silly. On these flying boats, there were the Qian generals standing one after another. Each of them had a ferocious expression as they surrounded Miyata in the center. In the sky and on the ground, the army and the flying boats were all in a state of battle readiness. On the flying boats, countless soldiers had their bows and arrows fully drawn, waiting for an order. Tens of thousands of arrows would be released together, heading straight for Miyata. Miyata was dumbfounded. In the distance, the people who almost allied with Miyata to assassinate Gu Hai were also dumbfounded. Yaha felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Previously, he was almost in the center. Level 1 alarm? Have the Deqian soldiers all gone mad? Yaha was sweating profusely as he shrank into the forest. Schwanen also wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Looking at the sky full of fireworks, the dense army, and the army that was still rushing over from all directions, Schwanen's face twitched. That was close. In the forest, Li Shunji was also stunned. Then his face twitched. I neglected Princess Wanyu's position. That was close. Everyone knew that in heavenly courts, Shangwan Daiqianxing was the most respected person. Who was next? Although Princess Wanyu didn't have much power or a noble title, it was enough that she was important to Shangwan Daiqianxing. Besides Shangwan Daiqianxing, this most respected person was assassinated. What else was there to say? How could this be? Miata was shocked. There was nowhere to run. They were already surrounded by all the Qian troops. This scene was also seen by everyone in the city. Heavenly Een City. 7 kills stood behind a man in green with an ugly expression. Emperor, it's Miata. The voice came from that side. He seemed to want to assassinate Princess Wanyu, but he was discovered. So? 7 kills said in fear. Miata? Didn't I say that you're not allowed to find trouble with Guhai? Don't you remember? I don't know. The man in green snorted. Plop. 7 kills immediately knelt down. Emperor, please forgive me. I didn't participate, really didn't participate. When Miata left, I didn't take it seriously, so don't try to be smart in front of me, Humph. The man in green snorted. With that, a green light suddenly appeared from the man in green. The green light left his body and instantly rushed to the center of the encirclement. 7 kills knelt in front of the man in green, not daring to say a word. Traitor, surrender now. Insolent vile spawn, you can't escape anymore. Surrender. A group of generals surrounded Miata in the center. Miata was about to collapse at this moment. Where Guhai's flying boat was, Mu Qinfeng's flying boat had already arrived. Hall leader, success, this Miata can't escape. Mu Qinfeng said excitedly. It's so exciting, brother-in-law. This is so fun. Long Wanyu said excitedly. Unfortunately, he's alone. Guhai felt a little pity. If they wanted to deal with his people, it would be better if they set up an ambush with Miata. However, even if they didn't have that group of people, he would kill them one by one. It's not me. I didn't want to kill Princess Wanyu. I didn't. Miata said anxiously. Miata didn't dare to resist at all. Even if he had the strength of the Central Celestial Palace, he didn't dare to make a move. Where was this? The Qin dynasty's capital. There were countless strong people everywhere. If he dared to act recklessly, he would definitely die. However, even if Miata begged for mercy, no one paid attention to him. If you don't surrender, we'll shoot the arrows. A general shouted. Miata's head was in a mess. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept over. Who? The generals stared, and each took out their swords and sabers. However, they saw that not far from Miata, there was suddenly an illusory green light. As soon as the illusory green light appeared, it immediately emitted a powerful aura. The surrounding generals' faces turned cold, but they were not afraid at all. Emperor, save me, Emperor, Miata said in surprise. Qing Emperor's projection? A surge of energy and a projection of his body? In the distant forest, Yi Huan narrowed his eyes. In the past, Yi Hua also had a projection of his body, but it was formed with the help of a treasure. Qing Emperor completely condensed a projection of his own aura, which was obviously very clever. Dian Dynasty, Qing Emperor? You want to protect this thief? A general shouted. Qing Emperor's projection appeared. He glanced at Miata and said coldly, You dare to disobey my orders? Miata immediately knelt down. Emperor, I know my mistake. I didn't want to deal with Princess Wanyu. I just wanted to settle my personal grudge with Guhai. Although you don't allow it, I can't stand it. I've caused trouble for you, Emperor. I know my mistake. I know my mistake. Qing Emperor looked coldly at Miata. Turning his head, Qing Emperor's projection looked in the direction of Guhai. Protect the princess. The generals glared and protected Guhai's flying boat in the center. Qing Emperor's appearance was very dignified. He had a square face, but his eyes were very calm. Princess Wanyu is frightened. My subordinate doesn't know the rules. Qing Emperor said lightly. You don't know the rules, so you want to ambush me? Long Wanyu naturally didn't give him a good face. Qing Emperor ignored Princess Wanyu and looked at Guhai. When he saw Guhai, a light flashed in Qing Emperor's eyes. Hall Leader Gu, You're really a heroic young man. During my time at Qian, I've heard of many heroic deeds of Hall Leader Gu. I'm amazed. Huh. Qing Emperor also appreciates my deeds? Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai's smile was very dry, but he still smiled at Qing Emperor. However, no one noticed that Gu Hai's right hand, which was standing with his hand behind his back, was clenched into a fist. Some veins even popped out on his fist. Qing Emperor sharply noticed that a few streaks of blood appeared in Gu Hai's eyes. I can see that Mr. Good is angry. It's just that Miyata doesn't know the rules. Mr. Good, please don't take offense. With your talent, it's a bit of a waste for you to obtain the position of Marquis in the Department of Foreign Affairs of the Qian Celestial Dynasty. If you don't mind, the Dian Dynasty is willing to use the position of Duke to invite Mr. Good to join Yan. Mr. Good, what do you think? Qing Emperor's projection said with a smile. Chapter 545. Qing Emperor's projection seemed to be trying to recruit Gu Hai in front of countless people. Recruit Dian Dynasty? Give me a duke? Gu Hai suddenly sneered. What? Mr. Good doesn't even like the Duke of the Dian Dynasty? Qing Emperor stared at Gu Hai and laughed. Qing Emperor, are you thirsty for talent? Or are you trying to save Miyata? If you want to save Miyata, then don't even think about it. No one can save Miyata today. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a murderous aura shot out. Buzz! The mouth of the sky-piercing cannon pointed at Miyata. Miyata's expression changed. This was a person who feared nothing. He killed an angel, crippled a bodhisattva, and even killed a disciple of Wansho Taoism. If it wasn't for the sage assembly, who knew how many people would want to kill him, but he did it without a care, Qing Emperor frowned when he saw Gu Hai's attitude. Mr. Good. Qing Emperor seemed to want to say something. What's going on? A cold voice sounded in the air. Boom! Almost at the same time, more than half of the soldiers knelt on one knee, and the others also bowed respectfully. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. The army shouted respectfully. Although they didn't see Daiqianxing, the sound was enough. In the heavenly court, no one dared to pretend to be Daiqianxing. This was the sound transmitted by Daiqianxing. His Holiness, we heard the sound of cannons just now, so we came to investigate. We saw that this person set up a monstrous array and hid it from us, trapping Princess Wan Yuan. It was broken by the sky-piercing cannon of Class 1 Hall, and Princess Wan Yu is in danger. To ensure that nothing happens to Princess Wan Yu, I released a purple signal to inform the army to come help. A general shouted loudly, releasing a purple signal for the safety of Princess Wan Yu. Daiqianxing didn't blame him. Instead, he said coldly, "Oh, Qing Emperor." Qing Emperor slightly bowed. Lord Daiqianxing, please forgive me. I am a humble subject and am not lacking in manners. I have no intention of offending Princess Wan Yu. It's just that I have a personal grudge with Hall Master Gu Hai. Qing Emperor wanted to exonerate Miyata, but she didn't dare to say anything. Old man, this brat wants to harm me and my brother-in-law. Long Wan Yu suddenly shouted. I didn't. Miyata glared anxiously. The surrounding soldiers stood respectfully, not daring to interrupt. Old man? How many people in this world would dare to call Daiqianxing an old man? Qing Emperor frowned and looked at Miyata. She was always looking for trouble for him. Hall Master of Elite One. Daiqianxing's dignified voice sounded again. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Miyata did come for me, but in the heavenly court, ambushing and killing a Marquis of the Qian is a death sentence. Although he said that he wouldn't hurt the princess, she was in a trap. How could he decide whether she was hurt or not? If he wanted to do it cleanly, it's not impossible for him to kill everyone. Gu Hai, you are slandering me. Miyata immediately glared. Gu Hai ignored him. Instead, he said solemnly, the Azure Emperor's projection has just arrived, and he's bribed me with the position of Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty's Duke. I, Gu Hai, am here to prove my ambition. Please kill Miyata to show Gu Hai's sincerity, to correct the Great Qian's punishment, to subdue the rascals around, and to show Great Qian's might. Gu Hai shouted loudly. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Miyata's expression changed. Daiqianxing, I am innocent. I don't want to deal with Long Wanyu. Guhai and I only have a personal grudge. I am a subject of the Dian dynasty. Daiqianxing, please forgive me on account of the friendship between our two countries. I am guilty, Miyata pleaded anxiously. However, at this moment, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty no longer spoke. After pausing for a moment, Guhai said coldly, Mu Chunfeng. Boom! The sky-piercing cannon exploded, and a sky-piercing thunder instantly arrived in front of Miyata. Emperor, save me. Boom! Miyata exploded with a boom. At this moment, no one could save Miyata. Guhai's words seemed to have received tacit approval from Daiqianxing. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, none of the soldiers said anything. They seemed to have approved of Miyata's death sentence. Even Qing Emperor didn't move. He didn't try to save Miyata. Instead, he took a deep breath and looked at Guhai. Mr. Good move. Ha 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 ha. Qing Emperor's laughter didn't mean anything, but it was a little strange. Thank you. Guhai looked at Qing Emperor and smiled. Was this the first time he had crossed swords with Qing Emperor? He had used Daiqianxing's power to kill Qing Emperor's men in front of Qing Emperor. However, Guhai didn't feel happy at all. Daiqianxing, my men didn't know their manners and caused you trouble. I apologize on behalf of the Dian dynasty, Qing Emperor said in a low voice. After he finished speaking, Qing Emperor's projection flicked his sleeves. He didn't wait for Daiqianxing's reply and instantly shot into the distance to return to Tianjin City. Qing Emperor represented the Dian dynasty after all. Although Miyata was the one who caused trouble this time, she was representing the Dian dynasty and had lost face. Qing Emperor naturally wouldn't be nice to her. Of course, Daiqianxing couldn't pursue the matter. After all, he represented the Dian dynasty. Return to your posts. Daiqianxing's voice sounded. Yes. The four armies bowed respectfully before slowly retreating. Daiqianxing definitely wouldn't make a sound after the army retreated. However, Guhai's gaze was fixed on Qing Emperor as he left. In particular, the Azure Emperor was not reserved at all in front of the Emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. He even apologized casually at the end and left without saying goodbye. There were only two possibilities for him to express his emotions in such a manner. First, he was angry at the Dian dynasty. Second, he was capable enough to be angry at Daiqianxing. Qing Emperor? Guhai frowned. Brother-in-law, Miyata, is already dead. We should continue. Long Wanyu shouted. Guhai nodded. The flying boat slowly continued to fly towards Tianjin City. The four armies had retreated, but countless soldiers were still staring at Guhai on the flying boat. At this moment, countless experts in the 33 cities were also staring at Guhai in front of them. All of them revealed a trace of seriousness. In a forest, not far away, Yihua was slightly startled. Kill Miyata in front of Qing Emperor? Guhai, how dare you? Another mountain forest. What a good way to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Guhai. Xuan narrowed his eyes. The two of them were very glad that they didn't take the risk with Miyata. Just now, the two of them were sure that Guhai would definitely take advantage of the situation and use Daiqianxing's power to kill them. Looking at Guhai's departing figure, the two of them had a cold look in their eyes. In another corner of the forest, Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. Heaven blasting thunder. He used another one. There are still two left. Heavenly Stellar City. At the entrance of Long Chen Palace, Dragon Prince Ao Sheng frowned as he looked into the distance. Prince, Guhai bombarded another force. Is that someone from the Dian dynasty? A subordinate said, with a blank expression. Yes, Qing Emperor's subordinate, Miyata. And he killed Miyata in front of Qing Emperor. Ao Sheng said with a frown. Solar God Palace, Wanshou Taoism, Spiritual Mountain Holy Land, Dian Dynasty? I don't understand. Why is this Guhai making enemies everywhere? The subordinate said blankly. Ao Sheng shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand either. In another place, in a small courtyard, after Ao Sheng left Guhai, he came here. There was another person sitting in the small courtyard. It wasn't anyone else. It was the supreme of the Dragon Clan, Ao Tianwang. Just now, the two of them saw Guhai bombarding Miyata with their own eyes. Ao Shun frowned slightly. Father, I don't understand. Ao Tian Huang held a cup of wine and looked at Gu Hai fearlessly in the distance. He took a deep breath and said, Shunner, you've changed a lot after returning from 9-5 Island. I'm very happy. I was too immature and reckless in the past. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. Being reckless has its benefits. If you weren't reckless, you wouldn't have today's achievements. Ao Tian Huang said indifferently. Oh. Ao Shun looked at his father in confusion. You weren't reckless. You were young and hot-blooded. Because of your hot-bloodedness, you rushed to the heavenly palace like a hot knife through butter. Do you think that cultivation only depends on one's aptitude? Ao Tian Huang said indifferently. Ao Shun looked at his father in confusion. Most of the time, it depends on one's temperament, a temperament that presses forward courageously. You were like that back then. You were young and hot-blooded, pressing forward courageously like a hot knife through butter. Father saw through your temperament and helped you clear away the countless thorns on your path to the heavens. That was why you were able to reach where you are today. Because of that indomitable temperament, you were able to rush straight to the heavens and not be restrained by worldly affairs. You didn't disappoint me, Ao Tian Huang said with a smile. Was my temperament deliberately nurtured by my father? Ao Shun frowned slightly. No, it's because you have this temperament. I help you protect the heavenly palace, and that's why you are where you are today. However, your second brother doesn't have this temperament. Even if I wanted to help him protect the heavenly palace, I wouldn't have the chance. Ao Tian Huang sighed slightly. Second brother, Ao Shun? Ao Shun frowned slightly. Gu Hai didn't yield to anyone in the face of the four forces. His indomitable temperament is stronger than yours. In my opinion, only His Holiness can be compared to him, Ao Tian Huang said with a frown. Indomitable temperament? Mr. Good? But Ao Shun frowned slightly. But he's only in the Yuanying state? Shun, Gu Hai is much more powerful than you. Why did I make you suffer after you went to the heavenly palace? Do you know? Ao Tian Huang said in a low voice. Ao Shun frowned slightly. It's good to be young and hot-blooded. If you don't, when will you? But you're not young anymore. You don't only have eyes for the dragon tribe anymore. At a certain stage, you have to adapt to your identity. If you continue to be childish, it will only harm you. That's why I stopped protecting you and let you see the world clearly. Unfortunately, you were stripped of your position as the crown prince, and your cultivation was sealed. You still didn't realize it until Gu Hai appeared. He helped me to wake you up. That's why I help him destroy the bad ancestor. Ao Tian Huang explained. Yes. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. Gu Hai is different from you. He has an indomitable temperament. He solved all the difficulties he encountered. He doesn't seem to be young and hot-blooded, but he's even more terrifying than that. He solved everything with ease. The 3 holy lands and the Dayan dynasty were never unreachable in front of him. He looked at them as equals. Do you know how terrifying his temperament is? When I first entered the heavenly palace, I didn't have such a temperament, but he did. Among the people I know, only Daqianxing can do it. Ao Tian Huang said in a low voice. Father, you made Mr. Good sound so good, but he offended the most powerful forces in the world. He's in the heavenly court now. Is he not going to leave the heavenly court for the rest of his life? Ao Shun said worriedly. Do you think Gu Hai is stupid? Ao Tian Huang smiled. How is that possible? How many smart people are there in the world? Ao Shun frowned. Then why do you think he's stupid? You didn't expect it, but that doesn't mean he didn't. Moreover, I think Gu Hai might have guessed something. That's why he's so powerful in the heavenly court this time. Ao Tian Huang narrowed his eyes. Guess what? Ao Shun didn't understand. Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai's flying boat in silence. After a while, he narrowed his eyes and said, Everyone thinks he's stupid, but he doesn't know that those who think he's stupid are the real stupid ones. Gu Hai, he's really playing with fire? What's Gu Hai doing? Father, I don't understand. Ao Shun frowned. Ao Tian Huang shook his head and didn't explain. Chapter 546. Mu Chenfeng put away the flying boat, and the group boarded Gu Hai's flying boat. heading towards Heavenly Een City. After the previous purple alert, Gu Hai's flying boat had become the focus of all the strong practitioners. At this moment, they no longer had to worry about anyone daring to sneak an attack on Gu Hai. Along the way, there were strong practitioners watching everywhere. The flying boat flew at a moderate speed. Finally, under everyone's gazes, they arrived outside Heavenly Een City. Heavenly Een City was not far from Heavenly Court City. It was originally an important place in the Heavenly Courts, but Daiqianxing had set it aside specifically for the Thousand Saints Conference. "Brother-in-law, we're here. Look!" Long Wanyu shouted. At this moment, the sky above Heavenly Een City was filled with rolling righteous aura. The white righteous aura connected into a patch, like white clouds covering the sky. However, in the center of the white clouds, there was a whirlpool. In the center of the whirlpool, there seemed to be something faintly discernible. "What's in the center of the whirlpool?" Gaochen asked curiously. The old man said that the center of the whirlpool is the sacred temple of One Tao. Long Wanyu explained. Sacred temple of One Tao. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows, revealing a trace of surprise. The faintly discernible thing was the sacred temple of One Tao. The ultimate goal of the Thousand Saints Conference? Sacred temple of One Tao. What's that? Gaochen asked, puzzled. I don't know. I only heard that it's a forbidden area in the heavens, and the most precious sacred temple of One Tao in the world is hidden there. Long Wanyu explained. A forbidden area in the heavens. Gu Hai was slightly puzzled. Long Wanyu nodded, but it seemed that was all she knew. Mu Chenfeng did not know as much as Long Wanyu, so she naturally did not interrupt. Zhang Fa Ming stood behind Gaochen, looking around curiously. The flying boat flew to the outskirts of Heavenly Een City. All around, the soldiers guarding the city were slightly stunned, as if someone wanted to go forward to investigate. Are you blind? That's Princess Wanyu. You dare to investigate? Someone at the side shouted. All the guards who were about to be inspected immediately quieted down. As the flying boat was about to enter the city, Gu Hai suddenly frowned. Stop, Buzz. The flying boat stopped outside the city. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Long Wanyu was puzzled. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the entire Heavenly Een City. Although Heavenly Een City was shrouded in a hazy, righteous aura, Gu Hai could still see something strange. Array formation? One impressive formation of the Tao of chess. This is... Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. What chess formation? Long Wanyu asked in confusion. Wanyu, has Heavenly Een City been renovated? Those cities and streets, are they? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. I haven't. Ever since I can remember, there has never been one. Long Wanyu shook her head. Hall Master, perhaps Princess Wanyu has not been born yet. However, I seem to have seen Heavenly Een City's renovations. Mu Chenfeng interrupted. Oh, a long time ago, it should be from 500 years ago, Heavenly Een City started to be renovated one after another. It wasn't until 100 years ago that everything was completed. No one knew why. Back then, when Heavenly Een City was being demolished and resettled, many people submitted petitions to the imperial court, accusing the city lord of disturbing the people. Many courtiers objected, but they were all suppressed by the emperor. His Excellency Daiqianxing presided over the renovations. Is this entire Heavenly Een City a Tao of chess formation? No, it doesn't seem to be just a Tao of chess formation. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Master, I feel that there's a zither Tao of chess formation. This feels similar to Silver Moon Sea. Gaochen said in confusion. Zither Tao of chess formation? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Gaochen was a heaven-grade zither master. He could feel a zither Tao of chess formation. Speaking of which, I also feel that when we were trapped in Mr. Dongfang's longevity array last time, Heavenly Een City also had a bit of that aura? Long Wanyu frowned slightly. Longevity Tao of chess formation? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Long Wanyu was an innate realm longevity master. She could not be wrong about longevity arrays. Gu Hai did not know what other formations there were. However, He felt something unusual from the layout of Heavenly Ean City. Let's go. Guhai shook his head. The flying ship slowly continued to head into the city. Guhai's flying ship entered the city. However, many factions in the city were paying attention to him. In the Qing Emperor's small courtyard, the Qing Emperor watched as Guhai flew into the city. A group of subordinates stood behind him. Celestial Emperor, Guhai is here. 7 kills stared at Guhai in the distance with a gloomy expression. The Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Arrange for people to continue investigating Guhai's background. I want to know why Guhai is so hostile to me. Huh? Isn't it because Miyata tried to assassinate him? 7 kills was slightly stunned. The Qing Emperor shook his head. It's not that simple. Yes, Celestial Emperor. His subordinates answered. Celestial Emperor, do you think that Guhai offended the 3 Holy Lands in us? Now, the Great Yellow Dynasty seems to have a grudge with Guhai. Will Guhai become enemies with him? The King of Elixirs asked curiously. Emperor Kong? With Guhai's character, he definitely will. The Qing Emperor smiled coldly. But Guhai is simply courting death. There are 3 Holy Lands and 3 Celestial Dynasties. Guhai alone offended 3 Holy Lands and 2 Celestial Dynasties? Would the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty support him? Isn't he a little too stupid? 7 kills was at a loss. The Qing Emperor turned to look at the heavenly courts in the distance. No, you only see his stupidity, but not his ability. The Qing Emperor shook his head and didn't explain. Heavenly Ean City, a small courtyard where the holy lands of Spiritual Mountain were stationed. Buddha Guhai is here. Zhengfa Ming is here too. A group of monks said respectfully to a small house. Restrain the disciples of Spiritual Mountain. For the time being, do not cause any trouble. Do not pursue Zhengfa Ming. The future Buddha's voice came from the small courtyard. Yes, according to the rules of Heavenly Ean City, flying boats were not allowed to fly above the city. Everyone had to change to a red-crowned crane carriage to enter the city. At this moment, a group of Dahan officials had come to welcome them. Your Majesty, the officials bowed respectfully. Let's talk in the carriage. How are Bingheim and Mo Yike? What happened earlier? Guhai asked in a low voice. The officials immediately boarded the red-crowned crane carriage. Your Majesty, as soon as we arrived, Princess Wanyu arranged a place for us to stay, and we scattered around the city to investigate. However, Lady Bingheim encountered a group of people from the Great Yellow Dynasty. They seemed to recognize Lady Bingheim and argued with Bingheim. When we arrived, Lady Bingheim was riding Your Majesty's bringing in the wine and arguing with a monk. I heard that the monk was called Yuanshu. Monk Yuanshu was also impressive and wrote a piece of Bodhi, which instantly dispelled Lady Bingheim's literary Tao. Lady Bingheim suddenly suffered a backlash and vomited blood. Subsequently, she fell into the state of Bodhi and was unable to extricate herself, an official explained. Oh, Bingheim also has the artistic conception of the Tao of calligraphy. Guhai was slightly taken aback. He had not expected this before. Yes. However, Lady Bingheim used Your Majesty's bringing in the wine. Unfortunately, this is no longer the first style. Bodhi is the first style. Although countless scholars can see that bringing in the wine is brilliant, Bodhi has the advantage of the first style and is not written by the original author. Therefore, Lady Bingheim was able to... How is Bingheim's injury? Guhai asked in a low voice. She is still trapped in Bodhi and can't leave the realm. Lord Mo said that Lady Bingheim is trapped in the realm of calligraphy. If we forcibly wake her up, it will hurt her mind. Therefore, he temporarily prevented us from waking Lady Bingheim. However, Lord Mo is in a stalemate with the opponents in chess. He is delaying the group of people from the Great Yellow Dynasty and waiting for Your Majesty's arrival. The official explained. Bodhi? What is it right? Guhai asked with a gloomy face. The heart is the Bodhi tree. The spirit is the bright mirror. The illusion gives birth to all things, and the brightness is beyond dust. The official explained. Oh, a Buddhist Gatha? Guhai asked with a frown. Yes, We heard from the other scholars that the Gatha says that Bodhi is in the heart, and everything is sensed by spiritual perception. All phenomena are the result of the illusion of one's heart. Only by understanding the nature of one's heart can one transcend the thousands of phenomena of the material world and reach the other shore and become a Buddha, the official explained. Oh, Guhai raised his eyebrows. They said that Lady Bingheim is trapped in this world of all things. Only by understanding the nature of one's heart can one safely transcend the realm of this poem. Otherwise, one will be trapped forever and will never be able to come out. The official said with a wry smile. Hey, they have a death wish. Guhai's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Bingheim is trapped in the realm of Bodhi. They wanted to take Bingheim away, but they were stopped by Mr. Imo. The other side sent a chess expert, but that person didn't seem to be on the same side as the Great Yellow Dynasty. He spoke for us and helped us buy time. The official explained. Oh, that person is called Wu Yazi. Mr. Mo said that he's very good at chess. The official explained. Wu Yazi? Mr. Mo's chess skills can't beat his? Guhai asked solemnly. What kind of chess skills did Mr. Mo have? Not to mention the old man Guanxi, whom Guhai had never seen before, other than the ninth young master. Guhai hadn't met anyone who could surpass Mr. Mo. Even so, was there anyone who could hold Mr. Mo back? Wu Yazi and Mr. Mo have been playing for a few days now, but there hasn't been a result. However, the countless scholars around them aren't worried. Their chess skills are too good. Many chess cultivators have drawn up their chess records and repeated them to themselves. They're still amazed. Of course they're amazed. How could they compare to Mr. Mo's chess skills? Guhai said solemnly. However, Guhai was curious about Wu Yazi. Mr. Mo was at the level of 30 chess. How could there be someone who couldn't win against him? The red-crowned crane carriage quickly flew toward the city. With the long Wanyu leading the way, none of the guards dared to stop them. However, this heavenly city's Wendao aura was indeed very dense. This was especially so for the largest plaza in the center. At this moment, it was filled with people. When Guhai arrived, those Wendao cultivators did not seem to recognize him. They were immersed in the atmosphere of chess and didn't pay attention to Guhai's actions in the heavenly court. The literary cultivators of the four directions were divided into small groups, interacting and sparring with each other. The plaza was too big. Guhai and his group were led by a group of officials. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at Mo Yike, who was surrounded by nearly 10,000 people. Chapter 547. Heavenly City, Central Square. Most of the scholars from all over the world gathered here. Here, scholars from all over the world clashed, and scholars from all over the world interacted. Scholars were sparring and clashing all the time. Although this was a temporary gathering, it was like a holy land for scholars. None of the scholars were willing to leave for even a moment, as they needed to absorb more literary energy. Mo Yike's group was surrounded by thousands of scholars. Guhai's group couldn't even squeeze through when they got close. Move aside, move aside. We are the representatives of the Dahan, move aside. A group of officials opened a path in front. Representatives of the Dahan. The scholars who squeezed in front were slightly stunned, but they immediately moved aside. This was because the scholars gathered here all understood that the clash of scholars here was a small dynasty that didn't know its limits. The Han dynasty was challenging the Great Yellow Dynasty. This was a challenge that overestimated itself. However, even after persisting for a long time, the victor was still not decided. As the literary cultivators watched the literary competition, they gradually stopped underestimating the Han royal dynasty, turning incredibly solemn. At the very least, the Go game before them made many people sigh. Han dynasty? Another representative is here? As the crowd moved aside, Guhai's group finally entered. Once they entered, Guhai immediately saw the scene inside. A scroll was floating in the air at the center of the square. The Bodhi was written on the scroll. Every word of Bodhi shone with golden light, and the surrounding righteous chi spun like a storm, forming a tornado. The tornado rushed to the righteous chi sea in the sky and suppressed Bingheim, who was enveloped in golden light. Bingheim still had dried blood at the corner of her mouth. She sat cross-legged and hugged a scroll. Although it was wrinkled, the words of bringing in the wine could be seen. Bingheim seemed to be unconscious. She sat cross-legged and didn't move, but she still hugged the bringing in the wine tightly. This is Bingheim, trapped in the book realm and can't come out? Gouchen frowned. Hey, you've gone too far. Guhai's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Even though Bingheim had given him a bowl of medicinal soup that had been tampered with, Bingheim was still his woman. At this moment, Guhai's heart sank to the bottom when he saw his woman being suppressed in the book realm. Bingheim was suppressed under Bodhi. Not far away, there was a chessboard. Embark was currently playing chess with a white-haired old man in white robes. There were many Go cultivators in the surroundings. They imitated the two's chessboard and arranged the Go diagrams, starting to deduce according to them. However, there were several chessboards that were stained with blood. Pooh! A chess cultivator suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto a deduction chessboard. South Island Go Master, how are you feeling? You also vomited blood? The group of chess cultivators immediately helped the person who had vomited blood up. How is this possible? What kind of Go skill is this? I only took a piece of the Go area, and the South Island Go Master said in shock. Don't look. Be careful. This Go game is very strange. Don't look. The South Island Go Master immediately shouted to the others. Once the Go state enters it, it's like seeing a whirlpool. I can't extricate myself from it. I feel like I'm seeing an army charging at me. Me too. It's so uncomfortable. However, this Go game is so exciting and powerful. I can't bear to look away. Pooh. Most of the chess cultivators who were more immersed in the game blushed. They could not extricate themselves from the profound Go game the moment they entered it. However, it was far beyond their Go skills. They were mentally and physically exhausted, vomiting blood. Embark and the white-haired old man placed their Go pieces unhurriedly. Both of them were extremely cautious as they played back and forth. Not far behind the white-haired old man was a chair. An extremely handsome white-robed monk was sitting on it. The monk was drinking tea, and a group of subordinates stood beside him. Your Majesty, the white-haired old man playing Go with Mr. M.O. is Wu Yazi. The one drinking tea is Monk Yuanshu. The others are all attendants of the Great Yellow Dynasty. There was a group of people from the Great Yellow Dynasty, but they have all left. An official explained to Guhai. Monk Yuanshu? Huh? Guhai sneered. A group of other Han Dynasty officials stood behind Embark. Guhai and his group squeezed through the crowd and walked to the front. They immediately noticed them. Your Majesty. All the officials were delighted. Greetings, Your Majesty. A group of Dahan officials immediately bowed in excitement. When a Dahan official bowed, the surrounding literary cultivators were shocked. The Emperor of the Han Dynasty? He's the Emperor of the Dahan? Mr. M.O. is so good at Go, but he's willing to stay in the dynasty as a subject? So he's willing to submit to him? I don't see anything special about him. The scholars looked at Guhai curiously. Most of them didn't know Guhai, but there were a few who knew Guhai, especially the scholars from the capital. When they saw Guhai, they were overjoyed. Mr. Good is here. Ha ha! Monk Yuanshu is in trouble. Master Yuanshu is in trouble. Could it be that the Emperor of the Dahan knows literary Tao? Of course. That Bringing in the Wine was written by Mr. Gu in a flash. When the Bringing in the Wine was written, his strokes shocked the wind and rain, and his poems made ghosts and gods weep. You didn't see it. Also, Mr. Good's Go skills are very good. It seems that even Mr. Mo's Go skills are not as good as Mr. Good's. That's impossible. How can his Go skills be better than Mr. Mo's? As the people who knew Guhai spoke, the scholars around them became restless. After all, Embark's skill level was already very rare in the world. But Mr. Good was better than him? Was that possible? Also, was the Bringing in the Wine really written by him? The scholars around them were in an uproar. Monk Yuanshu's curiosity was piqued. He put down his teacup and looked at Guhai in confusion. Mr. Mo's hand froze as he turned to look at Monk Yuanshu. Mr. M.O., since you're playing Go, you have to focus. Wu Yazi reminded him kindly. Your Majesty, you're finally here. Mo Yike's face lit up with joy. Wu Yazi was slightly stunned when he saw Mo Yike's expression. He looked at him in confusion. Gu Hai nodded and walked over with a gloomy expression. Mr. Mo, you've worked hard. I didn't do anything. It's just that I couldn't do anything about Bingheim. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Oh, the Emperor of the Dahan? You are the Gu Hai that Bing Ji said could defeat me as soon as he arrived? Monk Yuanshu said with a cold smile, not far away. Wu Yazi looked at Gu Hai curiously, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Mo Yike and said, Mr. Mo, it's your turn. Mo Yike shook his head. Please wait for a moment, Mr. Wu Yazi. Mo Yike followed behind Gu Hai. Gu Hai slowly walked over to Bingheim. He looked at the blood on the corner of Bingheim's mouth. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Monk Yuanshu stood up and walked over to Bingheim and Gu Hai. The scholars around them looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Although some people admired Gu Hai, they hadn't seen Gu Hai's skills. How could they believe that he was strong? Amateus Buddha, is Bingheim a subject of your Dahan? Monk Yuanshu asked coldly. He looked at Gu Hai with arrogance in his eyes. Gu Hai ignored Monk Yuanshu. Instead, he carefully reached for the bringing in the wine scroll in Bingheim's hand. Be careful, it's enveloped by the concept of Bodhi. A kind scholar shouted. As expected, a portion of the 20 golden words of Bodhi bloomed with a dazzling golden light and rushed toward Gu Hai. If an expert in the Tao of calligraphy was enveloped by it, they would instantly fall into the concept of Bodhi and be unable to extricate themselves. Just like Bingheim, they would be trapped in the Tao of calligraphy. Monk Yuanshu sneered, as if he wanted to see Gu Hai make a fool of himself. Outside the central square, Qing Emperor led a group of people and looked coldly at the center of the square. To be precise, he was staring at Gu Hai. When he saw Gu Hai step into the center of Bodhi, he narrowed his eyes. Buzz. However, he saw that Gu Hai was walking forward in the Bodhi realm, as if he wasn't affected at all. Huh? How is that possible? Monk Yuanshu was shocked. His Bodhi was extremely offensive. No matter how strong a calligraphy expert was, it was impossible for him to walk past it so calmly. As long as one had the artistic conception of calligraphy, they would be affected. However, why didn't Gu Hai feel anything? Oh, the Cyan the Arch narrowed his eyes. Emperor, that Gu Hai doesn't have the concept of calligraphy at all? Why isn't he affected by Bodhi? 7 Kills asked in surprise. How is it possible that he doesn't have the concept of calligraphy? Didn't you hear that the bringing in the wine was written by Gu Hai? Someone at the side asked in confusion. Okay, 7 Kills was confused. In the courtyard where the future Buddha was, a group of monks had long regarded Gu Hai as an enemy. They were also paying attention to Gu Hai. Seeing the scene in the center of the square from far away, the monks were also shocked. Ancestral Buddha, why is Gu Hai fine? A monk asked in a daze at the side of the hall. The hall was silent for a while. Then the future Buddha said, Strange. In the central square, countless literary cultivators also widened their eyes. There were discussions. How could Gu Hai not be affected at all? Gu Hai naturally wouldn't tell others that he didn't have the concept of calligraphy, so he wasn't affected. Instead, he looked at Bingheim, who was frowning with some heartache. He gently wiped the dried blood from the corner of her mouth. Even though she was immersed in the Bodhi realm, Bingheim still held on tightly to the bringing in the wine. Gu Hai slowly grabbed the bringing in the wine as if he was going to take it out. No, this is the Emperor's bringing in the wine. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. In a daze, Bingheim seemed to be resisting, not allowing anyone to take the bringing in the wine. Bingheim, it's me. Give me the bringing in the wine. Gu Hai said gently. Emperor, you're here? Your Majesty, save me. Your Majesty, save me. Bing Ji shouted in a hazy state. Her whole body was trembling. Gu Hai loosened his hand, and the bringing in the wine was pulled out by him. Bingheim still didn't wake up, but her whole body was trembling. It's snowing so heavily. Emperor, I'm cold. Emperor, I'm so cold. Bingheim shivered in a daze, which made Gu Hai's heart ache. Bingheim had the body of a water cauldron. Even such a body felt cold. How cold would it be in the Audiobook realm? Guhai looked up at the Bodhi book floating in the air, his face extremely gloomy. Bingheim, I'm here. You're trapped in the Bodhi book realm and can't get out. I'll teach you. It's just a Bodhi book, nothing special. Guhai said gently. Give me the ink, paper, and inkstone. Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes. A group of officials immediately fetched the ink, paper, and inkstone. Guhai grabbed the ink brush and put it in Bingheim's hand. Bingheim, listen to me. Use the artistic conception of the book realm to break the Bodhi book. Guhai said coldly. I'll listen to Emperor. Your Majesty. I'm so cold. Bingheim said in a daze while shivering. Her voice was sad, as if she was about to cry. Break my Bodhi book? Ha 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 ha. You're asking Bingheim, who's trapped in the Bodhi book realm, to write it? In her current state, even if you write the first chapter for her, its power will only be 1/100th of her peak state. Guhai, you're really overestimating yourself. Monk Yuanshu sneered. Mo Yike, recite the Bodhi book. Guhai said in a deep voice. The Bodhi tree in the heart. Mo Yike recited. Right, there is no Bodhi tree. Guhai said gently to Bingheim, who was in a daze. There is no Bodhi tree. Bingheim wrote word by word. Her words were crooked and did not form a word at all. Only a little of Bingheim's artistic conception of the book realm had been infused into it. However, as soon as these 5 crooked words were written, millions of golden Buddhist lights bloomed in an instant. A wave of awe-inspiring righteousness surged in all directions in the square. Rumble. Chapter 548. From the moment Guhai arrived at Heavenly Een City's Central Plaza, he was destined to attract the attention of the various factions. At the very least, the factions that had grudges with Guhai were all staring at Guhai. At the small courtyard where the future Buddha was, a group of monks stood on high ground, staring at the Central Plaza in the distance. However, they saw Guhai placing a brush in the hands of the dazed Bingheim. Then, he dictated to Bingheim to write how to decipher Monk Yuanshu's Bodhi. Guhai is really shameless. Although that Monk Yuanshu is not a disciple of our Spirit Mountain's holy land, his Buddhist nature is outstanding. His Bodhigatha is filled with boundless Buddhist nature. Such literary talent is worthy of a bodhisattva in our Spirit Mountain's holy land. Unfortunately, when we sent someone to invite Monk Yuanshu to our Spirit Mountain's holy land, he refused. The Bodhigatha is filled with Buddhist nature, expressing the meaning of the Buddhist Tao. Bingheim is already unconscious. Can she write in that state? The group of monks showed disdainful expressions. At another small courtyard, the Qing Emperor and his subordinates also stared at the Central Plaza. Sovereign Emperor, is that Guhai crazy? He wants Bingheim to write? 7 kills said in shock. Silence. The Qing Emperor said coldly. Yes. Everyone was confused. However, they saw that in the distance, Guhai had Mo Yike recite Monk Yuanshu's Gatha. At the same time, he had Bingheim write it. Bodhi tree in the heart. This was Monk Yuanshu's first sentence, and also his Buddhist Tao realm. Although it was just 5 words, the existence of the Bodhi tree was engraved in his heart. Monk Yuanshu's words shone with golden light. Boundless righteous energy spun in the air like a storm. As Guhai recited, Bingheim wrote 5 words in a crooked manner. There is no Bodhi tree. The crooked words were extremely ugly, and it was difficult to fully display the artistic conception of the calligraphy. However, when these 5 words appeared, they seemed to be filled with a vast and righteous aura. A huge golden Buddhist light bloomed from the 5 crooked words. If Monk Yuanshu's concept of Buddhism was to create the Bodhi tree in his heart, then Guhai's concept of Bodhi tree was to transform the Bodhi tree into nothingness. Being and nothingness were opposites. At this moment, it was impossible to tell who would win or lose. However, everyone could see that although they were both talking about the Bodhi tree, this was a clash of opposing Tao of calligraphy. At the same time, a flood of awe-inspiring righteous energy gushed out from Bingheim and spread in all directions. Voila! The surging aura of righteousness burst forth, just like when Monk Yuanshu wrote the Bodhi. Countless Wendao practitioners who were debating and sparring with each other were instantly interrupted by this aura of righteousness, and all of them turned their heads. Huh? Are they not playing chess anymore? Are they competing with Tao of calligraphy again? Let's go and have a look. Competing with the Bodhi? Another Buddhist light and awe-inspiring righteous energy? Who is this? Is it the Han Dynasty again? He is not inferior to Monk Yuan-Shu at all. Opposing essay? Is this an opposing essay? I haven't seen such a tit-for-tat essay in a long time. When Tao practitioners from all directions quickly gathered around. At first, there were only tens of thousands of onlookers, and most of them were Go Tao practitioners. At this moment, calligraphy practitioners were also quickly attracted. Not only calligraphy practitioners, but Zither Tao and painting Tao practitioners also turned their curious gazes. After all, books were the foundation of one Tao. In the courtyard of the future Buddha, Bodhi tree is originally non-existent. Is Guhai trying to play to the gallery? Opposing essay? Opposing essay? You say there is, but I say there is none? Did Guhai come up with this on the spot? All the monks were surprised. Monk Yuan-Shu put his palms together, and his face turned gloomy. Opposing essay? This was a kind of essay that argued with each other, and it was also the kind of essay that was deeply entangled. Writing on the spot. How good could it be? What a joke. The spirit is the mirror. Monk Yuan-Shu recited the second sentence. This time, there was no need for Mo Yike to recite it. Monk Yuan-Shu recited the second sentence himself. As he recited it, the golden words in the sky shone even more brightly. Monk Yuan-Shu recited it as if he was instilling a concept that made people have no choice but to believe. Spirituality was the mirror that illuminated the essence of all things. The heart was Bodhi, and the spirit was the mirror. It could illuminate everything and lead to the other side. This was a kind of Buddhist nature that pressed forward courageously. This was pointing out a path of Buddhism. Monk Yuan-Shu looked at Guhai confidently. Only his path was correct. Guhai ignored him, but Bingheim wrote the second sentence that Guhai recited in a crooked manner. The mirror is also not the mirror. Monk Yuan-Shu's eyelids suddenly twitched. Those 5 crooked words were once again at odds with him. Even a mirror is not on the stage. Was this saying that what was in the mirror was just an illusion and didn't exist at all? Simply put, to see a person clearly, one couldn't look at the surface. If one was confused by the surface, it would be difficult to see deeper. Did this mean that even his second sentence was rejected? Boom! As soon as the 5 crooked words appeared, the golden light increased by more than 10 times, illuminating the sky in an instant. The surging aura of righteousness suddenly soared into the sky like the rising tide of the sea. It rushed straight toward Monk Yuan-Shu's golden words, as if it wanted to shatter the surrounding aura of righteousness. The 2 auras of righteousness collided with each other. A thunderous boom was heard. Monk Yuan-Shu's Bodhi kept saying, "There is," while Guhai's Bodhi kept saying, "There is." They were evenly matched, as if 2 different Buddhists were competing. In the distance, in the small courtyard of the future Buddha, the group of monks no longer underestimated Guhai. Opposing text? I don't believe that Guhai can still write it. The group of monks all looked uncomfortable. Obviously, they also saw the brilliance of Guhai's writing. Monk Yuan-Shu's eyelids twitched as he recited the last 2 sentences. Illusions give birth to all things. Brightness surpasses dust. As he recited, the golden light above the golden words instantly illuminated the entire central square. Almost everyone in the square turned their heads to look. High up in the sky, the aura of righteousness formed a ferocious tornado. In the tornado, there seemed to be countless ferocious beasts roaring. These 2 sentences continued the previous 2 sentences. Only when the heart is Bodhi and the spirit is the mirror can one see everything. Only when one knows one's heart can one transcend the thousands of phenomena in the material world and reach the other shore. Only then can one become a Buddha. This was the path of Buddhist cultivation. It was a visible and broad path. Monk Yuan-Shu put his palms together. His body emitted a golden light, as if he had merged with the golden words of Bodhi in the sky. For a moment, Yuanchu's body emitted rolling golden light, forming a giant Buddha statue. He pressed down on Bingheim with a majestic aura. Previously, Bingheim's artistic conception of bringing in the wine was shattered by this giant Buddha statue. Bingheim was severely injured and fell into a coma. "Be careful, Your Majesty," Mo Yike shouted. Guhai ignored him. Instead, he recited the last two sentences. Bingheim wrote them out in a daze. Originally, there was nothing, so where did dust come from? In the next life, there were no worries or restraints. Dust was inside, and the heart was outside. Worries were nothing. If one didn't pay attention to them, how could there be any worries? As soon as the cross appeared, the golden light of Buddhist nature suddenly turned purple. As soon as the purple golden light appeared, it seemed to form a black hole, surging toward the golden light of Buddhist nature in the sky. Buzz! All the golden light emitted by Bodhi instantly shattered and disappeared. The golden light rushed toward Monk Yuanchu's giant Buddha statue. Roar! The giant Buddha statue let out a loud roar and stomped on the ground. It seemed like it was going to shatter the ground. However, when it met the black hole, it strangely shattered all of a sudden. The giant Buddha statue's foot shattered. In the distance, in the small courtyard where the future Buddha was, the group of monks widened their eyes. They were already at a loss for words. Suddenly, the future Buddha's voice came from the house behind them. Bodhi was originally not a tree, and the mirror was not a platform. Originally, there was nothing, so where did dust come from? What a good originally, there was nothing, so where did dust come from? What a good Buddhist realm. One sentence said all about Bodhi. From now on, no one dared to say Bodhi, the future Buddha side. Look, that giant Buddha statue has shattered. It has completely shattered. How could this be? Outside the house, another monk cried out in surprise. In the small courtyard of Qing Emperor, Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai in the distance with narrowed eyes. Gu Hai's literary cultivation is so powerful. In the central square, countless literary cultivators were also reciting Gu Hai's Gatha. It's not the opposite. Mr. Good's Gatha is so much better than Monk Yuanchu's. Look, Monk Yuanchu's giant Buddha statue has shattered. What a terrifying aura of righteousness. While the literary cultivators were still in shock, the giant Buddha statue suddenly exploded. From the crooked words in Bingheim's hand, the aura of righteousness suddenly burst out like a volcanic eruption. Boom! It was like a heavy blow to the sky. It rushed toward the tornado-like aura of righteousness of Yuanchu. Under this volcanic eruption, the tornado-like aura of righteousness seemed to have stopped rotating for an instant. Bang! The aura of righteousness of Yuanchu's Bodhi suddenly disappeared. It disappeared into thin air just like that, as if it had never existed. In the sky, the Bodhi painting seemed to have lost its luster in an instant. Not a single golden word was shining. Destroyed? That Buddhist Gatha was destroyed? Mr. Good's Bodhi destroyed Master Yuanchu's Bodhi ? Mr. Good's Bodhi has become a great Tao, while Master Yuanchu's Bodhi has become a false Tao. While the surrounding literary cultivators were still in shock, the purple gold Buddhist light rushed toward Master Yuanchu. Grandmaster Yuanchu had a look of shock on his face. Buzz! Black gas suddenly surged out of Master Yuanchu's body. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Master Yuanchu clutched his chest and looked at Gu Hai as he vomited blood. No, this is impossible. My Buddhist Tao. Plop! Master Yuanchu fell to the ground. Master! A group of servants immediately surrounded him. Master Yuanchu glared at Gu Hai. There was a bone-deep hatred on his face. Your Majesty, your Bodhi subverted Master Yuanchu's Buddhist beliefs. His Buddhist cultivation has been destroyed by more than half. Mo Yikes said in shock. I understand now. The reason why Yuanchu was able to write that Bodhi was because he cultivated the Buddha in his heart. That was his conviction. However, Master completely shattered his conviction. His conviction crumbled, and the Buddha's heart that he cultivated in the past fell short of success. Gauchen's eyes lit up. The surrounding literary cultivators were still looking at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai, however, held Bingheim in his arms and stared at Bingheim. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Originally, there was nothing, so where did dust come from? Originally, there was nothing, so where did dust come from? As Bingheim muttered to herself, two streams of tears suddenly flowed down her closed eyes. One could see with the naked eye that there seemed to be a lump of black gas that had been accumulating in Bingheim's chest suddenly dispersed. As if all of her worries had dispersed, Bingheim also woke up from the state of calligraphy. She opened her eyes slightly. Tears still flowed down her cheeks. After everything was over, the whole world suddenly brightened up. The previous coldness, loneliness, and fear were all gone. All that was left was this very warm embrace. After opening her eyes, Bingheim instantly found herself in Gu Hai's arms. "Your Majesty," Bingheim cried with reddened eyes. It seemed like she wanted to cry out all the grievances in her heart. "It's good that you're awake." Gu Hai smiled. Chapter 549. "Your Majesty," Bingheim cried with reddened eyes. She looked like she was about to cry out all the grievances in her heart. "It's good that you're awake." Gu Hai smiled faintly. "I'm incompetent. I've embarrassed your Majesty." Bingheim said, feeling wronged. "You didn't embarrass me. Your essay defeated Monk Yuanshu." Gu Hai said with a smile. At this moment, Bingheim finally noticed the crooked words on the paper in her hand. "There is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a mirror. There is nothing in the beginning, so where did dust come from? This was written by me?" Bingheim said in surprise. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. At this moment, the gatha on the paper was still blooming with Buddhist light and righteous energy. It also shattered Monk Yuanshu's righteous energy and rushed into the sea of righteous energy in the sky. Buzz! The sea of righteous energy shook slightly, as if it was resonating with the gatha. The cultivators who were talking about it earlier fell silent. They all looked at Gu Hai in surprise. A last-minute composition? Was this also Chuan? That's right, it must be Chuan. Was this Emperor Dahan? An expert in calligraphy? Did you see that? This is my master. He's amazing, right? Gauchen said excitedly to Zheng Fa Ming. Zheng Fa Ming nodded immediately. He was also excited. The people Gu Hai brought with him all had proud expressions. Only Long Wanyu's eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and she pouted. This was because Bingheim had been lying in Gu Hai's arms. For some reason, she felt a little jealous. "He's my brother-in-law, my sister's husband. How can he let another woman lie in his arms?" Long Wanyu muttered. "Sister Bingheim, let me help you. Don't let my brother-in-law help you." Long Wanyu immediately rushed forward, pushed away Gu Hai, and helped Bingheim up. Bingheim seemed to be reluctant to leave, but there were so many people around. She suddenly blushed and took advantage of the situation to let Long Wanyu help her up. Gu Hai smiled faintly and did not mind. "Sister Bingheim, you don't know. When brother-in-law was teaching you how to write a poem, many people said that brother-in-law would definitely lose. But look, brother-in-law taught you so well." Long Wanyu excitedly told Bingheim what happened just now. "The emperor dictated it, and I wrote it." Bingheim stole a glance at Gu Hai, then grabbed the roll of paper and carefully put it away. Gu Hai put away the Bodhi that he was reciting. Suddenly, the awe-inspiring righteousness in the surroundings disappeared. However, the literary cultivators who scolded Gu Hai for not being able to write a good poem blushed. At the same time, in a small courtyard of the Taishang sect, the Taishang sect's Juzi stood on a high place with a group of Taishang sect elders behind him. They watched Gu Hai compose a poem from afar. "Buddhist Gatha? This is Gu Hai." Taishang sect's Juzi squinted his eyes. Xuanan, who had rushed back, stood beside him. "Yes, it's him, Juzi. He killed Elder Feng Tong." Xuanan said in a low voice. "Elder Feng Tong? Heh, now that Xuandu has come out of seclusion, he's going to be angry." Juzi sneered. "Yes, Juzi. Gu Hai's Buddhist Gatha is quite powerful. There's also the bringing in the wine, Ode to Chivalry, and the Great Compassion Mantra not long ago. Will this thousand-sage conference ruin our plans? Schwanen said worriedly. Juzi squinted his eyes. Scripture. Using scriptures to determine victory or defeat. Poems, songs, gathas. These are just small Taos. The great Tao is righteous. How can these words compare to the scriptures of the holy path? Yes. The people behind him nodded. In the small courtyard of the future Buddha, how can Guhai's Buddhist nature be so strong? Great compassion mantra, Bodhi? Are you sure that he wasn't the reincarnation of a Buddhist cultivator in his previous life? A monk put his palms together and said to a small room. There was a moment of silence in the room. Then, the future Buddha's voice sounded. Guhai has no Buddhist nature around him. He doesn't even have the aura of scripture. He's definitely not the reincarnation of a Buddhist, nor. The future Buddha felt that he couldn't continue speaking. The group of monks put their palms together and didn't dare to refute. However, there was a look of disbelief in their eyes. No Buddhist nature? How could he write such Buddhist scriptures? Write again and again? No aura of scripture? Just based on Bingheim's crooked words, he could make Master Yuanchu's Buddhist heart collapse? In the small courtyard of the Qing Emperor, the Qing Emperor looked at the center of the square in the distance with a deep frown. Looking at Guhai, a trace of admiration flashed in the eyes of the Qing Emperor. In the square, Guhai defeated Master Yuanchu. After handing Bingheim to Long Wanyu, he walked step by step toward Master Yuanchu, who was vomiting blood. Don't come over, the group of attendants suddenly shouted. However, Guhai's expression was cold. He looked at the monk Yuanchu. Master Yuanchu, you're so powerful. What does the Han Dynasty have to do with you? Are you going to kill me and trap my courtiers? Guhai was settling the score after the autumn. Although the surrounding Wenxiu did not agree with Guhai's decision to settle the score, since Master Yuanchu was already in such a miserable state, they did not object. After all, he was the one who started it. Trap your courtiers? Ha, ha, Guhai, you destroyed my Buddhist heart today. What else do you want? Master Yuanchu said unhappily. Guhai narrowed his eyes. I just heard that in the center of Tianjin City, you fought privately and left it to fate. If Mo Yike did not stop you with his chess skills, would you have taken Bingheim away? Would you have imprisoned Bingheim? So what? Master Yuanchu glared at him. Men, take Master Yuanchu away. Take him away, Guhai said coldly. Yes. The group of elite hall disciples immediately rushed forward. How dare you? How dare you? Do you know who we are? We are the envoys of the Great Yellow Dynasty. The group of attendants immediately stood in front of Master Yuanchu and shouted as they drew their weapons. You want to use force, right? Ha, Mu Qinfeng. Guhai's expression turned cold. Buzz. Mu Qinfeng immediately waved her hand. The group of elite hall disciples took out sky-piercing cannons and aimed them at Master Yuanchu's group. Sky-piercing cannons? Quick, informed the Sovereign Emperor. The Sovereign Emperor went to meet with Deki Yanqing. What should we do now? Quick, go and call people. The group of attendants immediately said anxiously. The Great Yellow Dynasty's people seemed to have heard of sky-piercing cannons long ago. Furthermore, even if they did not pay attention, some people still heard about it. Their expressions changed drastically. Guhai wanted to forcefully take Master Yuanchu away, just like how he forcefully took away Bingheim back then. Master Yuanchu, are you coming with me on your own? Or should I get someone to help you? Or should I ask my cannons to help you? Isn't it the rule to fight privately and leave it to fate? Let's go. Guhai said coldly. Cough, cough, cough. Master Yuanchu clutched his chest and coughed. The surrounding cultivators frowned, but no one stepped forward. This was how Master Yuanchu had forced Bingheim to leave. Now, it was the other way around. Mr. Good, calm down. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Wu Yazi, who had been sitting at the side, suddenly spoke. Guhai turned his head. Your Majesty, the situation was extremely urgent. I tried to stop them using chess, but they weren't willing. However, Mr. Wu Yazi stepped in and agreed to play chess again. Mo Yike explained. Oh, Guhai was stunned. Wu Yazi, he stepped in and played chess again? No matter what, this person had helped Bingheim. Mr. Wu Yazi, how may I help you? Guhai bowed slightly. I don't dare to say that I'm helping you. However, Master Yuan Chu has already been taught a lesson. Please forgive him, Mr. Good. Wu Yazi pleaded. Guhai looked at Wu Yazi and shook his head. Mr. Wu Yazi, thank you for your words. However, I must take Master Yuan Chu away, just like the others. How many more conflicts did Bingheim have with the Great Yellow Dynasty? Guhai needed to capture Master Yuan Chu and interrogate him. Therefore, he had to bring him back. Should he ask Bingheim? Guhai wasn't sure if Bingheim would tell him the truth. So, he had to start with Master Yuan Chu. Wu Yazi bitterly smiled. Fine, I've said too much. However, I've already agreed to Mr. Mo's conditions. We'll decide victory or defeat through the game of chess. That's why we're here now. The game of chess has yet to be decided, and the game of chess is yet to be decided. Isn't Mr. Gu breaking the rules? Guhai looked at Wu Yazi and nodded. As Mr. Wu Yazi has said, I thank Mr. Wu Yazi for your help. Fine, I'll play by the rules. Mr. Wu Yazi, are you planning to use the Tao of chess to save Yuan Chu? That's right. Mr. Mo and I have yet to decide a victor in our chess game. How about we decide the victor between us? Or perhaps the rest of you can play chess with me and decide the victor. Solemnly, Wu Yazi said. Mr. Mo looked at Guhai and said, Your Majesty, I've already done my best with Wu Yazi's chess game. As of now, it's a draw. We're evenly matched. Guhai looked at the chessboard in front of him. It was a chessboard with 19 rows. Although there weren't many pieces, it was extremely complex. However, this complexity was nothing to Guhai. Guhai had borrowed resources from Earth to practice the zither and calligraphy. Chess, on the other hand, was a true skill. On the chessboard, the black and white pieces were locked in a fierce battle. They were evenly matched. Agreed, Mr. Guhai nodded. Oh, will Mr. Mo continue? Or will Mr. Good and I start a new game? Wu Yazi was slightly stunned. I'll do it. There's no need to start a new game. Let's just use this endgame. What do you think? Guhai pointed to the game Mo Yike, and Wu Yazi were halfway through. Oh, what do you think? Guhai asked. All right. Wu Yazi nodded. The endgame hadn't been decided yet, so it wasn't impossible to continue. However, the Go Dao cultivators in the surroundings showed signs of doubt. It's fine if Mr. Mo and Mr. Wu Yazi play. But what about Guhai? He's so good at calligraphy. He's definitely not good at chess. The spectators were in disbelief. Wu Yazi sat down and extended his hand. Now, it's the black piece's turn. Mr. Good, please. Guhai looked at the chessboard. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the situation. He picked up a black piece and placed it on the 9-5 position. Huh, the 9-5 position? How did Mr. Good end up there? It's normal for him to end up there. However, he'll be losing ground this way. This black piece will be wasted. All the Go cultivators shook their heads. Wu Yazi picked up a white piece and was about to place it. This was because the position was within Wu Yazi's expectations. Once the black piece was placed, the white piece would be placed next to it. Mr. Good, you can sit down and place your piece. Wu Yazi frowned at Guhai before placing his piece. Isn't it rude for you to play chess while I'm sitting down? Guhai smiled faintly and shook his head. Wu Yazi felt uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it after he beat his opponent. The white piece was about to be placed. However, just as the white piece was about to land on the chessboard, Wu Yazi's eyes widened. His hand froze. The chess cultivators around him were curious. No, how could this be? This is an ambush. Wu Yazi's expression darkened. Mo Yike was also staring at the chessboard. His expression changed as well. The entire chessboard is about to change. This chess piece looks extremely ordinary at first glance, but it is actually a guiding chess piece. As long as the white chess piece is placed down, the entire chessboard will change completely. Where's the white piece? Not here. Mo Yike seemed to have been possessed. He stood on the white piece's side, trying to find a solution. However, Guhai's black piece was too evil. There was nothing unusual about the black piece, but it was a trap for the white piece. The only way to resolve this situation was for the white piece to stay put and let the black piece place it. However, that was impossible. When it was the white piece's turn, the white piece wouldn't be placed. What's going on? The chess cultivators around him were confused. "Take Monk Yuanshu away," Guhai said in a deep voice. "No, Mr. Wu Yazi. Mr. Wu Yazi, save Master Yuanshu." The great Yellow Dynasty cultivators cried out in alarm. However, Wu Yazi continued to stare at the chessboard for a while, ignoring them. Only when the injured Monk Yuanshu was completely captured and tied up did Wu Yazi let out a long breath. Shock flashed through his eyes. "Mister, save us." The cultivators cried out in alarm. However, Wu Yazi ignored them. He looked at Guhai, stood up, and bowed slightly to Guhai. "I was careless. Mr. Good's move forced me into a dead end. I have lost this game." Wow. The chess cultivators around him were in an uproar. One piece. Guhai had only placed one piece. How did he win? How was that possible? Only a handful of people could keep up with Wu Yazi's chess skills. Those chess cultivators stared with wide eyes. Guhai must have guessed. One of the chess cultivators shouted in disbelief. "Mr. Wu Yazi isn't helping Guhai on purpose, is he? How is that possible? How could Wu Yazi be that kind of person?" Everyone was stunned. However, Wu Yazi's admission of defeat confused the chess cultivators. They focused on Guhai's move. Wu Yazi was left with no way out with just one piece. No wonder Guhai wasn't willing to sit down and play chess. He had already won. Why would he need to sit down? Was that a wild guess? Countless chess cultivators were confused. "Mr. Wu Yazi is free and easy. If you don't mind, feel free to visit my Dahan. Guhai will definitely welcome you." Guhai smiled. Solemnly, Wu Yazi said, "I'll definitely be troubling Mr. Good in the future. Please play another game with Mr. Good." "Definitely." Guhai nodded. "Mr. Wu Yazi, you can't let them take Master Yuanshu away. How are we going to explain this to the Emperor when he returns?" "I tried my best. There's nothing else I can do. You don't have to worry about how I'm going to explain this," Wu Yazi said indifferently. "Huh?" The servants were confused. Wu Yazi looked at Mo Yike and said, "Mr. Mo, you were defeated by Mr. Good in a single move. You're Mr. Good's servant. How good is Mr. Good? The way of chess I am today is all thanks to the Emperor. His Majesty is 100 times, no, 1,000 times better than me," Mo Yike said solemnly. "Oh." Wu Yazi raised an eyebrow in disbelief. However, Guhai and the rest had already left the central plaza with Monk Yuanshu. Chapter 550. Heavenly Yin City, Long Wanyu's temporary residence. A group of people returned from the central square and quickly settled down. "Bingheim, rest at ease and recuperate first. Don't worry about anything else." Guhai comforted Bingheim. "But that Monk Yuanshu," Bingheim said worriedly. Capturing Monk Yuanshu was equivalent to falling out with the Great Yellow Dynasty. "It's okay. I'm here for everything. Don't worry." Guhai comforted her. "All right." Bingheim nodded with a bitter smile. "Wanyu, take care of Bingheim for the next period of time," Guhai said to Long Wanyu. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. I'll find the best medicine for Sister Bingheim." Long Wanyu immediately promised. With Long Wanyu taking care of Bingheim, Guhai also nodded with relief for the time being. "All right, get someone to invite Ziwei and Changxing over. The Thousand Saints Conference is around the corner. I need their help," Guhai said. "I'll get someone to go tomorrow," Long Wanyu immediately said. Guhai nodded and also left Bingheim's room. Bingheim watched Guhai leave with a reluctant look in her eyes. "Your Majesty, Hall Master, Mo Yike, Mu Chanfeng, Gao Qin, and the others waited outside the room. Mu Chanfeng, from now on, Class 1 Hall will be in charge of investigating the situation in Heavenly Yin City. Find out as much as you can about the Civil Path cultivators from all over the place," Guhai instructed. "Yes," Mu Chanfeng answered. "Mr. Mo." Guhai looked at Mo Yike. "Present. I'll have to trouble you to interrogate Monk Yuanshu," Guhai said solemnly. "What does your Majesty need to know?" Mo Yike asked curiously. "Everything about Bingheim and the forces from the Great Yellow Dynasty," Guhai said solemnly. "I'll try my best." Mo Yike nodded. "Not try your best, but you must. The people of the Great Yellow Dynasty might come to save him soon. You don't have much time." Guhai shook his head. "But I don't know much about Monkey Wanchu. I don't know if he's willing to talk, Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Don't worry, Gauchin will help you. Guhai glanced at Gauchin. Gauchin? Mo Yike froze for a moment before nodding. Master, don't worry. I'll definitely help Mr. Mo. Gauchin said excitedly. All right, where's Qin Zibai? Didn't Qin Zibai protect you when you were in danger? Guhai asked with a frown. Mo Yike fell silent for a moment before saying, Qin Zibai, I told him to hide for now. Oh, Guhai was puzzled. He said he wanted to hide from the future Buddha. This is Heavenly Ean's city, so I'm worried they'll be eavesdropping. I'll tell your majesty about it another day. Okay? Mo Yike said solemnly. Guhai's expression changed. Future Buddha? Closed eyes world cleansing Zen? He had also cultivated the closed eyes world cleansing Zen in the past. Guhai nodded and did not ask any more questions. After the arrangements were made, Guhai returned to the study Long Wanyu had prepared for him. Ever since she knew that Guhai was coming to the heavenly courts, Long Wanyu had made a lot of preparations. She had made very good arrangements for Guhai. Sitting in the study, Guhai looked at the information that had been passed down by the elite hall. After looking at it for a while, puff, puff, two sounds of flapping wings could be heard from the crack in the door. Guhai threw the book away and waved his hand. Bam! The door of the study was slammed shut. Just a moment ago, a bat suddenly flew into the room. Buzz! The bat shook slightly and suddenly transformed into a black-clothed human figure, landing in front of Guhai. Chongming greets your majesty. The bat-transformed person bowed respectfully to Guhai. It was the commander of the Han Dynasty's blood-robe guards, Chongming. Speak. There's a sound barrier in this room, Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes, your majesty. After your majesty left with the remains of the Zhengfa Ming family, I have been waiting there. Later, someone came, so I followed. Chongming said respectfully. The second power that is watching the Zhengfa Ming? The first is Elder Feng Tong's Wanshou Taoism. Who is the second? Guhai said in a deep voice. I followed them all the way to a palace and saw that person reporting to someone. When I saw that person, I did not continue to chase. Chongming said with a frown. Oh, it's Yi Shenzhen. Chongming said with a hint of surprise. He had thought that it was Solar God Palace, the holy land of Mount Lingshan, Wanshou Taoism, and even the Qing Emperor. However, he did not expect it to be Yi Shenzhen. Yi Shenzhen, the commander of the Daqian Celestial Divine Guards? Guhai's face darkened. Yi Shenzhen was in charge of the Qian's intelligence work. Similar to Chongming, he controlled a secret organization of the Daqian Celestial Empire. He was absolutely loyal to the Daqian Sheng. Back in the capital, Yi Shenzhen had protected Long Wanyu. The second power is actually the Daqian Celestial Empire? Guhai narrowed his eyes. Guhai did not expect the second power to be the Daqian Celestial Empire. This did not make sense. Why would the Daqian Celestial Empire be so mysterious? You may leave first. I understand, Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes. Chongming turned into a bat again. He opened a crack in the door and flew out. Guhai was left alone in the study, deep in thought. Heavenly Courts. Upper study. The great Qin dynasty's emperor sat in front of his desk with 10 tablets in front of him. Each tablet had 1 or 2 words on it, as if they were surnames. The 9th tablet was Sima, and the 10th tablet was Gu. A gauze curtain divided the study into 2. Daqian Sheng looked at the 10 signs. On the other side of the gauze curtain stood Yi Shenzhen. Yi Shenzhen was extremely respectful, as if he was describing something to Daqian Sheng. Continue. Daqian Sheng said calmly. Yes, I have already described the 9 candidates. The last one is Guhai. He was added by His Holiness some time ago. Yi Shenzhen said respectfully. Speak. Yes. During this period of time, we have been setting up according to His Holiness's request. When Guhai just arrived, we arranged for Li Shinji to inform the angels of Apollo Palace. Guhai did it cleanly. He bombarded the angels and killed the angels in front of Elite Hall. He bombarded the city lord. Solemnly, Yi Shenzhen said, Killing the angels? Enmity against Apollo Palace? Huh. Dakian Sheng smiled faintly. However, I have realized that Li Shunji seems to have a deep grudge against Gu Hai. Yi Shinjin said with a frown. Continue. Yes, because we were setting up a trap. We are doing it at the same time. In Heavenly Mao City, we had Ao Tianhuang summon Ao Shun to Heavenly Mao City and let him discover Gaoqin's predicament. As for Gaoqin's predicament, it was because of Zheng Fam Ming. However, Gaoqin coincidentally got along well with him, so we used him to test Gu Hai. The Holy Land of Soul Mountain has been searching for Zheng Fam Ming recently, so we accidentally revealed Zheng Fam Ming's information to the group of monks at the right time, causing them to be in conflict. We had Ao Shun lure Gu Hai over. When Gu Hai arrived, he also bombarded Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva and severely injured 1,000 arhats. He broke the precepts and touched the Bodhisattva's silent, motionless meditation. He obtained Qiuling Mountain's holy land. Yi Shinjin said solemnly. Fighting the monks? Qiuling Mountain's holy land? Good. Dakian Sheng tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. The 10,000 Lifespan Taoist sect Senior Feng Tong was another group of people who wanted to obtain the righteous Dharma illumination. This official used this opportunity to lure them to Gu Hai. Furthermore, Gu Hai was also setting up a trap, going with the flow. Everything went as planned. Gu Hai killed Senior Feng Tong and scolded Xian In, sowing enmity with the 10,000 Lifespan Taoist sect. Yi Shinjin explained. Killed Xuandu's nephew? Become enemies with Wanshou Taoism? Good. Dakian Sheng seemed to be even more satisfied. According to the news from Silver Moon City, Gu Hai, Miyata, and Seven Kills have a grudge against each other. I had already arranged for people to stay by their sides and instigate their anger. Unfortunately, Seven Kills did not dare to disobey the Qing Emperor's orders, so only Miyata went. I had Li Shinji contact all parties and test them again. Unfortunately, only Miyata went, but it's enough. Gu Hai killed Miyata, and His Holiness knew about it. Yi Shinjin said solemnly. Become enemies with the Dian dynasty and not submit to the might of the Qing Emperor? Not bad. The Emperor of the Great Qian dynasty sounded satisfied. His Holiness should remember Bingheim. I had asked the 9th young master to persuade Wu Yazi to set up this game in the Central Plaza and wait for Gu Hai to arrive. His Holiness invited Emperor Kong to come here and let Gu Hai face Wu Yazi and Monk Yuanshu. Wu Yazi agreed to help us, so he delayed the game until Gu Hai arrived. Gu Hai lived up to his expectations and used Bodhi to destroy Monk Yuanshu's Buddhist heart. He even captured him. As for Wu Yazi, he didn't use his full strength when he placed his piece. In the end, he succeeded and retreated. Yi Shinjin said solemnly, Become enemies with the Great Yellow Dynasty? To investigate Bingheim's background? Not bad. Dakian Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Yi Shinjin solemnly said, The 10 people chosen by His Holiness are all extremely skilled in literature. During this time, according to His Holiness's request, I've created enmity between them and the 3 holy lands and the 2 great celestial dynasties. Aside from Sima Chongkong, who stopped the other powers because of his father's identity, the other 8 more or less retreated when they faced the 3 holy lands and the 2 great celestial dynasties. Only Gu Hai is fearless and dauntless. Sima Chongkong and Gu Hai. Dakian Sheng looked at the board in front of him again. However, I'm curious. This Gu Hai has offended so many powers. Is he seeking death? Or did he see through His Holiness's intentions and did this on purpose? Yi Shinjin said with a frown. See through my intentions? On purpose? If he has the ability, what harm is there in seeing through my intentions? This is a serious matter. I don't want my plan to end up benefiting others. Dakian Sheng said solemnly. Yes, Gu Hai has a grudge with many parties. He is brave and trustworthy. However, we do not know his background. Your Majesty, we know the background of the others. They are all old friends of my royal court. Compared to Gu Hai, they are even more. Yi Shinjin said with a frown. Know his background? He may not be trustworthy. Dakian Sheng shook his head. Yes. Yi Shinjin said with a wry smile. Gu Hai. Daki and Sheng looked at Gu Hai's board again. His Holiness, other than Gu Hai, there is also Sima Chongkong. This person's literary skills are extraordinary. He is good at both the zither and calligraphy. Furthermore, we have observed him for the longest time. Yishan Jin said solemnly. He is Sima Zongheng's son. I can trust him, but he is not suitable for this matter. Dakian Sheng shook his head. Yes, Yishan Jin answered. We will choose Gu Hai. Let Sima Chongkong explain this matter to Gu Hai. We cannot afford to lose the Thousand Saints Conference. Dakian Sheng said solemnly. Yes, Yishan Jin answered. Chapter 551. Heavenly Een City, Long Wan Yu Palace. Gu Hai waited for 2 days, but no one from the Great Yellow Dynasty came. Mu Chunfeng, on the other hand, had collected a large amount of information on literary cultivators. In the study, Gu Hai was analyzing carefully. Hall Master, Mr. Sima Chongkong requests to see you. I have arranged for him to stay in the side hall. Mu Chunfeng came to report. Oh, Gu Hai was slightly surprised. He stood up and followed Mu Chunfeng to the side hall. Sima Chongkong was drinking tea in the side hall. When Gu Hai arrived, Sima Chongkong immediately stood up. Mr. Good, sorry to disturb you. Mr. Sima, sorry to keep you waiting. Gu Hai walked forward with a smile. Don't mention it. I hope Mr. Good doesn't mind my sudden visit. Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Why would I? Mr. Sima, please take a seat. Gu Hai sat down with a smile. Mu Chunfeng poured tea for the two of them again. Mr. Good, is it convenient to talk here? Sima Chongkong looked at Gu Hai with a smile. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. He looked at Mu Chunfeng and said, All of you can leave now. Set up a sound barrier in this hall. Yes. Mu Chunfeng nodded and left the room. Buzz. Soon, a barrier appeared outside the hall. Mr. Sima, are you here for Monk Yuanshu? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Part of it. Emperor Kong sent someone to look for His Holiness. His Holiness asked me to be the mediator and ask Mr. Good to show mercy. Besides, Mr. Good should know what he wants to know these 2 days, Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Oh, Gu Hai looked at Sima Chongkong. This time, Mr. Good shouldn't pursue this matter too much. Sima Chongkong said with a serious expression. Gu Hai was silent for a while and nodded. All right. Thank you, Mr. Good. Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Mr. Sima didn't come here today just for Monk Yuanshu, right? Mr. Sima can't possibly come here personally? Gu Hai said with a smile. Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly and said, I had no choice but to come under the saint's orders. While Sima Chongkong looked at Mr. Gugu. Mr. Sima, please say it clearly. Gu Hai is all ears. Gu Hai seemed to have realized something and said solemnly. Sima Chongkong smiled. It seems that Mr. Good already guessed it. Guess what? Gu Hai said in a low voice. All right, I won't beat around the bush with Mr. Good. This time, His Holiness asked me to pass you a message to explain the Thousand Saints Conference and give you an appointment. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Appointment? That's right. Not only will you be appointed, but you will also help Mr. Good get first place and directly enter the Holy Temple of Wendao. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Help me get first place? Ha, Mr. Sima. The judge this time is the Daqin official. Cheating for me? Gu Hai frowned slightly. If the judge is the Daqin official, why do you need to find Mr. Good? Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Oh, although the Thousand Saint Conference is held in the Daqin Celestial Empire, except for Old Man Guanxi, who made an exception last time, only people from the 3 Holy Lands can get first place. Sima Chongkong said in a low voice. Oh, Wanshou Taoism, Solar God Palace, and the Holy Lands of Ling Mountain? Gu Hai frowned. That's right. If you want to talk about cheating, only those 3 are really cheating. So what if they are strong in Wendao? It's useless to surpass them, because, generally speaking, the final first place will only be chosen from those 3, Sima Chongkong said in a low voice. Why? Cheating? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Something like that. Because most of the judges are from those 3. Sima Chongkong explained. I don't understand. This is the Thousand Saints Conference hosted by the Qian Celestial Empire. How can the three holy lands be the judges? Who are the judges? Guhai asked in confusion. The judges are the 1,000 saints, Sima Changkong said solemnly. 1,000 saints, 10,000 Wendao saints, and any one of them is a famous Wendao saint in the past. Many of them are Wendao saints who have written the scripture of the divine path. The three holy lands that are participating this time have brought the scripture of the future, scripture of the Taishang, and scripture of the beginning. Some of the judges even participated in the repairs. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Wait, Mr. Sima, you just said famous Wendao saints in the past. Past? Are they all dead now? Guhai asked in confusion. They died a long time ago, Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Oh, Guhai said solemnly. Humans have 3 souls. Do you know? After a person dies, the human soul stays in the grave and the corpse. The earthly soul reincarnates. The heavenly soul flies to the heavens. Guhai nodded. That's right. Sima Changkong stared at Guhai. Wang. Guhai's pupils shrank. Heavenly soul? That's right. These 10,000 saints are the heavenly souls of the past Wendao saints. The heavens separated them and used them to guard the holy temple of Wendao. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Heavenly soul? So there really is such a place. It really exists? Guhai's face lit up with joy. Guhai was not the most anxious about Long Wanqing's death. This was because Long Wanqing's heavenly soul and human soul were still there. As long as the unborn man found her earthly soul, it would be fine. However, his first wife, Chun Xian was very dangerous. He could slowly think of a way to find her human soul and earthly soul. However, if the heavenly soul flew to the heavens, it would be gone. Old man Guanxi had worked hard for his lover in the past. In the end, he died and disappeared. It was fine if there was hope, but he was afraid that there was no hope. If the heavenly soul dissipated, it would be completely gone. From Sima Changkong's words, it seemed that the heavenly soul really existed and had not dissipated. The judges are the heavenly souls of these 10,000 Wendao saints. The Qian has the opportunity to host it. It's just like being the banker in a casino. He can get some profit. However, most of the saints still support the 3 holy lands. Do you know why? Sima Changkong said solemnly. I have studied the history of the world. The Celestial Empire is at most 10,000 years old. It was born with the rise of an emperor. The Celestial Empire will last as long as the emperor lives. However, the 3 holy lands can be passed down. The 3 holy lands will continuously produce Wendao saints. After they die, the heavenly souls will be arranged by the heavens to guard the holy temple of Wendao. Most of these 10,000 saints are former members of the 3 holy lands. Therefore, when the time comes to judge, no matter how hard outsiders work, they will support their former sect. Guhai's face darkened. Sima Changkong nodded. However, old man Guanxi succeeded once 1,000 years ago. Therefore, this time, the Qian will work hard and snatch the first place from the hands of the 3 holy lands. Snatching it by force requires the judgment of 10,000 saints. Therefore, His Holiness has decided to use all the resources of the Qian to open a path for you to enter the holy temple of Wendao. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Why me? Guhai frowned. This is His Holiness's decision. Sima Changkong shook his head. Guhai's face darkened. If what Sima Changkong said was true, no matter how hard he tried, it would be useless. However, the Qian chose him. Why? What do I have to do for the Qian? Guhai frowned. Everyone who enters the holy temple of Wendao has 10 days to obtain something from the inside. His Holiness will not disturb your opportunity. However, he has a request. When you enter, bring an item for His Holiness. That's enough. You don't have to worry about anything else. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Guhai was silent for a moment. Although he knew that bringing an item in was definitely not as simple as it was made out to be, Guhai chose not to ask. Sure, Guhai nodded. Mr. Good is straightforward. This way, I can report to His Holiness. Mr. Sima said with a smile. These days, I've always felt that the things that happened were a little strange. The main thing is that they came too quickly. I don't know. Guhai stared at Mr. Sima. Mr. Good saw through it? It's good that he saw through it. It's Mr. Good's ability to solve them one by one. His Holiness chose 10 people, including me. You did the best. He also confirmed that you're not a spy from the Five Forces, so? Sima Changkong exclaimed. I want to know, Zheng Fa Ming. Guhai stared at Sima Changkong. Before I left, Eunuch Yi specifically told me to tell you the truth in case Mr. Good asks. As you guessed, other than Elder Feng Tong, the other force is the Qian's Night God Guards. However, Eunuch Yi wanted me to tell you that the Night God Guards have never hurt Zheng Fa Ming's family. It's all done by Wanshou Taoism, Sima Changkong said solemnly. Guhai was silent for a while and finally nodded. Mr. Sima, I want to know what's in the sacred temple of Wendao. Can you find other heavenly souls? Guhai was puzzled. Sima Changkong was silent for a while and shook his head. I'm not sure. However, I know that 1,000 years ago, old man Guanxi entered to find his lover, but he couldn't find her. Oh, Mr. Good, have you heard of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Sima Changkong asked in a low voice. 6 paths of reincarnation? Heaven path, human path, Azura path, hell path, hungry ghost path, and animal path? Guhai was slightly stunned. That's right. Heaven controls the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the 6 paths of reincarnation correspond to 6 mystery realms. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. 6 mystery realms? That's right. The sacred temple of Wendao is actually one of the mystery realms. It's called the human mystery realm. The human mystery realm opens once every 1,000 years. In the past, only the 3 holy lands had the right to enter. However, 1,000 years ago, old man Guanxi broke the rules. Sima Changkong explained. Human mystery realm? Azura mystery realm? Guhai's eyelids suddenly twitched. The place that the great slaughter Saint Lord entered in the past was the Azura Path mystic realm. The blueprint for the entrance to the mystery realm was currently in his hands. Gu Qin was forging the entrance. 6 paths of reincarnation? Human mystery realm? Mr. Good, the Qian has been preparing for a long time. We hope that Mr. Good will work hard. We will do our best to help Mr. Good get the chance to enter. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Why didn't Dai Qianxing enter by himself? Guhai was puzzled. Old man Guanxi entered by himself. Did Dai Qianxing follow the example of old man Guanxi? His Holiness has other plans. Mr. Good will know when the time comes. Sima Changkong said solemnly. All right, I will do my best even if you don't tell me. I want to enter and see if I can find the heavenly soul that I want. Guhai nodded. Chapter 552. Heavenly Courts. The upper study. Dai Qianxing sat in front of his desk, seemingly reading through memorials while listening to Sima Changkong and Yi Shinzhen's reports. His Holiness, I have already explained to Guhai, and Guhai has agreed. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Dai Qianxing's brush paused for a moment. Did he say anything? No. Sima Changkong shook his head. Huh. He is indeed a smart person. Dai Qianxing smiled faintly. His Holiness, Guhai is not an ordinary person. Class 1 Hall is only De Qian's Foreign Affairs Department, and Guhai is not an official De Qian court official. With the Han Dynasty as his backer, there is no way to get rid of him. In the long run, Guhai will only benefit from it. I ask His Holiness to accept Guhai as a court official. Yi Shinzhen said solemnly. Dai Qianxing said faintly. Does accepting him as a court official mean that he will be loyal to me? But this time, all the resources will be tilted towards Guhai, and it will definitely cause dissatisfaction in the court. Yi Shinzhen said worriedly. You don't need to interfere in court affairs, right? Dai Qianxing said lightly. Thud. Yi Shinzhen immediately knelt down, drenched in cold sweat. I have overstepped my boundaries, His Holiness. Please forgive me. Yi Shinzhen's head was on the ground. Just your own thing well. Dissatisfaction in the court? Who would dare to be dissatisfied? Dai Qianxing said faintly. Yes. Yi Shinzhen replied. They're all back? Dai Qianxing asked again. Yes, the three crown princes are all back, Yishinjin replied. They are all back, and have them all come see me. Daiqianxing said faintly. Yes, have Ram's Saint inform the 10,000 saints and start the 10,000 Saint Conference. Daiqianxing said faintly. Yes, Heavenly Yin City, Long Wanyu Palace. In Guhai's study. Your Majesty, Monk Yuan Shu has been sent away, and we have found out some information, but we don't know. Solemnly Mo Yike said. Oh, Bingheim has the royal bloodline of the Great Yellow Dynasty, but somehow ended up in the Solar Divine Palace. However, the Solar Divine Palace and the Great Yellow Dynasty seemed to have a grudge against each other, and Bingheim's appearance was very similar to a Great Yellow Dynasty princess who had disappeared. Emperor Kong concluded that Bingheim was the daughter of that Great Yellow Dynasty princess and wanted to take her away. That was why the robbery happened that day. Mo Yike explained. The daughter of the Great Yellow Dynasty princess? Guhai narrowed his eyes. I have organized all the confessions into a book. Your Majesty can read it yourself. Mo Yike nodded. Your Majesty, someone from Deqiansheng just sent a message that the 10,000 Saints Conference will officially start in 3 days. I came in a hurry and hurriedly registered it, but I don't know the number. Mo Yike said worriedly. The number is no longer important. Guhai shook his head and did not say much. Number? This time, the Deqiansheng had given him all the resources, so why would he need to worry about this? 3 days later. Skyene City, Central Square. At this moment, the Central Square was already filled with people from all directions. A sea of people looked curiously at the huge square. Countless citizens of the Deqiansheng dynasty, countless practitioners from various countries and sects in the world. They were all gathered outside Skyene City. A large number of troops maintained order in Skyene City. At this moment, there were more than 500 million people gathered in Skyene City. All eyes were on the huge square in the center. On the square, there were 100,000 literary practitioners standing. Not all of the 100,000 literary practitioners could stand here. Other than the invitations sent out by the Deqiansheng dynasty, the others who wanted to stand here had to pass the selection of countless literary practitioners from the Deqiansheng dynasty. All of the 100,000 people were literary grandmasters, skilled in the 4 arts. All of them had their own cultivation and strengths, and their only goal was to become the champion of the 1,000 Sage Conference and enter the literary sacred temple. Mo Yike, Bingheim, Mu Chenfeng, and the others stood in the distance and did not enter. They looked at the center of the square and Guhai, who was standing in the first row. Mr. Mo, why didn't you enter? With your chess skills, even if you're not as good as the hall leader, you should still. Mu Chenfeng was confused. Chess skills? With the emperor here, wouldn't I be wasting the emperor's time if I went up? Mo Yike said with a smile. Mr. Mo is good at chess. Can't you help the emperor defeat the others first? Bingheim said with a frown. Mo Yike shook his head and said, the emperor didn't let me go up. He said he was afraid of hurting me. Oh, Mu Chenfeng and Bingheim were confused. After a moment of silence, everyone looked at the center of the square. In the square, Guhai stood in the center of the first row. 3 people stood around Guhai, Gaochen, Changsheng, and Ziwei. At that moment, Gaochen looked at Ziwei with resentment. Ziwei and Changsheng did not look kindly on Guhai either. Master, why did you bring the 2 of them? They are a burden. Gaochen whispered to Guhai. Who is a burden? I don't know how you became a heaven-class Guqin. Ziwei glared at him. That's right. With such a heaven-class Guqin, it's embarrassing for Mr. Good. Changsheng also glared at Gaochen. You are the ones who are embarrassing. Gaochen glared at them. Enough. Guhai frowned. Oof. Everyone snorted. Guhai smiled bitterly. When Changsheng and Ziwei were called over, they met Gaochen. At that time, Guhai was studying Bingheim's information that Mo Yike handed over. The 3 of them, a heaven-class Guqin, a heaven-class writing brush, and a heaven-class painting brush. When they heard each other's identities, they immediately flattered each other. They chatted happily. You compliment me, I compliment you. They complimented each other to the point where they had no integrity. The others at the side could not listen anymore and left one after another. This kind of shameless compliment made the three of them very happy. They shamelessly complimented each other for 6 hours. They almost chopped off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers. Before becoming sworn brothers, the three of them had to give each other their best gifts as a brotherly gift. Gao Chen gave a song of his, Ziwei gave a poem of a recitation, and Chang Sheng gave a painting. Then there was no more. The 6 hours of friendship instantly turned into nothingness. The three of them immediately turned against each other. If Guhai had not appeared early to stop them, the three of them would have fought with their lives. In the grand competition of the 1,000 Sage Assembly, each of them could bring their own brush and guqin. Naturally, the three of them followed closely around Guhai. A heaven-class guqin was still a guqin, and a heaven-class brush was still a brush. It was not only Guhai, but also some others. Not far away, Qing Emperor stood beside the heaven-class Guqin Shisha. Not far away, Xuanan also stood beside a man. There was also a man in snow-white clothes. Beside him stood another man. The man in snow-white clothes was none other than Emperor Kong from the Great Yellow Dynasty. He was dressed in white and looked very elegant. He was middle-aged and had an extraordinary aura. Emperor Kong also stood in the first row. He looked at where Guhai was and smiled slightly. He did not seem to be angry about Monk Yuanshu being captured. When Guhai saw Emperor Kong smile, he nodded as a greeting. Emperor Kong's eyes lit up. He also nodded with a smile. Beside Emperor Kong stood Wu Yazi. When Wu Yazi saw Guhai, he also narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. On the other side, Qing Emperor looked at Guhai. He touched his thumb ring and smiled slightly. Guhai, he won the bet. The Emperor of Great Qian has indeed chosen him. Emperor, why did you choose him? Qisha asked curiously. Qing Emperor shook his head and did not explain. In the first row, Yuhua was still standing. He looked at Guhai with anger in his eyes. There were also some monks and disciples of Wanshou Taoism standing in the square. There were 4 enormous round platforms in front of the 100,000 participating literary path Xiuzha. On each platform, there was a word, Qin, Qi, calligraphy, and painting. It's time. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Buzz. The vast righteous sea in the sky suddenly churned. Above the square, there seemed to be a vortex of vast righteous qi that spun slowly. As it spun, there seemed to be a huge object looming. It was the One Dao Sacred Hall. The sacred temple of One Dao was quite hazy, but as the vast righteous sea churned, its outline slowly appeared within the haze. A gigantic white jade palace floated high in the sky. The palace slowly became clearer, and a heavenly aura radiated in all directions from the top of the palace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In heavenly Een City, the clamor of the 500 million spectators suddenly quieted down. This aura seemed to be pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. The huge white jade palace appeared. There was a plaque above it with the words Wen Dao Sacred Hall. That's the Wen Dao Sacred Hall? Countless scholars were pleasantly surprised. Boom, boom, boom. The doors of the Wen Dao Sacred Hall slowly opened. Vast righteous qi instantly surged out like a collapsing heavenly river, filling the entire heavenly Een City. For a moment, everyone calmed down, looking at the dazzling Wen Dao Sacred Temple. The 4 of you are done with the inspection. You can start the 10,000 Sage Conference now. A dignified voice came from the hall. Yes, the 4 shouted in unison. Following that, 4 people slowly flew out of the hall and landed on the 4 huge round platforms in front of Guhai. How can they enter the One Dao Sacred Hall? Gao Chen exclaimed in shock. What do you know? These are the people hosting the 10,000 Sage Conference. They went in for the inspection. They only entered the periphery and could not go in, Ziwei said disdainfully. Oh, it's them? Guhai felt slightly stunned. Of the 4 people, Guhai knew 3 of them. They were Ram Saint, Venerable Lun Yin, and the 9th young master of Guanxi's 9 sons. Xiao Chen had fought with them before at 9-5 Island. The last person was a purple-clad, mighty-looking man. However, Guhai did not recognize him. Xiaoqian saw a ram saint land on the round platform with the word book. Venerable Lu Nian landed on the round platform with the word painting. The ninth young master landed on the round platform with the word chess. That purple-clad, mighty-looking man landed on the round platform with the word qin. Mr. Good, that is Ding Ding. A voice came from behind. Sima Chongkong stood behind Gu Hai. Some of the Qian people also stood around Gu Hai. They seemed to be helping Gu Hai and protecting Gu Hai in the center. Aside from Sima Chongkong's calm expression, the others showed some envy in their eyes. Ding Ding? Dai Qianxing's heaven-ranked zither? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor had a total of 4 heaven-ranked zither. Pejuan gave 1 to Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Gaochen gave 1 to Gu Hai, and Lu Ji returned to the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. The last one was Ding Ding, which Lu Ji gave to Dai Qianxing. Chapter 553. At the central plaza of Heavenly Yin City, with the appearance of the One Dao Sacred Hall, a powerful aura suppressed the 500 million citizens in the city, causing them to remain silent. After the 4 hosts were inspected by the One Dao Sacred Hall, they landed on their respective round platforms. Invite Dai Qianxing up to the arbiter position, Ram Saint shouted as he looked coldly at the 100,000 participating scholars. At the shout, Ram Saint, the 9th young master, Venerable Lu Nian, and Ding Ding clasped their hands in front of them and bowed slightly. Countless citizens in Heavenly Yin City also bowed respectfully. They saw 9 huge dragons pulling a huge carriage in the distance. White clouds surrounded the carriage, and a large number of the Qian officials stood on the white clouds. Takeshi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng, and a large number of dignified people stood respectfully behind the 9 dragons' carriage. Woo-woo! A horn sounded in Heavenly Yin City as though it was welcoming the arrival of Dai Qianxing. A tall platform was set up in the north of the central plaza. The dragon carriage slowly landed on the tall platform. The imperial palanquin descended, and the surrounding officials stood respectfully behind it until the bead curtains of the imperial palanquin were slowly pulled open. Slowly, the curtain of the carriage pulled open, and a flat imperial crown extended from within. Everyone knew that it was the emperor of the great Qin dynasty. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. The surrounding officials and soldiers bowed respectfully. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Countless citizens bowed excitedly. For some reason, the arrival of the emperor of the great Qin dynasty seemed to have reduced the pressure of the One Dao Sacred Hall instantly. The commoners were able to speak freely, and they looked at the emperor of the great Qin dynasty excitedly. The instant Dai Qianxing stepped out of the dragon carriage, a vague golden aura surged into the sky with Dai Qianxing as the center. Boom! The vast ocean of qi above Dai Qianxing's head was blown away, and the golden airflow turned into a golden cloud that floated in the sky. Above the golden clouds, there seemed to be golden dragons cruising around. It was incomparably magical. Dai Qianxing stepped off the dragon carriage, and the dragon carriage slowly flew away. The officials behind him immediately placed the dragon chair behind Dai Qianxing. So, it's Dai Qianxing? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. On the stage, Dai Qianxing had an ordinary appearance. He looked like a mortal in his 50s or 60s. However, at this moment, he looked like a supreme being on the stage. He wore a jade crown on his head, a brown robe with a golden dragon on it, and a pair of rainbow-colored cloud silk boots. Endless auspicious air surrounded his body. You may rise, Dai Qianxing said lightly. His voice was not loud, but it strangely entered everyone's ears. Thank His Holiness. Countless officials, soldiers, and commoners stood up excitedly. Dai Qianxing slowly sat on the dragon chair. The future of the holy land of the spirited mountain greets Dai Qianxing. A soft shout suddenly came from the west of the square. Gu Hai turned his head and saw a large number of monks standing on a high platform in the distance. The one in the lead was a white-robed bald monk in his 20s. There was a golden ribbon wrapped around his eyes. He put his palms together and bowed slightly to Daikianching. The future Buddha? Guhai frowned slightly. There seemed to be a golden halo behind the future Buddha's head, emitting waves of Buddhist light. The Taishang of the Wansho Taoism greets Daikianching. A woman suddenly shouted from the south of the square. Guhai looked over and saw that there was also a high platform in the south. A large number of white-robed men and women stood on it. The one in the lead was an extremely beautiful woman. She looked like a mortal in her 30s. Her skin was as white as snow, and her breasts were full. Her white robe outlined her flesh and bones. There seemed to be an irresistible charm and mature charm. Coupled with the seductive cinnabar between her eyebrows, many people were stunned. It was as if all the beauty in the world was gathered in her body. However, there was a cold look in her eyes. The giant of the Taishang Taoism. Guhai's expression changed slightly. Behind the giant of the Taishang Taoism, there were a few colorful ribbons floating. They seemed to bring out rainbows that dyed the sky. The beginning of the Solar Divine Palace greets Daikianching. A soft shout came from the Dongfang of the square. In the Dongfang, there seemed to be countless angels appearing. A holy light suddenly lit up the surroundings. In front of a large group of angels, a middle-aged man in white robes stood on the high platform. He looked at the Daikianching and bowed slightly. The beginning? Guhai's pupils shrank. He hadn't heard any news about the beginning for the past few days. Unexpectedly, he suddenly arrived. The Daikianching sat on the dragon throne and only nodded. He didn't stand up to return the greeting. The heavens above, I, the ruler of the Qian celestial empire, the Long Zhonghua, thank the heavens for bestowing me. I will be the judge of the Thousand Saints Conference. I will extend the righteous Tao for eternity. The Daikianching said solemnly to the sky. Rumble. The vast sea of vital energy in the sky suddenly churned. The Daikianching, the Long Zhonghua. Guhai stared at the Daikianching. Although he didn't respond to the three holy lands, the three holy lands didn't blame him at all. This was the Qian's status. One word from him shook the world. Solemnly, the Ram Saint said, let's welcome the 1,000 saints. Rumble. As the vast sea of vital energy churned, suddenly, there was a pleasant sound of guqin in the sky. There seemed to be many people reciting poems in the music. In the sky, there seemed to be countless illusions of celestial birds and divine beasts. Many stars shone everywhere. Although the sound was very loud and gave people a very pleasant feeling, for some reason, no one could hear what was being said clearly. Until a voice sounded. The heavens above, we are willing to submit for generations, guide the common people, procreate, carry out the law on behalf of the heavens, and share the glory of the celestial dome. A voice sounded. From the sacred hall of Wendao, figures in white slowly walked out one after another. The faces of the figures in white couldn't be seen clearly. They seemed to be dressed like scholars. Boundless vital energy surrounded their bodies as they walked, one after another and another after another. There were more and more of them. It was as if a sky full of immortals had suddenly appeared. In an instant, the 500 million people in Heavenly Een City were all silent. They stared with wide eyes. Those are saints. Guhai narrowed his eyes. That's right. Those are the heavenly souls of saints. Perhaps they were bestowed by the heavens to have special bodies. Sima Changkong whispered behind Guhai. The voice just now came from the sacred hall of Wendao. I can understand a rest, but what is the celestial dome that it mentioned? Guhai asked, puzzled. Celestial dome? Mr. Good listened very carefully. I'm not sure either. I guess the dome means heaven, and the celestial dome means heaven, right? Sima Changkong said blankly. No, the celestial dome is an object. Chang Sheng said immediately. Oh, object? What is the celestial dome? Guhai looked at Chang Sheng, puzzled. I don't know either. The old man mentioned it before, but he didn't dare to mention it again. Ziwei, didn't you ask the old man before? What did he say? Chang Sheng looked at Ziwei. Nonsense. I just asked what the celestial dome was, and the old man beat me up. He even told me not to mention it in the future. This is a secret of the heavens. If the heavens want to punish us, no one can escape. Ziwei shook her head. Guhai was speechless. The saints walked out of the sacred hall of Wendao and gradually divided into two groups. They stood in the sky above the square. There were 8,000 saints in one group and 2,000 in the other. Dai Qianxing sat on the long Zhongwu dragon throne and didn't say anything else. Ram Saint, on the other hand, bowed respectfully to the 10,000 saints who were slowly stabilizing themselves. Ram Saint, the abbot of calligraphy Dao, please classify the saints and choose the order of the test. Ram Saint said respectfully. Buzz. The 8,000 saints retreated, and the 2,000 saints stood in the sky above the ocean of vital energy, looking down at the central square. What's the meaning of this? Guhai looked at Sima Changkong. Those 8,000 saints were formed from the souls of the dead literary cultivators of the three holy lands. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Oh, Guhai raised his eyebrows. Those 8,000 saints supported the three holy lands. These 2,000 saints are the normal literary saints. There are 500 of each. Mr. Good, do you know why the leaders of the three holy lands didn't participate in the competition? Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Why? These 2,000 saints hate the three holy lands. So, if the Sutra of Taishang, Sutra of the Future, and Sutra of Taichu appear, the 2,000 saints will definitely not choose them. The leaders of the three holy lands will not embarrass themselves. Instead, they will fight with the people of the Yin and Huang celestial dynasties for the first round of saint recommendations with us. Sima Changkong explained. Oh, there are conflicts between the saints? Guhai's eyes flashed with surprise. Mr. Good, don't think that they are all dead. They have their own thoughts, Sima Changkong explained. Oh, Taishang, Sutra of the Future, and Sutra of the Future will only enter the second round. At this moment, they're only sending some ordinary disciples to try their luck. Sima Changkong explained. Guhai nodded. In the first round, there are only these 2,000 saints. Mr. Gu, you have to be careful. Later on, try your best to display the four arts and resonate with the saints. Naturally, you will be recommended by the saints. The more you obtain, the better. Us literary practitioners will help you and recommend you to the saints. Sima Changkong said seriously. Okay, Guhai nodded. Let's begin. For arts. In the sky, when the 2,000 saints spoke, if the four hosts did not speak, the 100,000 scholars would not start. Because the four of them were the hosts. They were the rules. Number 100 Guhai. Ram Saint called. Here. Guhai was slightly startled and walked forward. In the surroundings, Xin In, Yihua, Azure the Arch, Emperor Kong, and the others stared with wide eyes. Why did Gong Yangshen call for Guhai in the middle of the grand competition? You will start. Zhang Wendao, lead the saints. Ram Saint said solemnly. What? Xuanen's expression changed. Let Guhai start first? This is cheating. Guhai started first and stole our chance. 7 Kill's expression changed. The Deqian Celestial Empire is using the hosts. Cheating. Suddenly, countless scholars glared at Guhai. Guhai was speechless. Guhai was speechless. Was this an undeserved disaster? Whoever dares to make a ruckus will be disqualified. Ram Saint shouted. Buzz. The people who were making a ruckus stopped abruptly. All the resources were tilted toward him. Wasn't it too obvious? Guhai, you can start. Ram Saint said solemnly. Guhai was speechless. Start? How could he start? Hang himself out and let him perform first? Although it was beneficial to him, wasn't it a little unethical? Master, why don't I start first? Play your song, or I can sing. Gauchen shouted. Mr. Good, I'll do it. I'll help you recite the poem. Ziwei shouted. Mr. Good, I'll do it. I'll help you paint. Changsheng also shouted. Guhai looked at the sky, full sage. The sky full sage did not seem to care. However, at this moment, almost 500 million people were staring at him. Some were happy, some were jealous, some were disdainful, and some were angry. He felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't need to ask for help in the four arts. He had some background in the four arts, but he didn't seem to have any painting skills. Changsheng, I'll have to trouble you to give it a try first. Guhai said, painting? He wasn't good at it. Let Changsheng try. It was fine even if something happened. Me? What should I paint? I'll paint whatever you want me to paint. Changsheng immediately shouted. Whatever, Guhai said with a bitter smile. He didn't know anything about painting. Naturally, he couldn't say anything. Let Changsheng do it. All right, Changsheng nodded. A desk full of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones was placed in front of Guhai. Guhai asked Changsheng to paint. At this moment, 500 million people were staring at Changsheng. Humph! I want to see what kind of shocking painting that a Qian celestial dynasty will produce, and how many saints will recommend it. Yihua said with a cold smile. That Changsheng. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. He seemed familiar. Ram Saint, Venerable Lun Yin, the ninth young master, and Ding Ding looked at Changsheng in confusion. Shang Daiqianxing in the north, Taichu and Dongfang in the Dongfang, Taoist Master Taishang in the south, and the future Buddha in the west all looked confused. Guhai smiled bitterly. He didn't know where to start now that he was in front of everyone. What? He's painting that thing again? I'm going to be blind. Gaochen's expression suddenly changed. Guhai was slightly stunned. He turned his head to look. He saw that Changsheng had already finished 2 strokes. Guhai knew what he was going to paint from those 2 strokes. An egg? Changsheng is going to paint an egg in front of 500 million people? Changsheng is going to paint an egg in front of Shang Daiqianxing, Taoist Master Taishang. And Taichu? Changsheng is going to paint an egg in front of all the saints? Guhai shuddered. However, Changsheng's brushes were extremely fast. He danced wildly, and the shape of the egg became clearer. Guhai immediately turned his head away, sweating profusely. He didn't dare to look anymore. Ram Saint shouted to the sky, "This is the first exhibition of painting. Painting saints, please observe carefully and judge quickly." Chapter 554. Changsheng's egg painting? Guhai subconsciously wanted to stop them. This was in front of 500 million people. This was a group of top-notch experts in the world. If this, they would be able to crush him to death in a matter of minutes. However, in the next moment, Guhai stopped. Egg? Just getting someone pregnant? It was just like Gaochen's singing. Guhai had long suspected that there was something he did not know. With the sages around, they might be able to help him decipher it. Guhai stopped Changsheng. However, even though Guhai stopped Changsheng, he could not allow the surrounding ordinary people to get hurt. He waved his hand. Buzz! Then, Xiao Chun used his water god energy to summon water vapor, which immediately wrapped around Changsheng and is painting like a cylinder, blocking all prying eyes. Only the opening at the top faced the 10,000 sages in the sky. What is he doing? Guhai is not letting us see? Is this cheating? He is not even letting us see? This is not fair. Immediately, countless participating literary cultivators shouted. What are you shouting for? The judge is not my Qin dynasty. How is this cheating? Guhai is in front. It's not like you don't have a chance. Ram Saint shouted. The surrounding literary cultivators frowned as they looked at Guhai. Amateus, literary cultivators, please calm down. Guhai is doing this for your own good. Otherwise, if the harm is too great, you all. Venerable Lun Yin said with a faint, bitter smile. Others did not know what that was, but Venerable Lun Yin did. Venerable Lun Yin also knew that Changsheng was the one who gave Guhai the egg painting in the past. In Empty City, Changsheng impregnated the bad ancestor and many Day One thieves. Now, 500 million ordinary people were watching. The people of the 3 holy lands and the 3 dynasties were watching. If this painting impregnated everyone, just thinking about it was horrifying. Fortunately, Guhai blocked everyone's view. Not far away, 7 Kills was still feeling indignant. However, when he saw the outline of the pattern that longevity had drawn, he suddenly quivered. He drew it? He drew it? 7 Kills exclaimed. Chisha, are you crazy? Qing Emperor's eyes turned cold. With a cold shout, Chisha was immediately stunned. 7 Kills calmed down, but his eyes were still filled with panic. Emperor, that Guhai is courting death. He's courting death. So that egg was drawn by Changsheng. He's finished. He's dead. Shut up, Qing Emperor said coldly. Not far away, Emperor Kong, Xuanan, and Yihua were all confused. In the periphery, Mu Chenfeng opened her mouth wide. Hall Master, Hall Master. Why, is this a competition? Drawing an egg? There were so many people here, and the eyes of the entire world were gathered here. Was the Hall Master trying to start a feud with the entire world? The future Buddha in the West put his palms together. Buddha, why didn't Guhai let us watch? Is he cheating? A bodhisattva frowned. Calm down. Our saint hasn't started yet. The future Buddha said lightly. Yes, in the south where the Taishang Dao and Juzi were. Juzi, what is that Guhai doing? A man in white frowned. Playing tricks? How dare he? The beautiful Taishang Dao said. Juzi's face darkened. In the east, in the land of Primordial. Primordial sat on a white throne. A group of angels stood around him, all frowning. Lord, the second young master sent news that Guhai is targeting the second young master again and again. He even killed the other angels. An angel said with a gloomy expression. Primordial's expression did not change. He glanced at Guhai. Guhai, if he wasn't capable, how could Daiqianxing value him? But he's cheating in public. Calm down, Primordial said calmly. Yes. The angels kept quiet. Primordial glanced at Guhai before turning to look at the crowd in the distance. His gaze landed on one person. It was Bingheim, who was standing behind him. Yike. Bingheim seemed to have sensed something. She turned around and saw Primordial looking at her. She shuddered. She seemed to be afraid. Then she bowed slightly at Primordial. Primordial smiled and turned to look at Guhai in the center. In the north, Daiqianxing sat on a high platform. Sima Zongheng, Takeshi Ryushin, and the others stood beside him. His Holiness, Guhai is so reckless. He even covered up the painting. Do we need to? Sima Zongheng lowered his head and said respectfully. Daiqianxing said, wait. Yes. Everyone answered. Changsheng waved his brush, and the painting was taking shape. Although the North Star and Purple Micro were isolated from the outside world, their expressions were extremely complicated. Master, will there be trouble? Gaochen asked worriedly. What trouble? Guhai said calmly. Mr. Good, actually I also think that Changsheng shouldn't have painted this. Will he? Ziwei said worriedly. You don't know what's good for you, but there will be people who do. Changsheng said that this is the best painting. Naturally, there will be a good side to it. Don't worry, Guhai said calmly. Ziwei and Gaochen's expressions were ugly. However, Changsheng, who was blocked by the water vapor, heard Guhai's words. Ziwei, Gaochen, what do you mean? I've done my best, but you're dragging me down. Mr. Good knows what's good for him. Let me tell you, if you look down on my painting again, I'll never show it to you again. Changsheng was extremely angry as he painted. That's great. Ziwei and Gaochen immediately rejoiced. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll continue to paint. Mr. Good trusts me so much. I must paint the best and win face for Mr. Good. Changsheng said angrily. Changsheng continued to paint. Guhai looked up at the 10,000 sages in the sky. Of the 10,000 sages, 8,000 were from the 3 holy lands. They wouldn't participate in the first round, so they didn't look. Of the 2,000 sages in the first round, 500 were from the 4 arts. In other words, 500 sages were the first batch of judges. At this moment, as Ram's saint invited the painting sages to look, gradually, some of the sages lowered their heads and looked at the painting. Guhai looked at the sky expectantly. Suddenly, an azure-green light soared into the sky from the column of water vapor, heading for the 500 sages in the sky. Success. All right, I'm done painting. Mr. Good, come and take a look. Changsheng immediately walked out and excitedly invited Guhai. Guhai's expression froze. Never mind. Let's get the sage to evaluate it. Hey, that's fine too. Changsheng looked at the sky excitedly. Painting sage, please evaluate. Venerable Lun Yin called out to the sky. Although Venerable Lun Yin did not know what Guhai was up to, Deqian's resources were currently all on Guhai. So, he decided to help Guhai. Changsheng's egg is so strange. Perhaps ordinary people like us cannot understand it. Let these sages take a look. They should be able to see the wonder, right? Guhai looked at the sky expectantly. Perhaps the 500 painting sages in the sky were too arrogant. Not all of them lowered their heads to look at the painting. Only 100 sages slowly lowered their heads. They seemed to be evaluating. That's all he painted. It's just plain and ordinary. How can this be called a painting? Unsightly. Ridiculous. The 100 sages immediately gave their evaluations. At this moment, none of the sages praised Chang Sheng. Their tone was full of disdain and contempt. Such a painting seemed to stain their eyes. Their expressions were full of disdain. What? The 100,000 participating literary cultivators were slightly stunned. Ha 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 ha. Many people laughed loudly. De Qian specially cheated to paint this person. It turns out that the painting is ridiculous. Even the sages are disdainful. It looks like the painting is definitely unsightly. Immediately, the previously jealous literary cultivators all looked at Gu Hai mockingly. At the same time, they were very curious about what Gu Hai made Chang Sheng spend. Only Qi Sha, who was not far away, shivered. He looked at the sages in shock. At the same time, he looked at Gu Hai strangely. He wanted to say, "You have guts." However, at this moment, he did not dare to breathe too loudly. He was waiting for the strange things that might happen next. The 500 million people were also anxious. Most of the De Qian citizens were naturally on the De Qian side. If they were on the De Qian side, they would be on the Gu Hai side. How can this be? Is my De Qian's painting so unsightly? Why are all the sages looking at it with disdain? What kind of person is Gu Hai? Is his painting so terrible? Why did His Holiness choose him? The anxious voices of the people came from all directions. Mo Yike, Mu Chenfeng, and Bingheim's expressions suddenly changed. This scene was so familiar. Could it be that what happened next? The future Buddha, Tai Shang, and Tai Chu all frown at this moment. This shouldn't be. Gu Hai is a very arrogant person. Why would he use an ordinary painting for the sages of the painting path to see? It doesn't make sense, and it's at such an important occasion. The future Buddha frowned. He doesn't even care about the sages of the painting path. How ugly should his painting be? The De Qian is going to be embarrassed this time. Tai Shang also sneered. Tai Chu looked at the sky in confusion. He then looked at Bingheim's shocked expression and frowned. This shouldn't be. Why does Bingheim have such an expression when the sages of the painting path despise it? There must be something wrong with this. The 100 sages started to criticize. Ramsay was anxious. He turned to look at De Qiansheng, who was on the high platform. The group of De Qian officials was extremely anxious. However, De Qiansheng was the only one who remained expressionless. He didn't say a word. De Qiansheng didn't say a word. No one dared to say anything. In the sky, the 100 sages kept criticizing Chang Sheng's painting. Chang Sheng was also anxious. Do you know anything about painting? What sages of the painting path are you? Don't you recognize my painting? Chang Sheng's scolding shocked the surrounding literary cultivators. This person dared to scold the judge? You overestimate yourself. What is this painting? How dare you scold us? A sage said coldly. This painting almost dirted my eyes. You want me to recommend you? Dream on. Ignorant junior. How dare you talk to me about painting? The sages immediately scolded. Obviously, they had completely rejected Chang Sheng's painting. Chang Sheng looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Gu Hai looked at the sages and his face twitched slightly. This is bad. Huh? Mr. Good, what's bad? Chang Sheng was puzzled. Just as Chang Sheng was puzzled and the 4 literary cultivators were about to criticize Chang Sheng, a sage's voice suddenly came from the group of sages who were criticizing Chang Sheng. My stomach, something's wrong. A sage's voice came from the sky. Chapter 555. Something is wrong with my stomach. A sage's voice came from the sky. The abrupt voice caused almost everyone below to raise their eyebrows and look up at the sky with puzzled expressions. Something is wrong with their stomach? Do they have stomachs? An angel asked in confusion. Tai Chu shook his head. Clearly, this was his first time seeing this. In the south, Master, I don't think this happened in the previous myriad sage assembly, a Taishang cultivator said with a frown. The Taishang master frowned slightly, looking even more alluring. Future Buddha, has this happened before? The Bodhisattvas looked at the future Buddha. The future Buddha pressed his palms together and shook his head. Clearly, he had not seen this before. However, the future Buddha and the Bodhisattvas could not see this at all, so they could not say anything. I knew it. Venerable Lun Yin suddenly covered his face with a bitter expression. It's over. It's over. What I was afraid of happened. Mu Feng said in horror with wide eyes. Bingheim and Mo Yike also slowly turned their heads, unable to bear watching. It has started. That's it. All the sages are going to have stomachaches soon. 7 kills said in shock. Clearly, this was still fresh in his mind. Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Clearly, Qing Emperor also knew what was going on. Is Gu Hai courting death? Hong Di, Xuanan, and Yihua still did not know what was going on. They only looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Master, something is wrong, Gaochen said with a stiff expression. It's over. Changsheng, this is what you did. Ziwei said bitterly. Gu Hai's face twitched slightly. I overestimated these sages. Indeed, after the first sage held his stomach, the second and third sages also started holding their stomachs. Ouch! My stomach hurts too. What's going on? My stomach hurts. One after another, the hundreds of saints clutched their stomachs in pain. This scene stunned everyone who was watching below. The 100,000 participating literary path Xiozha all widened their eyes. What are they doing? Did the sage eat something bad? Why are they holding their stomachs? You don't want her dignity anymore? Dignity? At this moment, there was no longer any dignity left. Soon, the sage who had been the fiercest about Changsheng suddenly sat down on the ocean of righteousness. Ram Saint, the 9th young master, and Ding Ding all widened their eyes. What are these situations? Venerable Lun Yin, you know, right? What was going on? What happened to the sages? Ram Saint asked anxiously. They might. Venerable Lun Yin found it difficult to speak. Speak. Ding Ding frowned. There might be good news, Venerable Lun Yin whispered. The 3 hosts were slightly startled, as if they didn't react for a moment. It took them quite a while to understand. Ridiculous. How was that possible? Ram Saint immediately glared. Venerable Lun Yin, don't speak nonsense. Ding Ding frowned. Venerable Lun Yin smiled bitterly, not explaining. Instead, he sighed softly as he looked at the sky. Then he saw the 100 sages gripping their stomachs, crying out in agony. This startled the surrounding sages as well. What's going on? Painting Sage, what's wrong with you? Painting Sage, are you all right? Painting Sage Yin, what's wrong with you all? The group of saints gathered around, and the incomparably dignified 10,000 saints judge suddenly became a mess. It hurts. Why did my stomach grow bigger? Heaven fixed our bodies. It is impossible for them to change. Why did it change? Our bodies follow heaven's laws. Why? It hurts. There seems to be something in my stomach. Mine too. The 100 sages cried out in incredible pain. The 500 million ordinary people below immediately broke out in an uproar. Could it be because of that Gu Hai's painting? Only these 100 sages. Were they the ones mocking Changsheng earlier? Could it be a problem with the painting? Many ordinary people were curious. In the sky, the 100 sages were in pain for a while. Let me check. Don't move. A sage shouted. The other sages moved aside, only to see that sage pressing his hand on the stomach of another sage. The 100,000 contestants, 500 million ordinary people, 3 sacred grounds, and 3 celestial dynasties all quieted down and stared at the sage who was checking. Zither Sage, what's wrong with them? Another sage was puzzled. Zither Sage was silent for a while and muttered to himself. How is this possible? How is this possible? What's going on? The sages were anxious. Zither Sage checked the fallen sages one after another. After a while, he seemed to be in a daze. Zither Sage, what's wrong with them? The sages asked in deep voices. Yeah, what's wrong with us? Ouch, it hurts. Tell us. I haven't felt such pain in 8,000 years. What's going on? Tell us. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zither Sage. Zither Sage was a little dumbfounded. Tell us. What's wrong? The group of saints was in an anxious clamor. You're pregnant. Zither Sage said in a very low voice. But this low voice was like thunder, and it instantly quietened all the sages. At the same time, they felt that their worldview was completely shattered. What? Pregnant? A large number of sages quickly checked them. Soon, the results were the same. No, I have never had a child in my life. You're telling me that I'm pregnant now? How can I be pregnant? Zither Sage, you're lying. Ouch, it kicked my stomach. We have bodies of laws now. How can we be pregnant? I'm going to tear your mouth. 100 sages immediately roared in anger. The other 9,000 sages felt like their balls were hurting. They were the sages of the world. How could such a thing happen? The sages cursed and scolded. They were not dignified at all. At this moment, all the sages were discussing pregnancy. This scene caused all the common people and literary path cultivators below to gulp. The sage is pregnant? That person called himself an old man. You should be an old man, right? An old man can be pregnant. This is a sage? A sage is also a human. Why can't she be pregnant? Boom! The heavenly Een city below was instantly in an uproar. The faces of the 100,000 participants darkened. Was this a scandal of a sage? Tai Chu, Tai Shang, future. The people from the three holy lands did not know what to say at this moment. Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong's faces twitched as they looked at Gu Hai. What did you do? His Holiness? Sima Zongheng, who was next to Daiqianxing, said with an ugly expression. Father, what should we do now? Takashi Ryushin also looked conflicted. The sage convention was held once every 1,000 years. It was such a sacred and dignified event. Why did it become so strange this time? Gu Hai made the sages pregnant right from the start? Aren't you too fierce? They were the judges, the sages of the world. Which one of them was not a legend when they were alive? But Gu Hai, you did it well. You were asked to draw for them to admire, not to make them pregnant. The Deqian officials looked at Gu Hai strangely at this moment. Only Daiqianxing's expression did not change. He looked at the scene in front of him as if he did not care. However, no one realized that Daiqianxing had already made a thumbprint on the armrest of Daiqianxing's dragon throne. How did they get pregnant? The sage in the sky asked anxiously. They saw that painting. Ah, don't look. The Zither doctor exclaimed. All the sages were shocked. They did not dare to look at that evil painting anymore. Instead, they looked at Gu Hai and Chang Sheng with murderous gazes. It's him. The Zither doctor pointed at Gu Hai. Rumble. In an instant, countless gazes looked at Gu Hai and Chang Sheng. The two of them became the focus of attention. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He did not expect this. Could it be that Chang Sheng's painting only had the attribute of whoever looked at it will get pregnant and did not have any painting achievements? Ouch, Zither doctor, what should I do? What about my stomach? It hurts. He kicked me again. Quick, Zither doctor. Hundreds of pregnant sages begged the Zither doctor in pain. Our bodies are not what they were when we were alive. I don't know what to do. Let's ask him. The Zither doctor shook his head. All the sages looked at Gu Hai and Chang Sheng. Gu Hai had a strange expression. Could it be that he was going to teach them C-section in front of the three holy lands and the three heavenly dynasties? This was not right. Moreover, their bodies were not the same. You plotted against the sage of painting path. Don't you want to enter the sage temple of literary path? Quick, tell us how to let them recover. The Zither doctor shouted. The sage shouted. The entire heavenly Een city was silent. A powerful aura radiated. Countless citizens and cultivators looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Recover? Why do we need to recover? Isn't that good? Chang Sheng glared. What did you say? The Zither doctor glared. Chang Sheng still wanted to argue, but Gu Hai pulled him back. He looked at the sages in pain in the sky and said guiltily, My celestial brush has caused inconvenience to the sages. Please forgive me. He only knows how to paint and not collect. We can't do anything. Sorry. Kill, but not bury? You can't do anything? You can't do anything. So you made us pregnant? No, I don't want to be pregnant. I hate you. Ouch. I will never recommend you. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I hate you. You want to enter the sage temple of literary path? Don't even think about it. Ouch, ouch, ouch. All the sages roared in pain with hatred. Chapter 556. The sages roared in pain, and there was a lot of noise. There were all kinds of words, but the 500 million people, the four forces, and the major literary cultivators below were already dumbfounded. Almost everyone had the same thought. Guhai was finished. You still want to continue? These sages who were in charge of judging you made you pregnant in front of so many people. You still want to continue the competition? Even if the Qian helped you cheat, it's impossible. You've gone too far this time. Too far? The more they thought about it, the more the commoners and the people from the three holy lands felt their balls ache. What was going on? Countless Qian officials also widened their eyes, as if they were angry at Guhai's actions. We used all our resources to help you, and even help you openly, but you showed this to the sages? Countless officials looked at Guhai angrily, and, at the same time, they looked at Daiqianxing anxiously. This person was decided by his holiness, and the officials didn't know what to do for a while. Daiqianxing was still sitting on the dragon throne, and there was nothing unusual on his face. Suddenly, a ray of white light flew to where the emperor of the great Qian dynasty was. Whoosh! A large number of guards seemed to want to attack this uninvited guest. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty waved his hand and immediately stopped the guards. Bang! It was a child wearing a large white robe. There was a Kuan fish on the front of the white robe and a rock pattern on the back. His Holiness, what's going on? Ha ha ha! The white-robed child suddenly laughed. Biming show how is one you? Daiqianxing said lightly. Don't worry, she's fine. Everything is as usual. She's just sleeping temporarily. The white-robed child, Biming show, laughed. Yes, it's been hard on her this time. Daiqianxing nodded. This is Guhai. What's going on? Guhai made these self-righteous sages pregnant? Ha ha! Biming show laughed. Daiqianxing looked at the sky again, but at this moment, his expression seemed to be relaxed. I hate you. I'll never recommend you. Ouch. 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 You want to enter Wendao Temple? Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it for the rest of your life. Ouch. 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 The saints roared in pain and hatred. Almost all of the 100 saints had ferocious looks on their faces. He looked at Guhai as if he wanted to skin Guhai alive. Mr. Good, I'm sorry. Maybe Changsheng looked at Guhai bitterly. No matter how ignorant those saints were, he seemed to have ruined Guhai's plans. Mr. Changsheng, you don't have to blame yourself. Guhai shook his head. However, he saw that the sages who had been shouting furiously earlier were no longer shouting. They no longer had the strength to shout. Expel this person from the competition. The medical zither sage pointed at Guhai and scolded. Expel him from the competition. The other saints shouted one after another. For a moment, the 100,000 participants in the square were gloating. The 500 million Qian citizens were anxious. Tai Chu, Tai Shang, and the experts from the three holy lands did not say a word. They had strange expressions. This was the first time in Li Gu's history that a person was called out by all the saints in the Thousand Saints Assembly. Your name will go down in history. Sima Changkong and the others who were prepared to help Guhai also had bitter expressions. Why did this matter become so troublesome? However, the eyes of the Qian participants lit up. If all the saints expelled Guhai, wouldn't that mean that they had a chance? One by one, the Qian participants looked at Daiqianxing, who was on the high platform. Their eyes flashed with anticipation. Ding Ding, Master Lun Yin, Ram Saint, and the ninth young master all looked at Daiqianxing, waiting to see how Daiqianxing would handle this matter. Daiqianxing's expression remained the same, and he did not say a word. It was obvious that Daiqianxing supported Guhai. Expel him from the competition. The saints were still shouting. Ram Saint's expression turned solemn. Apologies, saints. We are the hosts of the Thousand Saints Assembly. You are the judges of the Thousand Saints Assembly. It is not within the saints' rights to expel anyone. Huh? All the saints stared at Ram Saint. Ram Saint bowed slightly. Obviously, he was unwilling to expel Guhai. The 100 saints seemed to have fainted from the pain. Even so, it is impossible for us to recommend this person. Oomph. The medicine zither saint snorted. All right, since we are the judges, let's begin. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting display all of them. Oomph. A saint said solemnly. In that case, Ram Saint was about to speak. Suddenly, the medicine Zither Saint interrupted Ram Saint. Oomph. Since we are the judges, let's do what we judge. Host, you just need to maintain the scene. We will set the questions and answer them accordingly. The medicine Zither Saint suddenly shouted. That's right. We will set the questions. The saint shouted. Some of the 100,000 participants' eyes lit up, while others had gloomy expressions. According to the previous rules, they would show what they were best at and show it to the saints. If the saints felt that it was not bad, they would recommend it. Hence, before the 1,000 Saints Assembly, many literary cultivators already had a draft in mind. Or rather, the works they would show later were works that they had thought about for a long time. Works that were meticulously crafted. However, now it was suddenly changed to a question. In that case, all the things they had prepared would be wasted. The participants were anxious, but they also felt lucky. In that case, would the Qian's advantage be gone? However, it seemed like the great Qian dynasty cheated on Gu Hai's behalf. Furthermore, the sages of the great Qian dynasty were extremely furious with Gu Hai. All of them said that they would not recommend Gu Hai again. Wouldn't that mean that Gu Hai was finished? Ram Saint's face darkened. He turned to look at Dai Qianxing, who was not far away. Dai Qianxing sat on the dragon throne, but did not say a word. All right, saints, please set the questions. Ram Saint said solemnly. One of the saints said, we are in charge of judging calligraphy. The topic of calligraphy is qi. There is qi when the sky changes. There is earth qi in different regions. There is water qi when water evaporates. There is fire qi when fire burns. There is filth qi when corpses rot. There is human qi when smelly sweat. There is yang qi when the sun reaches the middle of the sky. There is yin qi when the night reaches the netherworld. There is anger qi when evil is humiliated. With qi as the topic, all poems and songs are accepted. Quickly write them down. The saint of calligraphy shouted. Countless literary cultivators answered, yes. However, it was obvious that the saint had emphasized the last topic, anger qi. There was anger qi when evil was humiliated. Countless cultivators looked at Gu Hai. This was going to be the result of a verbal and written condemnation. Let's follow the saint of calligraphy and use qi as the topic. Solemnly Ram Saint said. Another saint said, we are in charge of judging the Go Dao. The Go Dao is simple. Arrange a sequence and play against each other. We will recommend the winner based on our discretion. The Go Dao saint's meaning was clear. Go ahead and fight. Fight to the last person. We will decide if we want to choose the winner. Let's follow the Go Dao saint. We will decide who is the best in the Go Dao and let the saints decide. The 9th young master answered. We are in charge of judging the painting Dao. If 100 saints were plotted against by a villain, Humph, we will use this villain as the topic. We will judge him. The painting Dao saint said. We will follow the painting Dao saint and use the villain as the topic. Venerable Lun Yin said respectfully. We will judge the Zither Dao and use the villain as the topic. We will judge him. The Zither saint said. We will follow the Zither Dao saint and use the villain as the topic. Solemnly Ding Ding said. The saint's hatred of Gu Hai could no longer be described as anger. The calligraphy Dao's anger, the painting Dao's villain, and the Zither Dao's villain. The Go Dao saint could not be targeted using Go. They could only judge him after he was the best in the Go Dao. Nearly all the sages excluded Gu Hai from the list. Not far away, Yihua, Xuanan, and 7 kills showed gloating expressions. Who asked you to seek death? However, Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong frowned as they looked at Dai Qianxing. Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, and even Taishang, Taichu, Future, and the other powerhouses could tell that the Qian was giving all its resources to Gu Hai. However, how is it going to do so now? Now that 100 saints had fainted, the other saints were furious at Gu Hai. This was a desperate situation. Was Dai Qianxing going to give up on Gu Hai? Before the emperor of the great Qian dynasty could speak, The officials behind him were extremely anxious. Father, Gu Hai is hated by all the saints and is being ostracized. How can we continue to support him? Takashi Ryushin frowned. Yes, His Holiness, Gu Hai can't be saved. He won't be able to achieve anything in this sage conference. Fortunately, it has just begun. Please choose another person quickly. His Holiness, now Gu Hai is all ready. The officials anxiously begged Long Zhonghua. Long Zhonghua didn't speak. Beside him, Bai Ming-shou said, "When has His Holiness ever changed his mind?" Huh? The officials' faces froze. His Holiness has decided. It's not up to you to tell him what to do. Bai Ming-shou said calmly. Yes. The officials lowered their heads and didn't dare to say more. His Holiness didn't even want to change people. How could he casually change people? In the distance, Ram Saint and the others looked at Gu Hai and took a deep breath. Then they started to preside. Go Dao players, register here. Let's start the 2-on-1 duel. The ninth young master shouted coldly. Immediately, many Diqian attendants carried over a large number of Go boards and marked out an area for the Go Dao players to place their Go pieces. Calligraphy players, place your book here. Use Qi as the topic. You can ponder over it. After you succeed, quickly write it down for the sages to judge. Ram Saint shouted. Many attendants carried over desks, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Of course, the topic this time was to criticize Gu Hai verbally, slandering Gu Hai with countless vulgarities. Zither players, you can compose a piece. When the piece is finished, the sages can judge it. Painting players, you can start painting. When the painting is finished, the sages can judge it. Solemnly, Ding Ding and Venerable Lunyan said. Yes, everyone answered. Be it painting, composing a poem, or a song, they were all to vent their anger for the sages and to attack Gu Hai. In a short instant, Gu Hai looked like he had to face the attacks of all the literary cultivators. Zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting 100,000 literary cultivators attacked Gu Hai at the same time. For a time, Gu Hai became the target of public criticism. As the countless ordinary people and cultivators looked at Gu Hai, they could not help but feel worried. Of all the things to paint, you ended up impregnating the sages. Look at you now, right? You want to fight 100,000 alone? Aren't you just seeking death? Chapter 557. Master, what should we do now? Gaochen asked with a frown. Gaochen saw malice in the eyes of the saints and the 100,000 participants. Everyone was looking at Gu Hai coldly. The saints obviously wanted the participants to attack Gu Hai and make him go down in history with infamy. During the 1,000 Saints Assembly, one could enter the sacred temple of arts with a recommendation of the saints. Now, none of the saints were willing to do so. They looked at Gu Hai as if he had killed their father. Could they still compete? Gu Hai looked at the Daiqianxing in the distance. Seeing that the Daiqianxing's expression did not change, he took a deep breath and said, "Things are indeed bad, but it may not be the end of the road. I'll go to the chess battle area first. But the three of you are in charge of carefully observing the participants who are playing the Guqin, calligraphy, and painting. Pick out their masterpieces and we'll talk about it later. Do your best and leave the rest to fate." Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Gaochen, Changsheng, and Zi Wei smiled bitterly. The Diqian participants were confused. What did His Holiness mean? Should they continue to support Gu Hai? That shouldn't be the case. Now that the saints were angry at Gu Hai, was there a need to continue supporting him? Would the saints be able to recommend Gu Hai in the end? That was impossible. Everyone felt bitter and looked at Gu Hai with jealousy. Why was he so lucky? No matter what, His Holiness's will could not be changed. Everyone went to their respective areas to prepare for the competition. Chess battle area. The ninth young master was the host. Soon, about 10,000 people chose to battle. Chess battle. Among the 100,000 participants, the least number chose to battle. "Mr. Good, we meet again," the ninth young master said with a smile. "Ninth young master, how have you been? Have you found a substitute?" Gu Hai asked with a smile. Substitute? Easier said than done. Let's not talk about anything else for now. "Mr. Good, be careful later," the ninth young master said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. The 10,000 or so people were numbered in the blink of an eye. Guhai was assigned number 1. For chess players, each round lasts for 2 hours. When the 2 hours are up, the victor will be decided immediately. I won't wait if you're late. Ninth young master shouted. Yes, sir. The 10,000 chess cultivators answered. Guhai bowed slightly. Slowly, the 10,000 Go cultivators sat down. Once the chess pieces were laid out, they immediately began to play. Smack, smack, smack. A series of chess pieces were placed in the entire chess area. At this moment, the sky full sage was also looking down curiously, especially at Guhai's chessboard. After all, other people might not remember, but Guhai was deeply remembered. There was no way he wouldn't remember this participant. This person was too arrogant. How could he still have the face to continue the competition after insulting a saint? In front of Guhai was a man in red. Guhai, sorry to offend you. The man in red revealed a cold smile. He seemed to be quite excited. Because Guhai was hated by the saints, his game would definitely attract the attention of the saints. If he could defeat Guhai, wouldn't the saints see him in a different light? Wouldn't the saints be grateful to him? As long as he could defeat Guhai, the saints would definitely recommend him. Definitely. No, it wouldn't just be one saint. Perhaps all the saints would be grateful to him and recommend him. As long as he could defeat Guhai, would he be able to get first place? Would he be able to enter the sacred temple of Wendao? The man in red looked at Guhai with eyes full of excitement and malice. This chess cultivator, you're drooling, Guhai said with a strange expression. Whoosh! The man in red immediately swallowed, wiped his mouth, and said, Hurry up, let's start. Let me defeat you, you insulting gentleman. Guhai was speechless. Although Guhai did not want to play against this person, he still played. Stone after stone, the man in red drooled as he excitedly played. 15 minutes later, thanks for letting me win, Guhai said indifferently. What? That's impossible. How can you play so many? The man in red could not believe this result. After all, he was the number 1 Go master on this island. In just 15 minutes, Guhai had already swallowed most of his Go stones. Thanks for letting me win? This was already Guhai taking care of the man in red's face. If he continued playing, there would be no more space for him to play. Guhai won the first game. Naturally, Guhai's Go board was the focus of everyone's attention. Good Go skills. Kong Di, who was preparing his essay in the distance, narrowed his eyes. 15 minutes? The other side got completely wiped out? What a good setup. Qing Emperor said. Humph. How lucky. Tai Shang, who was in the distance, said coldly. They are not on the same level. The future Buddha sighed softly. As for the North Star, the Longevity Sage, and the Purple Micro, they were roaming around everywhere, looking at this and that. When the countless literary cultivators saw the 3 of them, they all looked at them with disdain. However, the 3 of them were extremely thick-skinned, and they did not take it seriously at all. What a lousy drawing. What the hell is he writing? Is this a piece of music? Everywhere they went, they drew disgust. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Half of the 10,000 Go cultivators were gone in the blink of an eye. Only about 5,000 remained. 5,000 continued. Another arrogant and excited blue-clad Go cultivator thought that he could reach the peak of life after defeating Guhai. He spouted nonsense. Spittle flew everywhere as he scolded Guhai. Guhai frowned and ignored him. Instead, he looked at an attendant at the side and said, Can I trouble you to change the Go board? This one is already covered in saliva. I never play saliva Go. Oomph. The blue-clad Go cultivator snorted. Half an hour later. Thank you for going easy on me, Guhai said lightly. The blue-clad Go cultivator stared in disbelief. Another half was eliminated. About 2,500 Go cultivators were left. 6 hours later. Half an hour later. Thank you for going easy on me, Guhai said lightly. Mr. Good is amazing. I'm sincerely convinced. He finally met a normal Go cultivator. There were 1,250 Go cultivators left. 8 hours later. Half an hour later. Thank you for going easy on me. 10 hours later. Half an hour later. Thank you for going easy on me. Thank you for going easy on me. Thank you for going easy on me. 18 hours later. there were only 39 Go cultivators left. In every game, Guhai would place a Go piece for half an hour, and his opponent would lose. They would lose completely and cleanly. The Go sages who were watching from high up in the sky felt depressed. Guhai, how is his Go Dao so amazing? I see that there are a few people around him who are on par with him. He just hasn't met an expert yet. What if he's going to be number one? How can he be number one? The Go sages were talking coldly. The Deqian citizens were dazzled. Perhaps there were too many people competing, especially in the Go combat area. Many of the citizens were only staring at Guhai. The way he played Go so cleanly that many people were dumbfounded. Mr. Good is amazing. No wonder His Holiness thinks highly of Guhai. What a pity. What's the point of thinking highly of Guhai? What's the point of not choosing him? 20 hours later, Guhai was deliberately given a bye so that someone else could place a Go piece. 19 people were selected to enter the next round with Guhai. At that moment, people gradually began to write on the zither, book, and painting. That was especially so for those who were painting. One by one, they began to pick up their brushes and paint Guhai with the character villain as the theme. Of course, there were also some who did not deliberately target Guhai. However, most of them targeted Guhai as their first target. That was because he was the sage's judge, after all, and they had to cater to his liking. If the sage wanted to attack Guhai, then what if they followed the sage's line of thought? Perhaps the sage would be happy and recommend them? Painting, painting, painting. One by one, ugly images based on Guhai were slowly painted. Mr. Good, this doesn't look good. They're all painting you as the villain. Changsheng frowned and said worriedly. So what? Guhai smiled and said, I'm not sure about the zither, Go, calligraphy, and Go, but they're painting you too much. It'll affect your temperament later. Changsheng said worriedly. Oh, Guhai was puzzled. Painting can express one's thoughts through painting. They're full of malice toward you, Mr. Good. Their malice can be expressed through painting, and it can form illusions that affect Mr. Good. Mr. Good's painting will definitely be attacked. At that time, Changsheng said with a bitter smile, Wait, did you say painting will? If I have painting will, I'll be attacked by their painting will? Guhai asked curiously. Yes. What if I don't have it? Guhai whispered. How is that possible? Mr. Good's literary cultivation is so powerful. You should have at least some painting will, Changsheng said in shock. All right, let's not talk about it for now, Guhai said with a bitter smile. He did not have any painting will at all. Wouldn't this group of people's attacks be useless? Earlier you saw them drawing. They're drawing me. Why don't you draw me as well? Guhai asked with a change in expression. That's right. Me? How do I paint? Changsheng said blankly. They paint me as evil, and you paint me as good. Won't that work? Guhai asked doubtfully. But I only know how to paint eggs. Unless you teach me how to do it. Changsheng said blankly. Guhai was speechless. Changsheng had let it slip. Guhai suddenly understood why Changsheng always wanted to paint eggs. It turned out that he was subjective and creative. He only knew how to paint eggs. Forget it then, Guhai said with a bitter smile. Don't, Mr. Good. Although I only paint eggs, if you tell me what to paint, I can also paint according to your instructions. Changsheng immediately stopped him. Changsheng had gotten into big trouble. He felt guilty and uneasy. Naturally, he wanted to make up for it. All right, then how about this? Have you seen the court assembly? Just paint a painting of me sitting on the dragon throne and answering the ministers. Guhai said casually. That's good. It's very awe-inspiring to be an emperor to discipline his ministers. Mr. Good, don't worry. I'll definitely paint it well. Changsheng immediately promised. You're not allowed to paint eggs, Guhai said again. Don't worry, Changsheng said excitedly. As he said that, Changsheng ran excitedly to the study table at the side and began to paint. Before he painted, Changsheng's expression had a dazed excitement. As if he had thought of some forbidden image, he let out a chuckle. When Guhai saw Changsheng's chuckle, his expression froze. He was a little worried about Changsheng. Would he paint something strange again? He wanted to stop Changsheng, but the 9th young master called out to him. Mr. Good, it's now the 11th round. Including you, there are still 20 chess players left. Please take a seat, the 9th young master said. All right. Gu Hai sighed softly and nodded. Glancing at Chang Sheng, Gu Hai could only give up and not stop him. Chapter 558. Gu Hai ignored Chang Sheng's painting. He sat down and began to play. Only 20 of the 10,000 cultivators were left at the moment. At that moment, those 20 people's chess prowess was slowly becoming more and more outstanding. At the very least, the chess cultivator in front of Gu Hai was no longer as easy to deal with as he had been before. This is what makes it interesting. Gu Hai smiled. I've seen Mr. Good play chess before. Although I didn't get to see the 30 unrivaled heavens and earth matrix in the capital, I've heard a friend mention it. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I hope you won't be stingy with your guidance. The man in black said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. The two of them began to play. At that moment, a small portion of the 10,000 chess cultivators who had been eliminated began to enter the zither, calligraphy, and painting areas to try their luck. However, most of them were still gathered around the 10 chessboards. That was especially so for Gu Hai's chessboard. Aside from the saints, who were watching out of anger, the chess cultivators were also watching out of curiosity. Looking at Gu Hai's chessboard, the chess cultivators gradually became serious. The two of them played very quickly, and a chessboard was quickly formed. Everyone present was an expert chess player, and they immediately saw the beauty of the game. They immersed themselves in it and were unable to extricate themselves. What a profound chessboard. I can't see through it. I can barely keep up with that chess cultivator, but Gu Hai's moves are like a plate of loose sand. However, that plate of loose sand froze the opponent's moves, making the white chess piece very passive. Is the white chess piece completely led by the black chess piece? The chess cultivators widened their eyes. After half an hour, the chess cultivator in black smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I admit defeat. Admit defeat? The people all around were in an uproar. It had been less than half an hour. How could he admit defeat? The people didn't understand, but the saints in the sky saw it clearly. Oomph. The saints snorted. Chess cultivator number 1086. Are you sure you admit defeat? The ninth young master asked. It's confirmed. My white stones have been manipulated by Mr. Good. How is it possible to play again? The black-clothed cultivator said with a wry smile. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. And on the other side, there was also a soft exclamation. Thanks for letting me win. Thanks for letting me win. He was only slightly slower than Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked over curiously. One of the winners was none other than Wu Yazi, whom he'd met not long ago in the Central Plaza. After defeating his opponent, Wu Yazi turned his head to look at Gu Hai with a faint smile. The other winner was one of Qing Emperor's subordinates, Dan Wang. The Pilking glanced at Gu Hai and Wu Yazi and sneered. After waiting for a while, the 11th round ended. There were 10 people left, and every one of them was an unparalleled expert in the art of chess. Next up is the 12th round. Everyone, please begin. The ninth young master said solemnly. There were 12 rounds and 5 games of chess. Gu Hai was facing a purple-clothed cultivator. Mr. Good, please enlighten me. The cultivator said respectfully. It was obvious that the more advanced one was in the art of chess, the more they understood that they were lacking in the art of chess. Regardless of the layout, Gu Hai was always the first to defeat his opponent. That alone was worthy of respect from all the cultivators. In the 12th round, Gu Hai was still crushing his opponent's chess skills like a hot knife through butter. It seemed that the purple-clothed cultivator was about to lose. Buzz! All of a sudden, countless lustful thoughts appeared in Gu Hai's eyes. He let out a lustful sound, as if he was trying to seduce Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression darkened, and his hand paused. He looked up at the purple-clothed cultivator. The purple-clothed cultivator looked at Gu Hai in confusion. He didn't know what Gu Hai was doing. Yes, Lang Jun, do you love me? Lang Jun, I'm so ticklish. Handsome Lang Jun, keep me company. I like you so much. Also, I like your little Lang Jun. One by one, the lustful beauties seemed to have appeared beside Gu Hai. They surrounded Gu Hai and caressed him. They let out lustful moans as they surrounded Gu Hai and tried to seduce him. Gu Hai was probably the only one who saw such a scene. Look, Gu Hai's body is shrouded in a layer of pink light. It's coming from that cultivator's painting. He's interfering with Gu Hai. The art of chess is interfering with Mr. Good. Countless people widened their eyes as they looked at a cultivator with a sinister expression in the distance. That cultivator had painted a painting. In the painting, Gu Hai was wearing a lustful expression. He was bare-chested and surrounded by a group of seductive beauties who were engaging in lewd acts with him. Waves of pink aura were emitted and rushed toward Gu Hai. That's obviously a pornographic painting. That person isn't a good person either. Bah, why would he paint such a pornographic painting? I've never tried those positions before. Filthy. Insulting to refined. Immediately, a large number of people scolded him. However, that cultivator looked up at the sky smugly. As long as he helped the sage vent his anger, the sage would definitely recommend him. I want to embarrass Gu Hai. I want to embarrass Gu Hai. Enter my painting realm. Immerse yourself in my pornographic painting. Ha ha ha. These are all the beautiful women I've met over the years. I'll paint their flirtatious scenes, and you'll be among them. Ha ha. Be licentious, Gu Hai. Take off your clothes, Gu Hai. The cultivator looked at Gu Hai excitedly. No one had ever escaped from his painting realm before. He had chosen this painting in the first place. Now that the sage had spoken, it was the best. Gu Hai was finished. Venerable Lun Yin put his palms together, his expression gloomy. Although he wanted to stop the cultivator, the sages were the ones making the judgment. In fact, some of the sages even praised him, saying, "Not bad." Perhaps Gu Hai had offended the painting path sage too badly earlier. Hence, the anger of countless painting path sages toward Gu Hai had reached its peak. Not bad. Was his painting realm going to affect Gu Hai and embarrass Gu Hai, making a fool of himself? Taishang frowned. Clearly, he was disgusted by such a vulgar pornographic painting. Sitting in the embrace of a beauty, can Gu Hai still have the mental energy to play Go? Tai Chu revealed a cold smile. Pink is just a skeleton. Amateus. The future Buddha sighed softly. Despicable. Shameless. Mu Chunfeng showed an anxious expression from afar. Despicable. Bingheim also felt extremely frustrated. Calm down. With His Majesty's mental fortitude, he should be able to overcome it. Mo Yike said with a frown. Waves of pink light encased Gu Hai, and all sorts of lewd illusions enveloped Gu Hai. Dai Qianxing was at the top of the board. That painter is also a top-notch one. Seducing Gu Hai with a beautiful woman? Hey, His Holiness, do you think Gu Hai will be able to play Go peacefully now? Bai Mingshou said with a cold smile. Dai Qianxing did not say anything. He just stared at Gu Hai. Even Gu Hai's opponent, the purple-robed cultivator, was worried. However, at that moment, he still went all out and played his Go piece. Gu Hai paused. He mainly looked around to see what the women in the illusions were like. After looking at them for a while, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Putting aside the fact that he did not have the artistic conception of the way of painting, these erotic seductions could not enter his heart. Even if they did, so what? Could they be called seduction? Back on Earth, any one of the seeds stored in his computer will be able to kill all of them. Ha! Gu Hai played his Go piece. The purple-robed cultivator's face immediately darkened. Gu Hai could still play his Go piece while surrounded by the painting realm? That's impossible. Mr. Good, I admit that you're very good at Go. However, can you still understand the Go board at this moment? The purple-robed cultivator played his Go piece again. Ha! Gu Hai played his Go piece as well. Mr. Good is not affected. What a great way to stay calm. Mr. Good can still play his Go piece despite the interference of the painting realm. Sounds of surprise could be heard from all around. The people were happy for Gu Hai, but the painter who painted the erotic paintings was stunned. How is that possible? How can he still play Go? The painter had a look of disbelief on his face. My painting is also done. Let me do it. Another painter shouted. Painting realms are prone to conflict. You can show similar paintings at the same time. The voice of a saint of the way of painting was suddenly heard from the sky. Yes, the painter answered after receiving the saint's instructions. At the same time, the painter who painted the erotic paintings all turned to face Gu Hai. Waves of massive painting realms rushed toward Gu Hai. At that moment, there was more than one filthy person. Nearly 50 people had painted the story of Gu Hai in the erotic paintings. For a moment, The surging painting realms rushed toward Gu Hai. Waves of pink light completely enveloped Gu Hai. In Gu Hai's eyes, there was an overwhelming number of beautiful women pouncing on Gu Hai like hungry wolves. If it had been an ordinary young man, he would have been so excited that he would have gone all out. However, in Gu Hai's eyes, there was a hint of disdain. Large numbers did not mean high quality. Not a single one of them was worthy of being stored in his computer. "Huh, thank you for letting me win." Gu Hai played his go piece and said calmly. "Huh." The purple-robed chess cultivator was slightly stunned. At first, he was worried that he would have an unfair advantage. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai said that he had let him win. Was he crazy? How could he win in this situation? Was he spouting nonsense? When he looked down, the purple-robed chess cultivator's eyebrows suddenly raised. However, he saw that after Gu Hai played his go piece, there was no way he could change his go piece. How could this be? The purple-robed chess cultivator said in shock. "You're confused." Gu Hai reminded him kindly. "Phew." The purple-robed chess cultivator suddenly raised his head and looked at Gu Hai in shock. "I'm confused?" "Yes, I was too excited just now. I kept thinking about what I would do if I won and got distracted. I'm confused. However, I'm only a little confused." Mr. Good was disturbed by so many painting realms, but he was not affected at all. "I'm confused." Mr. Good's heart was calm the whole time. External objects could not affect a qualified chess cultivator's heart at all. The purple-robed chess cultivator smiled bitterly and stood up. Solemnly, he bowed to Gu Hai and said, "Thank you, Mr. Good, for your guidance. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." Wow, Mr. Good won. Mr. Good is completely fine with the interference of those painting cultivators. What a strong mental fortitude. Mr. Good is the first person to win. Immediately, the cheers of the people came from all directions. "Humph." The sky sage snorted coldly. He was clearly furious. Chapter 559. A large number of erotic paintings interfered with Gu Hai's Go game. However, Gu Hai's Go stones remained extremely stable. He placed one Go stone after another without any interference. His strong Go skills allowed him to win once again. Naturally, the Daqian citizens and officials rejoiced. However, the sages all over the place showed extremely sullen expressions. If Gu Hai became the top Go player, what would the Go Dao sages do? Previously, it had been said that they would only recommend the #1 player in the Go game. However, which sage expected Gu Hai's Go skills to be so strong? After Gu Hai finished placing his Go stones, the other Go Dao sages gradually finished as well. After this round, only 5 people remained. These 5 people all possessed extraordinary Go skills. What if Gu Hai won? The Go Dao sage showed a sullen expression. The painting Dao sage also showed a sullen expression. Humph! Gu Hai is only immune to that painting. What can he do about the other painting realms? Continue. When he starts playing again, we'll use the painting realms to challenge him. Painters, if anyone can defeat Gu Hai, this old man will recommend him. The group of painting Dao sages said coldly. They seemed to have been thoroughly enraged by Gu Hai and made a promise. Painting Dao sages, please give a fair evaluation. Venerable Lun Yin said coldly. Humph! The group of sages snorted coldly but ignored Venerable Lun Yin. Although the sages did not say anything, the earlier promise was already made. The eyes of the nearly 10,000 painting Dao participants all lit up. Earlier, they considered themselves virtuous and did not try to smear Gu Hai's reputation. At this moment, they had already lost their resolve. Instead, they started attacking Gu Hai. Using the word villain as the topic to smear Gu Hai, smear, painting after painting appeared. Countless lights of various colors soared into the sky from the various paintings, like the pink light from the erotic paintings earlier. White, purple, blue, black, the various lights showed different styles to deal with Gu Hai. The painting Dao Saint seemed to have been angered by Gu Hai and was waiting for the effect of the group painting. Not far away, Chang Sheng splashed the ink and waved his brush. His eyes flashed with anxiety. Mr. Good, hold on for a little longer. I'll be done soon. Very soon, the speed at which longevity was drawing increased. Additionally, he was using a magic technique to condense a fog to cover it up, preventing the surrounding people from seeing it. Nobody knew what longevity was drawing. Guhai ignored the saints of the painting path. Because the 13th round had begun, there were still 5 people left. One of them had to draw by, and the remaining 4 would play go. Number 1, Guhai, is free. Solemnly, the 9th young master announced. Don't. The saint shout suddenly came from the sky. Oh, saints, it is my duty to preside over the chess conference, isn't it? You are in charge of judging. The 9th young master said in a deep voice. Guhai has already drawn a by once. This time, it's not his turn to draw a by. That's right. We can ignore Guhai's earlier draw, but Guhai still wants to draw by this time. Is he going to draw a by again in the next round? The chess Dao saint said coldly. The 9th young master furrowed his brows slightly. 9th young master, don't be troubled. I can do it, Guhai said with a smile. The 9th young master's expression darkened. He nodded and said, in that case, number 101, King of Elixir, will draw a by. Yes, Qing Emperor's subordinate, King of Elixir, said with a smile. The saints in the sky were satisfied. Guhai sat down again. There were only 2 chessboards left in the 13th round. Guhai played against a red-robed Go cultivator again. Mr. Good, I love chess as well. It's just that you've been treated unfairly this time, and it may be unfair. I don't want to take advantage of you. The red-robed Go cultivator frowned and said, It's fine. Sir, please. Guhai said with a smile. All right, sorry for the offense. Smack, smack, smack. The 2 of them began to play their chess pieces. Disloyal scum, play. A saint in the sky shouted. Boom. A large number of Go cultivators turned away their paintings. Streams of yellow light rushed toward Guhai. Buzz. There were countless scenes of rebellion in the painting. Guhai was being hunted down because of his rebellion, and he was on the run. Cowardly scum, stop right there. How dare you betray the country, you traitor? You deserve to die. Kill him. Don't let him get away. Haha. Watch me chop off your head. In the painting, Guhai seemed to be hunted down and killed by all the soldiers in the world. Guhai smiled coldly. Do you think I'm a coward? Not to mention that this painting can't enter my heart and cause me mental trauma. This is the result of rebellion. Do you know the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty? Do you know the torture of the great Qing dynasty on Earth? Guhai continued to play his chess piece. He was extremely calm. Guhai's style of playing chess hasn't changed at all. A Go Dao saint said in a deep voice. Impossible. Even Immortal without the artistic conception of Go Dao can't be so calm. A Go Dao saint said in shock and anger. Continue, cold-blooded scum. Buzz. Suddenly, countless Go Dao artists changed. Countless portraits with green light rushed toward Guhai. You unfilial son, you killed your elder brother. You'll die a horrible death. You unfilial son, you framed your elder sister too. She's your younger sister. You framed them too? Unfilial son, you're rich now. You don't want to take care of me. Let me starve to death. The scene suddenly changed. A pile of corpses of his younger siblings suddenly appeared in front of Guhai. It was as if they wanted to use guilt to affect Guhai. Guhai looked at it and stopped. When he was on Earth, his parents responded to the call of the party and the country. Only one child is good. The government will provide for them. He was an only child and had no siblings at all. The scene in front of him didn't make him feel at all. His parents also had medical insurance. It was impossible for them to starve to death. The calm Guhai continued to play his chess piece. The Go Dao saints. Those portraits depicted so much heartache of human nature. Even a blind person would cry when they saw them. How could you not have any reaction at all? Do you still have humanity? Are you still human? The Go Dao saint was extremely depressed. Continue, continue, Go Dao, continue. The Go Dao saint shouted gloomily. Previously, he was only angry. For some reason, when he saw Guhai facing his anger so calmly, the Go Dao saint, who hadn't been angry for thousands, tens of thousands, or even longer, suddenly became so angry. He had always been high and mighty in the Thousand Sage Conference. When did he become so angry because of a participant of the Thousand Sage Conference? The sages were angry, but the surrounding people looked at Gu Hai with a trace of admiration. It was one thing to insult the sages, but now he was still so calm in the face of the sages' anger. Was Gu Hai really not afraid that they wouldn't recommend him at all? Sima Changkong, who was not far away, glanced at him occasionally, and his face stiffened slightly. The countless Deqian officials didn't know what to say at this moment. His Holiness had chosen such a strange person. Yes, countless Go Dao cultivators answered. Just as they were about to attack Gu Hai with their Go Dao, Gu Hai said indifferently, "Thank you for letting me win." Buzz. All the sages suddenly fell silent. Thank you? Did he win again? The red-robed Go Dao cultivator looked at the chessboard carefully and finally took a deep breath. He stood up and bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Thank you, Mr. Good. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Your Go skills have reached the level of Old Man Guanxi's 29-line pair World's Go game. That's rare, Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, 29-line pair World's Go game? I've been looking forward to it, but I haven't been able to see it. Mr. Good. The red-robed Go Dao cultivator looked a little surprised. If you don't mind, you can look for Mo Yike of the Han Dynasty to discuss it. Not only does he play 29, but he is also very skilled at 39. Gu Hai said with a smile. Really? That's great. Thank you, Mr. Good. The red-robed Go Dao cultivator said happily. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. He won again. The Go Dao sage was depressed. The painting Dao sage was even more depressed. Gu Hai's Go skills were real. Even some of the sages felt that the chessboard he laid out was extraordinary. Not long after. Thank you for letting me win. Solemnly Wu Yazi said from nearby. Wu Yazi had also won. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 Go Dao cultivators left. The 9th young master announced. 14th round, number 8042. Wu Yazi gets a bye. Wu Yazi bowed slightly and stood to the side with a smile. Gu Hai and Qing Emperor's subordinate, Dan Wang, were facing each other. Mr. Good, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Dan Wang said with a smile. Is that so? Please, Gu Hai said with a smile. I'm not like those people from before. Mr. Good, be careful, Dan Wang sneered. Please. Gu Hai nodded. Smack, smack. The two of them began to play again. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. The Elixir King's moves were so familiar. Dan Wang looked at Gu Hai and smiled. He didn't think much of it and continued to play his chess. Oh, the 30-sided chess game? Dan Wang is one of Guanxi's 9 sons? Wu Yazi narrowed his eyes. The 9th young master's expression also darkened. Each of Guanxi's 9 sons had received an inheritance from Old Man Guanxi. Similarly, they also received the inheritance from Old Man Guanxi's 30-sided chess game. Their Go skills weren't weak. Even if they weren't good at Go in the beginning, after years of practice, their Go skills would still be astonishing. Had Gu Hai met his match? The 30-sided chess game. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and did not mind, continuing to play Go stones. All right, painting Dao cultivators continue. A painting Dao sage shouted. Yes, the painting Dao sages shouted. Immediately, the newly created little people faced Gu Hai again. This time, the sages didn't call out one another. Instead, they gathered together and charged toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai became the center of attention in the center of the plaza. Surging painting Dao intents rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's body seemed to be covered in colorful clouds. It was extremely dazzling. Although it looked dazzling, the Deqian officials and citizens were all worried. This is bad. Will the Hall Master be okay? Mu Chunfeng looked anxious. Shameless person. Bingheim looked resentful and clenched her fists. Mo Yike didn't dare to make any guarantees. He clenched his fists as anxiety flashed in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Gu, I'm done. Look at my painting. I'm done. Chang Sheng's cheers suddenly came from nearby.